Let's see. All right, we're probably live and people are laughing at us.
That's fair.
But hey, that's only 6 minutes behind. Let's make sure. Come on. Refresh here. Ah, yeah. Look at that. We are live, Alec. Look at us. We did it. We did it.
We're here.
First tech problem already solved. We're actually live. Internet stable. Look at those. Look at that little green dot down there.
Heck yeah, up here in Charlotte.
Green means good. We are at SCGCon Charlotte today. It is going to be a long day, folks. Battle Hardens are one-day events. So that means 7 rounds of Swiss.
Is the camera?
A lot of Swiss. Yeah, the camera's right there.
Yeah,
7 rounds of Swiss. It means 3 rounds of Top Cut, all in one day. And luckily, we've got a team of 3 to pull this together. Alec is going to be our first guest for round 1. How do people know you? What'd you do?
What did I do?
What'd you do? Yeah.
That one time.
One time.
In 2020, I did so good with Briar because my sealed pull was just, it was actually medium. I'm not going to lie, it was medium. But I took it and I lucked out through the whole way. You know, hopefully a little skill there every now and then, but I took it there. 7-0.
What, and this, did you even say what calling this was? This wasn't like a local.
My bad. This was
a calling.
Yeah, this was a calling. What was
calling?
it?
Was it Dallas?
Dallas, yeah. Fort Worth. Dallas, Fort Worth. Calling
Dallas,
2020. Yep.
Well done, my friend. That is where I met. Oh, we've got an update from a producer. What's up?
They have to submit their deck list at the player meeting real quick before we.
So the players meeting is still going? Do you know how long that'll maybe be?
It should just be, I don't know, until like the deck list.
Okay, that's fine. That gives us time. Here, jump in. So we've got Alec as a washed player who did well all the way back in that calling years and years ago. Hopefully he knows what's up. We'll see.
Yeah.
Is he an ethnic smoke? Can I pick him that good, or is he just washed? And then we've got Lee. How can you get in here, Lee? Lee from the Tavern Brawlers team captain here. They are going to be swapping in and out to help me all through the day here, so huge props to them. Also huge props to every single sponsor right here that is coming through to make this stream happen, because this stream is pre-funded by every lovely sponsor you see coming through right here. Huge shout out to them.
Ooh, look at that Dragon
launch,
Shield.
Yeah, look at the Dragon Shield. We'll get them all. The way it worked out is they all chipped in to sponsor a round. So every sponsor is going to get a featured round where we give them their proper shout outs, we read their ads, we give them the time and place to really let the community know how much they support you all. And they're doing that by supporting coverage. It's a fantastic just marriage that we've done here to bring these sponsors to the stream and get it all done. So really, really thankful for everybody there. We'll also have the chat up. There's a little bit of a delay, so we can't be super on top of it. Also, for whatever reason, I'm freaking out that we only have 2 screens. I would love like 6 screens.
That would be nice, but it's,
I don't know how we'll balance it all. Like with
to make it work. It's working.
It is working. Speaking of working, everything really is good. We can give you a rundown of what the different cameras we're working with look like today while we wait for the player meeting to adjourn here so we can actually get started. So let's take a look at what we've done for Battle Hardened Charlotte. So check this out. We've got Chris Ray already set up here. Oh, what's up, Lee?
I was going to back.
No, I don't want to spread the internet, unfortunately. Like, it is just going to broadcast here, so I'll measure it up. Okay, so now we've got a bit of a preview here of this first match we're going to be jumping into. I hope it's Arachne that Chris is facing today, Alec. That'd be fantastic.
That would be interesting. Yeah, a very interesting matchup. I know that Chris is going to be on Dash, so I've actually not seen Arachne in action yet. I'm just coming out from patrol. We'll see how that goes.
Can you get the actual hero and all that, though? Okay. Yeah.
I will only be giving my opinions on Dash because she is my queen.
Well, that's why we got you here for round 1. Alec is a Dash aficionado, even though Briar was your poison all back in the day.
Yeah, just for limited, though.
Just for limited, true. We do have word that the round is about to start. We just need... You need to go get the player and the hero and all that.
I'm heading over that
Okay,
way.
yeah. But I can't talk to you on stream. That's got to be... Yeah, just go do it. Okay, thank you. Jesus. All right, got to do some coordination.
Did we figure out what table? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's technically table 613. So we're going to pull in all the information real quick with one of our producers running around and getting that ready. What's up?
Should we move him over a little?
Yeah,
Or like,
yeah, we should actually. That's a good point.
I just tell him to move his chair.
No, that's a good point. Let's do this.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
So one of the things to remember, folks, about this Battle Hardened is we are doing all the live production here. I'm not in the production role to really fix everything behind the scenes. So it might be a little rough on the edges sometimes, but at least we're going to get it done for y'all. We're going to have all-around stream, hopefully with no internet issues, no camera issues, everything golden, other than maybe some communication with helpers running around, because a lot of people want to help, but also I can't do it all anymore. I'm now going to be in the casting booth as well. So let's get confirmation
Ethan
of...
is a working man over here. He works hard for all of us in the community, and we all appreciate it.
Oh, and look at this. It's actually a Viserai. We've got confirmation here. The right player, Eric Wilson, is going to be on this. Now, that is really spicy. I enjoy this. I enjoy this. Let's get them all set
Viserai
up
versus Dash. What is this, like aggro?
All right. Someone says Sebastiano. That is not Sebastiano. It's Eric Wilson. It looks similar, actually. Looks similar with the long hair. I can see it.
They all got that long hair, man, with the hat and the... I like his mask. Look at his mask. I need to get that.
Mask is cool. You're right. I actually should move these. All right. So still sorting out some specifics of the cameras. Sorry about this. Let's make sure that's good to go.
Forgive me, friends, if I make random comments throughout this cast. We'll see. Murder the mech? No, I don't want that.
Murder the mech. I don't think that's allowed. Alec is a huge Dash
No,
fan,
yeah.
and if you know anything about me, I absolutely despise rune blades. So I
do
can't
too,
really
yeah.
vote for this Viserai Full Faith either. I do have to hope that we never see Mordred, Swarming, Revel. Like those kind of turns absolutely tilt me off the face of the planet. So hopefully we, for Chris's sake, don't see that.
At one point in my life, I fully cold foiled out Viserai, and then he betrayed me. 3 tournaments in a row. So never again.
What do you mean betrayed? Just bricks?
Yeah, every time. I never got to do that cool thing that people like to do with their like 19 rune chants, you know, into the swarming. No, what was it? What was that card?
Revel and Runeblood? Or what are you
No,
talking
it's the
about?
one that like looks at the top. However many.
Sonata.
Sonata,
Come
yeah.
on, how can you forget
that
about
card.
Sonata?
I mean, trauma, probably.
Trauma. Sure.
Just PTSD from my Starvo days.
I hear that. I hear that. Okay. So this round, folks, as we let the players get in order here, this round number 1 is brought to you by FaBUnsealed. Now, FaBUnsealed, I'll be able to pull up the graphic right after this. But let's just talk about him a little bit, because FaBUnsealed, run by Chris Sires, absolutely fantastic human. He reached out to help sponsor the stream here, and we've got him booked for round 1. He wants to let you all know that from alpha to now, FaBUnsealed is the best online flesh and blood box opening experience. From breaks to wars to special events and slabs, Chris and Ian have turned ripping boxes, cracking packs, and searching for spice into a live stream celebration. Join their Patreon for special deals, including $5 off every slot you buy, and follow them on Facebook, YouTube, and whatnot to get in on the action and be the star of the show. That's FaBUnsealed. Box breaks, box wars, boom. that boom could have been.
Boom.
I wasn't expecting the boom. That could have been delivered maybe a little bit better.
It's okay. It's just a monotone boom. Boom.
Oh gosh. Okay, so as we jump into the match here,
It works.
let's make sure I at least have chat pulled up here. I want to have at least the card pop-ups ready to go here. There we go. So here's the deal.
Take a look at Chris's equipment, man. It's beautiful.
Here's the deal, Alec. I'm going to be in charge of card pop-ups and some other bits and pieces in the background. So here's a notepad.
Mhm.
You can scoot this over. Here's a notepad, and anything you want to take note of, like pitch things, whatever, you are in charge of that. All right? I'm in charge of everything else. And let's wish these players best of luck, because they gave themselves the fist bumps. They
For
look
sure.
happy. Chris is rocking some of the most beautiful alt
Yep.
arts I've ever seen.
Look at his pistol.
This is
It's
so
beautiful.
freaking cool. Well done, Chris. He didn't really want to be on stream. I did force it. It's like, hey, Chris, come on, buddy. Like I remember back when you played this game a lot more than you do now. Let's bring it back. Let's give you that moment to shine.
Think
And
you
he's
wanted me to
shining
mention-
forcefully. It's about making the statement, getting your altars out there. Who cares about player skill? I mean, the guy's a dad. He doesn't get that much time to invest in the game anymore, but I really hope him the best, because this could be his comeback and he'd be doing it in style with how cool his equipment looks there.
All right, here we go. Round 1 starting.
Yep. So that was turn 1 from Eric there. So Eric on the play just makes a rune chant to filter, sets up Arsenal, passes over to Chris.
All right, Chris pitch for 3.
That is a pistol, right?
Yeah,
I do believe
it is a pistol.
Let's go ahead and pull that up. So the
Shooting for
altars
2.
here, very beautiful. Let's make sure we track them well. That is a, what's the name of the monkey in Dora?
Boots. It's Boots. Yep.
All right, so Boots is shooting for 2. Pew, pew. Boots, Boots. I know Chris tends to favor going more control, but his list is split. You know, it's a dash list that's hybridized to either go more aggressive, go more control, but he does favor picking control into the majority of his matchups. Especially since this is a matchup where if you go full boost, Viserai actually has 3 block on the vast majority of his cards. There's going to be the Mavrians, there's going to be the Revels. There are 2 blocks in his deck, but normally Viserai can sideboard out a good deal of those to really be able to fatigue if they want to. So Chris doesn't like to give him that option, and he tends to play, I believe, more control in this kind of matchup.
So in my experience against Viserai in the past, you know, before the whole Sonata situation, it's more of like it's actually like a very skill intensive matchup in my opinion.
Yep.
Between the 2 players at least. I know Viserai used to be able to just full on like turn into a Sonata and here we go. Make like a bunch of rune chants and try and finish Dash off, and Dash would have to try and aggro it out, but I think it's turned into a different situation now that
Well,
they
you can't
nerfed Viserai a little bit.
You can't go for that huge like 1-turn push with Viserai anymore. The Skeleton combo is
Because Skeleta's
not
gone. Yep.
available. So Viserai is forced to, if you're playing the OTK, I mean, that's a decision you make from like deck building onward. You don't just get to pivot to that playstyle. It's something now that requires adding all the additional rune chant generation, even potentially a different weapon. There's the Annals of Sutcliffe, right? I don't think even the OTK Viserai is like build for or play for that. But the normal Viserai can't just pivot to that playstyle. They've been limited in their decision point there. So the Viserai players tend to play pretty aggressive, but they're not necessarily like an aggro deck that just rips off the top and is able to play every hand. They do need to craft that beautiful Mavrian 2-cost blue. Those hands are very good rate, but their ability to just pull those off the top isn't necessarily consistent. It's a lot slower gameplay, and they want to set up Arsenal, make sure they're weaving in Revels when they can, Mordred Revels if they can. There's more combinations they care about than just like a Phi style of aggressive deck that is just, these cards deal 3. I'm going to get extra damage out of my weapon, my Phoenix Flame, and go from there.
Now that I'm looking at it more closely, I see that Chris only has 1 null rune, so who knows, maybe we'll get to a point where they're both at 1-1. Might get to a point where like this Rosetta might close it out in a sad way for me. But now that Ethan's telling me about how Viserai can do more of these things, I'm seeing that Dash can be a little bit more mid-rangey against Viserai, as opposed to just full on trying to kill him before he OTKs. Now that he can't do that anymore, we'll see how it goes. Looking more aggro from Viserai.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, a Rosetta state in the game is something Viserai always loves to put themselves at, right? Because there is overwhelming split damage just baked into his kit, but it doesn't necessarily go over singleton points of arcane, other than off the back of maybe a Sonata, and then of course Rosetta baked into the weapon there. So those kind of late games, Viserai absolutely loves to get to. There's even other cheekier plays, like playing Spellbound, blocking or triggering Spellbounds on defense to Sonata for lethal, like a little baby Reckless Swing. I love those kind of plays. So a late game is something Viserai loves to get to. They just have a lot more pressure in forcing weird amounts of card commitment to really block out every bit of damage that comes through. But we're not quite at the end game yet, right? This is still only turn 2 after all this. Only turn 2.
Yeah.
Amplify the Arc Knight coming in for 6. Tossed some rune chants at Chris, and he took him.
Yeah, this game, for me at least, thinking about going all the way towards the end, I feel like it's where like the skill level of players fully like shows how they block well, how they can stay alive, how they can finish them off. We'll see how that goes. You know that Chris is a very good player when it comes to like this game, though. I've seen him do very well in the past.
Oh yeah, well he's been putting in a lot of work. He's actually staying with me this weekend. I've seen him just absolutely grinding to try to overcome. Oh, look at that. Well, I mean, he's trying to overcome some potential shakes when it comes to just not having played that recently, but you know what doesn't matter for your own practice is just hoping your opponent gets unlucky. And that definitely can come up like we just saw. Asana whiffing there, not revealing a non-attack. So that means it was a card spent to generate a rune chant, and that's about it.
That is the second Sonata to go. And I am seeing something very pretty in Chris's hand. I think that's the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah, so we can actually take a look. I actually apologize. These screens might not be set up. I forget. So let's take a look. All right, these screens are set up.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Okay, I do need to fix the player view. But look at this. Look at the beauty that we have access to.
That is definitely a Pulse Wave Harpoon, but there is a Sparky Genius there as well, so depending on how Chris... Oh, it looks like he's just taking all the damage.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Wow,
he's going to have a
taking
big
it.
turn.
Going all the way down to 27. 11-point differential there. You know what? Let me make a small change in
cracks.
OBS real quick.
Floating 2.
All right, I believe... Let's do another little test on that transition, because I think... sorry, 1 second. This is the pains of live producing. I'm a little distracted on this one thing. All right, let's actually test that again. Okay, there we go. I don't want the transition coming in when we switch mid-game.
Okay.
Okay, I do need to fix a couple things. The card pop-up's not there and the cameras are off, so we'll fix that for next round. But that's good to know they're working this time. That is good to know. Okay.
All right, we got the block. The go again. What are we thinking?
So that is the Pulse Wave Harpoon, right?
That is the Pulse Wave
Is that a card
Harpoon.
you've been able to play around much with since coming back to the game there,
I have
Alec?
not been
No?
able to play that card, but when I do, you guys will know I'll be the happiest person in the world.
Dash players tend to be very happy when they get that card off, and especially when you're playing against like these days iterations of like Fi can kind of fall susceptible to the same thing that Viserai can, where it's if you just like sap the blue from their hand, then they just stop having a turn.
Shuts off their turn, yep.
Right. So that's hopefully what Chris is going for here. If Eric was trying to play around having, I'll have a 3-card hand where I've got my blue pitch, my Mavrian, my 2-cost attack, and boom, over 8 damage off 3. Well, a Pulse Wave Harpoon just says you don't get that play, and then you might be stuck with a 2-red hand. What do you do with that? Viserai cannot really thrive when you don't have the exact pitch, non-attack attacks that you're looking for all at once. Very disruptive card.
Oh, and here we go with the T-Bone here, taking one of the equipments. Looks like he chose Crown of Providence to get rid of that Arsenal card.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go. Look.
See, Eric didn't look too happy, because guess what that hand literally was? That hand was literally Mavrian, blue, 2-cost with the Shrill.
A red Shrill, too.
Exactly what Eric wanted to be able to swing to maintain the life lead that he's got, especially since Chris, he's getting the Pulse Wave off, but the cards he threw beforehand actually weren't good rates necessarily. That was a yellow 0-60, yellow T-Bone. So Eric was probably looking at that saying, oh, like you kept this hand? Low damage output, I'm down for that. But then the Pulse Wave can absolutely steal the turn from Eric.
Yep, now they took that equipment away. It's just perfect. It's a really good lead, even if 10-point life differential right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Chris can really like get the tempo he wants from this kind of play. He's considering now the Spark, because the Spark in hand right now would only pull another Teklo core, which isn't necessarily what he needs in play, already having one Teklo core out. There are a lot of blues in a dash list. So if you're searching for Teklo core right now, there's the potential that, okay, well, I generated 4 resources, but I may just kind of draw blues anyway. The decks tend to be balanced around, like, it is a deck that requires pitch, right? So the blue base is there. But he is opting to search it out and just hope that his next hand is higher pressure. I haven't been tracking the banished cards super well, but I do see at least a red throttle gone.
Yeah, I do question that that heart activation, just because, you know, he might have banished his Teklo core or something more relevant, like maybe Pounder.
Right, like
He didn't need to load his gun in his chamber up.
Right, so
it's nice to have. It's just I wouldn't want to get rid of something before I know what's going to happen.
I didn't quite see what he pulled in on Arsenal there.
I didn't see it either.
Slight moment of hesitation. Don't know if he's super happy with it.
I think he like looked and put it down. So.
Yeah. But either way, we know Eric's turn with those 2 cards. Through Enchant Rosetta, Arsenal Mavrian. Like, that's fine, but that is a card for 3 damage. And Chris now potentially, let's take a look again.
It's another Pulse Wave Harpoon I'm looking at right now.
It's another Pulse Wave.
Yep.
It's a max velocity.
Max velocity,
Oh,
yep.
okay. Okay, if the card in Arsenal is a boost card, he is very set to go and play out that.
I
Pulse
see
Wave.
one blue, but he's gonna have the
Oh, actually, he's got
double
3
tech
boosts in
lore.
hands, right? Yeah, he's got 3
He's gonna
boosts. Yeah,
he
so
can 100% play that if he's gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna have 4 floating. Definitely a potential for a maximum velocity turn.
yeah, so he's looking pretty happy with this. I mean, this is 3 damage from Eric. Technically, it's like a fine rate. You're turning 1 card into that. But Chris is about to absolutely pop off with the larger hand that he's amassed here off all these resources. And you can't forget.
All right, so he's getting rid of that arsenal card.
Oh, okay. So interesting. That arsenal must not have been very good for him. Perhaps just a blue or something. I believe he drew into a red zipper hit there.
A red zipper, that's what I was.
So yeah, absolutely, he gets to just go hard off this.
All right, moving to Chris's turn. He should have 4.
Yeah, he should have 4 resources, right?
Yeah, 4 resources. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, he's breaking it. There it is. Wait.
Oh.
Yeah, he should have 4 resources. I don't know.
Well, we were actually informed by SCG. We as commentators can't pause the match.
Right. No, that's.
It has to be a true spectator.
You figured
there we
it out.
go.
You
He
figured
figured
it
it out.
out,
Okay, good. There he goes. Good. Glad he didn't miss that because it was definitely something he was counting on as he mapped out this turn. So now we see a Goliath, and this is really so he can keep the chain open and deny the possibility of grass blocking twice in this kind of turn if he potentially breaks the chain later. Because Max Velocity doesn't actually care about the chain. It just cares that you've boosted 3 times
the
this
whole
turn.
Yep.
So he's playing this out this way, basically specifically for grass block. Not like he can actually present enough to lethal this turn. It is still just going to be incredibly disruptive. And that Goliath does just kind of give away now. The turn will end in max velocity.
Absolutely.
The next
You
cards
always
you're
want
gonna
to
play are
throw.
definitely not 2 cost, right? And Eric will see that.
100%. You always want to throw out just like all these like trap attack cards to see like if they'll throw their hand out, throw their equipment out, and then throw the big one at the end. See what happens. It could even be like a pulse wave if he doesn't end up blocking a certain amount of damage that's coming at him, just to see what he's trying to keep in his hand. Like the maximum velocity could just go into the arsenal as well. We'll see how that works out depending on how Eric will block.
I highly doubt it. You just get the free damage out of it here, right?
That's fair. Okay. I guess we're doing it.
There he goes.
Sending it.
Pulse Wave Harpoon now gets to pull a 3 block out of hand. If Eric was looking to turn, he's just going to be faced with a lot of tough decisions because now he's forced to at least commit a card on defense. And knowing that it perhaps disrupts what he was hoping to do off 5 cards, then it once again changes his decision on, well, now I'm forced down to a 4-card hand. Does this mean I take the entire off turn to block out max velocity and just giving him more potential to really hate how this turn starts to look? So he has to reveal the 3 there, and he's revealing Drawn to the Dark Dimension, Mauvrian Skies, and a Spellblade Assault.
Is that a blue? It is a blue. It's not seeming like that actually. Drawn to the Dark Dimension's a 5 power attack, or
Drawn to the Dark Dimension is the 2 cost that reduces for each rune chant you have in play and then draws a card, 3 attack.
3 attack, okay.
3 attack, yep. So with this reveal, Chris has the opportunity to just get through potentially free damage, just pull the Mauvrian, right? But he does know that Eric has a blue Mauvrian in our arsenal. So the Mauvrian reveal there is like a bit of a bait. It's like, yeah, take it. Take it. I take more damage here, but it means I'm protecting the cards in hand that actually still enable the play I want. So Chris sees right around that, says, well, you know what actually isn't quite good for you is having 2 Mauvrians in hand. That doesn't really do anything. So I believe Chris is tracking that arsenal there. He knows it's the Mauvrian. Smart play to pull that. It's also the resource card that was shown, but you would think in this position Eric just holds back that other resource card anyway.
So it's basically just taking a turn off of Eric here and throwing a bunch of damage at him, hopefully giving him, well, for me at least, hopefully giving Chris here kind of a lead because, you know, dash, go dash.
And there it
here
is.
it goes, yep.
Max velocity. Eric with that head nod. Well, okay.
Boom.
Let's start ticking down the life because that's just a lot of damage. It's 12. Maximum velocity coming in. Look at that juicy card. A super rare. We don't even see that rarity anymore. Still putting in work.
Oh, yeah, super rares, heck yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful card.
So Eric has that choice, right? I do apologize. This screen isn't quite set up yet, but we'll still take a look. So that last card in hand was a Mordred, I think is what it was. I think.
It is a Mordred Tide,
It's a Mordred Tide, right? So what that means is the blue card he revealed onto Pulse Wave was his only resource card. So it's gone, and this turn really starts to fall apart. I think Eric can still do something if he wants. He can like play the Mordred into Mauvrion. That generates 2 rune chance. Then you can play Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
Yeah,
So
like
you don't
setup.
actually need a pitch in theory to still pull this play off. So
But
Eric is now just considering, is keeping all these hands really worth it? Because that's not a huge conversion of damage. But then again, throwing 2 blocks on defense, that just sucks. Like, you don't want to do that, right? So I do believe he's likely to just eat the 12, which is crazy.
Yeah, this whole
Crazy.
situation's just bad for him in general. Well, his turn's not going to be amazing. It'll set him up for the next turn. But also, if he's trying to take that turn, then he's going to have to take 12 to the face, and also like miss a turn as well. So he's not in a very good situation just in general.
Yeah, imagine how good it'd be here if that card in Arsenal was like a Revel. That's what you're trying to build these Mordred turns around. You're able to go Mordred, Mauvrion, Drawn, Revel, and then use the card you drew no matter what. It's going to pay for Rosetta at least, or you could even use Aether Ironweave if you prefer in Arsenal. That's how you get massive value out of a Mordred turn. You don't get massive value out of a Mordred turn off of just even 2 triggers. That's like normal rate, right? That is, okay, you spent a card in an aggro deck for 4 damage. That's normal. And it's not even a true 4 damage because that's counting the inherent rune chant generation off Viserai. In theory, all you do was add 2 damage off that card. So yeah, actually, at that point, definitely not what an aggro deck's trying to do. So Eric in the tank, but he does decide.
Yeah, as bittersweet as it is, I think taking the damage is the right move.
Oh, did he not take it yet?
No, he took it. It did come off.
Oh.
He was at 29. Yeah, he was at 29. He took the 12. That is the second maximum velocity and second pulse wave, so we will see how the turnaround might come about if...
So whose decision point? Oh, okay, so
We
it's
don't
Chris's
see that.
decision point. That's what we're waiting on. He's debating whether or not he gets free damage and good use of his resources here, just shooting tech mode. So,
I don't
because
know.
it's
Losing
4
the
damage
null
from this
rune.
position, right? Because it's already loaded. So really what he's thinking about is, okay, like I shoot pistol, I give it go again, I load it with that last resource, shoot again if he wants. It's 4 damage that he knows Eric's likely to take. Decides to never mind, just keep it. Someone in chat does point out, and actually, hey, what's up, Frank? One of the other reasons to be forcing that aggressive play is to keep spellbound creepers alive. Great point.
That is fair. That is true.
That is true.
I
So
did not think about the spellbound creepers.
yeah, it is a card that can get high value later in the game. This kind of hand already had all the go-agains baked in that he wanted to. So just making sure it sticks around is something he's going for. But Chris...
So at this point, do you think that blocking this out is still, like, good for Chris? Or do you think he just takes it and then goes ham again?
Well, I think Chris can kind of force Eric to... Well, I guess it's not much of a force. Like, Eric is going to swing Rosetta with the card he drew.
Right.
Like, that is just going to happen. So Chris, in another world, would have had a decision of, well, if this is the end of the turn, then I can pitch in, hopefully break your spell and creepers, and, like, make that the interaction point. However, with the card draw from the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, no matter what, there should be a Rosetta swing there. So Chris is likely now to just say, okay, we'll take it. There's nothing I can really do to interact with what's happening.
Right. I did see a high octane, so I think we're looking at trying to set up a big turn again, or have a big turn again. Let's see. So we do know that there's a blue mauve in their arsenal. So now they're just deciding whether, or Chris is deciding whether to block.
Chris is deciding on the block because that is still a red Mauvrion Skies.
Yeah, that would create.
Yeah. So that being let through just generates a bit too many rune chants. This is a Mordred turn as well. So it's not just the normal on hit. Mordred also multiplies it there. So that definitely does force a bit of interaction. Yeah. Okay. Good. I was wondering why Chris was overblocking. I don't think. I don't know if Viserai has run Razor. Like maybe that's the thing they do these days. But I don't think you can Razor Drawn anyway because it's base 2 attack.
Drawn's
right?
2, right?
Yeah,
Drawn costs 2.
Yeah. So no reason to
he
overblock.
could pummel a Drawn. I've seen some Viserais do some pummel. That would be spicy though.
Oh, that would be funny. Huh?
Yeah, I've done it before. It's
But-
fun. Maybe not Viserai, but
Interesting, because he did know what the Arsenal card was. The Arsenal was
Mauve.
the Mauve, right? So it could never actually be a pummel in that position. So I wonder why he was thinking on overblock. That's interesting. So this actually, quite a good save off the draw. It's only a blue Spellblade Assault, but that really starts pushing what Mordred did for you on a turn like this. Just because there's now extra rune chant generations happening.
This was a pretty solid turn
Pretty
for
solid,
someone
actually.
who
Oh, yeah.
That's actually insane. Just generates more hate for Viserai from me.
I'll allow this kind of turn because this was well crafted by Eric.
It was,
It
absolutely.
wasn't just the
100%.
Mordred, Swarming, Revel, Rip.
He didn't
No,
just
no, no.
walk into it. He definitely thought about it.
Yeah, well done. And we saw the Marvin. Marvin was set up in Arsenal to help string together turns like these. Now it'll just be a question of, with how great this turnaround was, even off of a hand that honestly looked pretty medium. We'll see what he starts drawing right off the top here, because this is when Viserai can start to fumble. You need exact 3 cards to really push what you want to. And if you miss that, then what do you do with that full card hand? Well, you block a little bit, put 1 card in Arsenal to try to set up the string of 3 that you're looking for. But that just loses you a lot of gusto that Eric needs to start finding, because Chris still has a bit of a life lead here, a little bit. Still has that trigger from Techlicore to work with. And leading into a high octane turn, it's going to be a lot of pressure again.
Be solid. Just keeping the pressure up. It's usually a good idea against Viserais, but you never know when those Viserais are just going to have like the nuttiest hands. I'm allowed to say that. Oops.
Someone in chat, once again, it's Frank. Actually, good call. By playing out Mauvrion into Spellblade, there was no opportunity for Thorn in that kind of hand. So it did push 1 extra damage. But you lost Arsenal by spending that card instead of just swinging Rosetta Thorn there. That is interesting. I
think he was just trying to save up the rune chance for the next turn.
Yeah,
but
right. Because that does now build quite the potential for him to throw back if this hand is worth fighting for. Which, let's see if we can see it in full here. No, he's not. He's not holding at the right angle for us yet. That's fine. For now, it's all vanilla damage. As long as there isn't a Pulse Wave in play on the Dash's side, then there tends not to be much interaction going on. It's just going to be damage.
There is, yeah, 100%. You get to this point where it's usually in the 20s, where like damage is just being thrown, and they're both the players are debating, is it worth it? Can I set up like a 20 damage turn? We shall find out.
Well, there's going to be no setup from Chris's side. He's deciding, let's commit everything now.
Yep.
Just getting the damage through. It's a bit open. Eric, in this kind of position, you can track Viserais pretty easily. Once they're down to 3 cards in hand, they are likely to start trying to keep it. Or if the hand's trash, then if you're spamming pistol now, it probably pushes for inefficient blocks as well. So looking to just put Eric in a no wins kind of scenario. Everything just should feel bad for him.
So he's throwing a card out to block. So he's coming in with 2 and 2. There's a 3-card hand and 5 rune chance, enough to pressure Chris. I don't. There's Sonata. I see the 3rd Sonata in his hand.
Yep. Let's see if this one whiffs though. Someone asking in chat, why are there 5 rune chance? Because there was a Mordred played that turn. Mordred was played. So that's how 5 were generated there. There's 2 off the Spellblade play.
The Spellblade generate 3.
And then the effect as well of the Spellblade generates 2 plus 1 off the back. So there are 5 in the bank.
So after he played Mordred, he played another rune chance, so the Mauvrion Skies generated 2, and then the Spellblade generated 3. So it should be a 5.
Yeah, nothing wrong on Eric's side here, I believe. But now he is starting to think, all right, do I actually block with this kind of card? And this should give Chris a good read that Eric just can't really do much. Because once Viserai is down to that 2-card hand, not likely to really get anything done. It really is a card like Sonata that could enable a potential 2-card insane hand of, all right, let's reveal that Swarming.
There's potential
Grab
for
it
it.
and swing with Swarming, then swing with Rosetta. But that's a play he's giving up here. He's blocking with Sonata.
If Eric was going to commit to the hand and not take damage, then he shouldn't have, he wouldn't have blocked with the 1st card. But now that he's already committed to blocking,
well, no, because Viserai gets more. Viserai actually plays off 3 cards. So they do get a chance to block with 1 card pretty healthily, as long as the rest of their hand is still what they're looking for with like a Mauvrion 2-cost blue. This kind of hand, though, wasn't quite there. Sonata was like the one piece that maybe would have given him something, but that's a prayer that he wasn't willing to do.
It's another 2, so 6 divvied up into 2s. It's pretty solid. So is that 4, 7, 13 damage turn split up? Usually pretty solid.
Yep. Off the back of a high octane with that tech low. So Chris doesn't have a lot left in the
Yeah,
tank,
it's
like
looking-
on the board anymore. Teklos are gone. He's only got one equipment block left. He's only got one counter on no arsenal, no additional items other than that starting induction chamber.
So it's just 4 with 5 rune chance, so 9 altogether. He doesn't have his Achilles, so he's taking that 5 no matter what. I mean, another high octane in Chris's hand.
I mean, this is still a good turn. It's not really because of the cards in hand. It's because of what was set up last turn with those rune chants. It's not enough to force any interaction out of Chris.
Yeah,
And Chris should very easily be able to present lethal and a half, at least.
absolutely.
off
Chris is
these
a
four.
very healthy life total.
Very healthy. And in this kind of position, Eric is not really going to be able to claw back and deal 11 and make Chris start blocking first in this kind of endgame. Dash, very consistent deck. Pretty much everything has go again. So as long as you can keep your full hands, then that is pressure of some sort. And with Eric already down to 5, even a hand of all blues is going to present lethal at this point. So
For
Chris,
sure.
pretty much not going to miss from here on out.
As much as Eric would like him to.
And it's another high octane to boot.
It's pretty
That insult to injury.
pretty high deck right now in terms of like Dash. He's not gonna be getting fatigued anytime soon as well.
No, definitely not. It is too late to try to pivot to a fatigue strategy.
I've not seen a Teckle Pounder though.
Yeah, interesting. So he didn't go the full aggressive start with Teklo Pounder.
Mm-hmm.
He just traded his early hands and found a good max velocity turn, found high octanes, and has just stayed in the driver's seat, even though he's not committed to like a full aggro build
Well,
with Teklo start or even like Hanabi.
definitely. I
Still
think
just outracing Viserai, showing consistency. for
pulse
sure.
wave,
Yeah.
maximum velocity,
Right.
high octane. It's usually
Yeah.
pretty solid when the Viserai's not like throwing out a bunch of like random BS like Revel and Runeblood, Storm and Gloomveil. Haven't seen those at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where before Dynasty came out, there weren't many interaction points.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, do I block Mavreen or not? And that kind of is the choice. But now with Pulse Wave, we saw that Chris just got to force interaction out of an, kind of an aggro deck. Not the best aggro deck in the game by any means, but an aggro deck. And when you force that out of an aggro deck, it can just make them stumble, especially one that's based on having pitch per turn, like Viserai is. You don't just, you don't get to just shrug off, oh yeah, take a card from hand and I can still do what I want because everything costs 0. That's not how the deck functions.
For sure.
Ooh, and it was double red 0 to 62. Just, happily 2 card 8.
Exactly.
Also generating free action points. Oh, poor Eric.
Back to back. Well, that's all the red. That's all the red 0 to 60s. That is the second high octane. We shall find out if the gas keeps coming after this turn, if Eric decides to stay alive.
Well, he's
Still
going to be
has
forced
not
into...
blocked that grasp yet.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty steadily keeping it there.
It probably does come out on a turn like this. I think he's thinking about it just to block that clean 4.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure it gets full value.
Or the pistol.
You always have a chance on the pistol as well.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Or just the pistol.
Yeah. Not much of a line for Eric to get back. Mostly because a deck like Dash, we already mentioned it, just can't really whiff. In theory, there's the hand of, like, Teklo, Meganetic, item. Like, sure.
Yeah,
That-
surprisingly.
He could. But he played out a spark.
Mm-hmm. We shall see whether what's it called, the pistol or, oh yeah, they generate action points. So it will be more than 2. It'll be 6 altogether. Chris have any cards left in his hand? No, he does not.
Mm-mm.
They're just going through the motions now. 2, 2,
Going
2.
through the motions, and that's Eric now at 1. Is that last pistol shot snuck right through? We've got all 1s across the board. 1-1, 0-1, and someone will end up 1-0. Someone will end up 0-1. What a round 1, isn't it?
Ah, happiness in my eyes. Was that a tome? There's no way.
What, a Tome of Findle?
Yeah.
No, it makes sense. Like, if you're going to, you run, like, the 1, right? I think most lists do for the combo with High Octane.
Any dashes I've seen nowadays are not running tome. Tome was always for the setup where you like, oh, I got the action point, played the tome, oh, I gained a bunch of life.
Well, that's
still have that action point back.
that combos up with like high octane gameplay, right? Which is definitely like how Chris is playing this matchup. Is just like be mid range, get your high octane turns off, try to interact with Pulse Wave.
Seemed pretty aggro-y to me. Like, I haven't seen any, like, other items. There's no more... I didn't see any chambers. I haven't seen any, like,
Well, we
purifiers.
didn't see pounders either.
That's... I
Right,
mean, that is
so-
also true.
I think Chris probably plays this matchup a bit adaptively, and just depending on like what his hands give him. And his hands gave him a lot of interaction into a lot of aggression.
Mm-hmm. There's the third technical core.
Yep. And throttle.
There's the throttle.
So if is it 2-3 blocks? Oh no, it isn't.
It
There
was
was
a
a
2 block
there.
and 3 block.
So there we go. That is Chris Ray taking it down on round 1 there. Let me queue up one little thing.
You play really well for playing for such a short.
Oh, we can actually hear them a little bit. I forgot about that. Winner left. Sorry, I do need to.
I'm hearing that this is first time Viserai.
Oh, is it first round? First round Viserai. Dang. All right, sorry. I have a winner animation queued up. Give me like 1 second. Hopefully it works.
Tome Goat, it always has been.
You know what?
I just haven't seen Tomes being played by any dashes I've seen recently at all.
All right, I actually can't get the thing fixed right now. I need like a little break real quick to fix some of the last bits of OBS. So GG's to Chris. I want to make sure we also toss in another shout out to FaBUnsealed. Let me pull in this beautiful, beautiful graphic that was made by, believe it or not, Joey Signart from Decks and Drafts. He did a lot of work behind the scenes to help me get this model together. And he's the kind of like marketing guru for FaBUnsealed as well, which is really cool. Great dude, Joey Signart. So let me pull this up. So one more time, folks, one more time. Big thank you. This round was brought to you by FaBUnsealed. From alpha to now, FaBUnsealed is the best online flesh and blood box opening experience. From breaks to wars to special events and slabs, Chris and Ian have turned ripping boxes, cracking packs, and searching for spice into a live stream celebration. Join their Patreon for special deals, including $5 off every slot you buy, and then follow them on Facebook, YouTube, and whatnot to get into the action and be the star of the show. That's FaBUnsealed. And you got to say this part with me, Alec. Box breaks. Box wars. Boom. And it's right there on that lovely graphic as well. Okay, so
I can't even do it with like a
you need more energy.
No.
Your
It's 'cause
coffee's
you-
right there, Alec. Your
it's 'cause
coffee's right
you
there.
started with the boom, and now I have to do that boom.
Oy.
It's just it has the energy in itself.
Well, I do think we've got kind of a longer break this round, which is fantastic. We got like 20 minutes or something, which is actually fantastic because I need to fix like the last 5 things, but hopefully from even this round 1 experience, I know a bit of a slow start. We definitely need our coffee. But hey, internet was sick. Cameras are looking pretty good. Those hand cams, folks, come on. They look better. They're 4K this time, baby.
Mhm.
4K this
Quality.
time. We fixed it. And I really, once again, thank you to FaBUnsealed. We're going to cut to a little bit of a break so I can fix all the rest of the OBS stuff. And then hopefully, once that's handled, there won't be any long breaks because we do have some like segments and stuff planned out. I just need I need this 20 minutes to fix everything, okay? So thank you for sticking with us. That was round 1. And we will see you probably in like I said, longer break this time, probably 20 minutes. quick. We're back. We're back.
We're back.
Everything has been sorted, other than my hair, which is never quite sorted, is it, Alec?
No, but it's very easily recognizable. I saw you across the room. I was like, yep, that's Ethan.
Maybe I should just embrace like making it as messy as possible, perhaps.
It looks fine. Just leave it.
Yeah, you know the worst part about these events? This is not a real complaint. But give me my pedestal real quick. Traveling around
I'll humor you.
means like I don't get to bring my shampoo. I don't get to like, have my girlfriend like help me with all the aftercare because I suck at that part, and she's always like, "Hey, put your hair mask in."
Look at this
like,
guy
oh, Jesus.
bragging about his girlfriend.
She all right, woman saying all right.
Got a girlfriend.
But without her and without like all that stuff, it frizzes like you wouldn't believe. I mean, like I'm half Puerto Rican, half Jewish, and this is the result. Like it's this frizzy mess of hair.
Yeah.
It can look decent. It doesn't. It never looks decent on these trips.
I'm half Korean. My hair gets all like, what's the word? Like Japanese people have like really soft, like longish hair.
Be careful. What are you gonna say?
It's true. I'm allowed to say it, man. I'm Asian. It's okay. I get this like frumpy, like clumpy, like little bit here. It's annoying.
Well, I think everyone preferred you when you were bald on like week 1 of the Coast Guard.
No, they did
picks,
not.
Alec, those picks.
Did not look.
They were good. But we're gonna jump into something real quick here. We've got a giveaway for folks that we want to get off while we start round 2. So while I figure out the graphic on how to do these, we're doing a giveaway for a Dragon Shield sleeve.
Oh, sweet.
And
which one is it?
The keyword is outsiders. I need a better way to like convey this to you all. But 1 second, let me make sure this is true.
Should I show it to them?
The keyword is outsiders, like this, outsiders. Just type it, outsiders. So the way this is gonna work, yes, rise it up. So it's not necessarily this box of sleeves. If you remember back at Calling Indy, Dragon Shield let us know that they've got this nifty little system where they can just send you a code, and then that code gets you $20 in their web shop with free shipping. It is split by region, either EU or NA. So I only have a couple codes for each region, so I don't quite know how we're going to handle that part. I think the best way is going to be send me a message on Discord like immediately so I know which region you're in, so I know how many codes we have left for each. But these sleeves, not necessarily these sleeves, but any sleeves from Dragon Shield, who's conveniently right there. Nope, they moved.
Nope, they moved.
Can be basically yours. Just type outsiders in the chat. We got a bunch of these to go through all day. Whenever there's a bit of a downtime, I just need to figure out, like I said,
free stuff.
Better way to share it.
Nothing better than free things.
Maybe here, this is going to be live, but maybe this works. Okay, that definitely didn't work.
Don't mind my looking around, guys. We're in this little weird corner of the area that's just like, it's just me and him together.
Here we go. Actually, this would let people see like who wins as well. So here's how we'll do it on the giveaways.
What is that?
Or is it in the way? It's in the way.
Is it?
Scooch a little bit.
Okay.
So here's how we'll do on giveaways. Type in your entries. That's the keyword right there, outsiders. Jesus Christ. I gotta get way over here. Right here.
Can't do it because the box
holy
is like
mother, my brain cannot conceive of this.
that.
There we go.
Something
This
like
right
that.
here gives you all the information you need. Type in that keyword, outsiders, to get yourselves $20 from Dragon Shield, who's conveniently popped up right there.
Yes.
$20 sleeve code plus free shipping, either NA or EU.
It's that way.
And
It's this way. Yes.
I did have a timer set up, which I, of course, forgot to put in the overlay for 3 minutes exactly on these kinds of things. So we'll just have to make it up because we do need to jump into the next thing pretty quickly. I see people shuffling. So let's go ahead and draw it in 10, 9. This is too long. 3,
Wait, what?
2,
Oh.
1.
One.
Roll it.
Roll it.
Size Me Tom has
Size me,
won.
Tom.
Size Me Tom has won. So
Congratulations,
congratulations,
Size Me
first
Tom.
of all. Here's what
Sorry
you do.
if we said your name wrong.
I'm typing winner in the chat for you.
Sorry, but not sorry. You won something, so you know.
So there should be a little pop-up. Oh my God, of course the bot doesn't work. Oh, it did work. It's just on a delay. So with that hash, the exclamation point winner, there's all the information you need to get in touch with me. Please get in touch with me as soon as possible.
Right
so
now.
that
Do it right
I
now.
know what region you're in.
While we're live. Just
Okay.
do it. He'll
Thank
take
you.
care of it.
Yeah, so that's in the chat, everything you need to do to get this giveaway to you. Congrats. If you don't respond, though, before the next giveaway, I unfortunately, you'll lose your spot, and we need to just keep going because I don't know what region you're in. And like I said, we only have a certain amount of codes from each, so I need to like keep track of those. I can't just like give someone a code and they're in NA, but I ran out of NA codes and only have EU codes left, right? So we do kind of need to measure that. Seismatom, I don't see you writing a message yet, but there's your cue, all right? People in chat, remind them. Can I tag him? Size. You won.
Also, shout out to my MPA if he's watching right now. Just saying.
You won, Seismatom. Congrats.
Great boss.
Okay, so with that, we, I believe, have the next feature match being set up right now. So we're going to cut to a tiny 3-minute countdown and then jump into the game. Okay. Hello again, folks. We finished it. I know that was like right over 3 minutes. Apologies again. We'll nail this sucker soon enough. Let's scooch in, buddy.
Scooch in.
We no longer have that thing in the middle.
Yes.
Once again, congrats, Seismotom. So this round is brought to you. Actually, we should have the featured round be able to queue into that and then mention who the sponsor is. Let's see if it's working. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. So this is the matchup. We've got Tonin Veshi at 1-0. Cynthia at 1-0. Lexi versus Bravo. These things are not sized correctly. Give me a second. What do you know about this matchup, though, as we jump in? Also, I didn't get to toggle these, but look how cool these were supposed to be.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's right. Oh, that was supposed to be the reveal.
Further.
We have Lexi versus Bravo. There we go.
There
Woo!
we go,
We
sweet.
killed it. We killed it on the repeat there.
Heck
What do you know
yeah.
about this matchup as I fix a couple things?
What do I know about Lexi versus Bravo? Well, it doesn't seem very good for Lexi, in my honest opinion. In the past, where I've been to like multiple bro quests, every time I've seen Lexi versus Bravo, like it's either the Lexi is like struggling really hard against the Bravo, or they have some kind of like spicy tech that can like get them over that hill. You know what I mean?
Well,
Bravo's always had a very good matchup against aggro decks.
I think you've missed some of the amazing Lexi play that's been cropping up recently because
Ooh.
she has really become a deck that is incredibly impressive at somehow beating Guardians. You have to play it beautifully. You have to know the deck in and out.
Mhm.
But Lexis are even running things like Last Ditch Effort these days,
Last ditch
building up
effort.
this game state where they deck out the Guardian and then win through eventuality with a single endless arrow.
I need
Because
to
a
see
single
this.
endless arrow is basically a weapon. So you can literally just like wait with tunic counter to
Mhm.
load it, deal 4, wait 3 turns, deal 4, wait 3 turns, deal 4. And if the Guardian is like legitimately zeroed out of cards,
Right.
you can win. It's a crazy late game. You can either do that or you can just go tall and hopefully things leak or whatever. It's also up to the Guardian player to maybe just like not block that much. Maybe they're
Right.
trying to play more disruptive. And speaking of, that's some of the cards. Shout out once again to Ethnic Smoke, who gave me all this amazing data. Some of the things to mention before even going into this match are those disruptive pieces a Bravo could bring in, like Command and Conquer with pummels normally
Mhm.
peppered in, like Spinal Crush.
Ah.
Those cards are nightmares for Alexa to deal with because they're effective must blocks in a deck that's trying to keep their full hand.
100%.
On the Lexi side of it, though, Fatigue Shot is an incredible tool that comes in versus Bravo specifically, almost more so than even in an Oldhim game. The Guardians do differ in that, where Bravo is likely throwing out potentially dominated attacks, where Fatigue Shot can really shut that down, whereas Oldhim's tall attacks tend to just be damage. Like, okay, if you're throwing an attack, it's a 3-card 10 with Glacial, but
Right.
there's no real
Unless
on-hit
it's like
there.
Endless Winter or something like that, right?
So there can be a lot of value gained out of something like a Fatigue Shot here. And then 3 of a kind, really crafting those hands tends to be another way to do more than a Guardian is able to block out. And with that countdown timer, we are jumping right into the game here. Oh, I think we handled this one well. And this reveals our round sponsor, Arthouse Syndicate.
Arthouse Syndicate.
Arthouse Syndicate is incredible. They do things for the community that are just so unique in this communication, this line of communication that they have with real flesh and blood artists to actually go commission art pieces by the artists themselves to provide really unique works like the playmats that we've seen with like the Erase Face, the Exude Confidence,
Mm-hmm.
the Swarming Gloomveil,
Very nice.
as well as the recent partnership I did with them to push out the altar sleeves as well.
Altar sleeves,
went
yeah,
out
those
on my
ones.
channel.
For
So,
sure.
huge shout out to the team behind there. And when Lee's on in a bit, he can definitely talk more about the partnerships behind the scenes with Arthouse Syndicate because they are a big supporter of everything we do here and at the Tavern Brawlers. So in the game right here, we've got Cynthia going first. Cynthia making a Seismic Surge and coming in with a Nothos. Very
Looks like-
vanilla, no dominate.
Looks like for 4, pitching a Sink Below and a Showtime.
Ooh, okay, getting that Sink Below protected in deck there.
Seeing the
That's-
Sink Below. Seems like she's going with fatigue strategy. Basic or classic stuff.
It's a way to preserve whatever easy first-hand pitch stack that a Lexi's trying to do. Like okay, I had a bit of room, my hand is what it is. If I throw some reds to the bottom, Cynthia's saying, well, by setting up a Sink Below even already out of this hand, that can hopefully come up when it's relevant against the reds that you're likely to throw in as well. But that is not necessarily ideal from a Bravo standpoint either, because Dominate on turn 0 tends to be a way to just cheat in free damage. Tony did take 1 there, but if you could have gotten through like Dominated Spinal even from that kind of turn 0 position, well, obviously pretty insane. So not
That
the best turn 1.
That would have been insane, yeah, for sure. I am hoping I see what you were talking about, just because I can't even imagine it going through my head right now. What is this arrow that he's shooting? Is this a new arrow?
That's right. You and I both. Oh, that's called Seeker or something, right? Like
Heat Seeker?
is it Heat Seeker? I think
Seeker,
that
yeah.
art matches up. Yeah, but Heat Seeker.
When this
So-
hits at the beginning of your end phase, put the top card of your deck face up into your arsenal. That's pretty sweet.
So for Lexi specifically, right, this is actually quite a boon, because whatever you're throwing in Arsenal, if it's an attack, cool. If it's not, then there's some kind of reveal trigger you're probably getting out of it, like with an ice card, and so forth. So for Lexi, that random card that you're putting, or actually no, it goes face up, doesn't it? So you don't get the Lexi trigger out of it, but because you've got New Horizon, you're not, like, nothing's really harmed by throwing that extra card there.
Yeah, it's a third arrow without having to use what's it called? Without having to just arsenal at the end of your turn for like setup, which is pretty solid. It lets you prepare for the next turn.
Absolutely. So being shot here, it's a real hit effect to consider, right? Do we let the 5 through?
Blocking
let-
with the plating.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
A blue?
Interesting decision here. They are going quick on the block decisions
Oh, it's a red.
by Cynthia, because she skipped all the way to defense there, or defense reaction there, to throw in the sink below. I don't quite know.
It's moving
I,
quickly.
yeah, that's moving a little quickly, because I think ideally in a situation like that, you just say, okay, I'll block 2.
I mean, it makes sense.
Conan
They have like
maybe
what,
just
50
throws the-
minutes to get through this. Then they both know another game plan.
So now I believe a drill shot is what was loaded in off the top. I don't know if it's a red or a blue. Could
Looked like
be just the
looked like a blue to me, yeah.
Looks like just the blue. Still a very dangerous card to contend with. Not as bad as it is versus like an Oldhim type scenario, where if that thing hits, it's just so insane for what the Oldhim's trying to do. Like you just put that -1 on Rampart, and then Oldhim doesn't get to be throwing his cards to crowning and ramparting just everything for the rest of the game anymore.
Oh, here we go.
In this matchup, if you can make it hit, then it just steals 2 health, which is, I mean, hey, that's pretty good.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see. Is this so far from what you've seen from this list? Is this kind of standard right now as a Lexi, as far as Lexi goes?
From the Lexi side, sure. I mean, the blue drill shots are something that personally I haven't experimented much with, but they keep coming up in list after list. So this seems to be kind of the. Let's take a look, actually. Maybe we can get a better look at. Oops, I need to disable that transition.
The remorseless.
Sort of fade.
That?
Yeah, so we've got Winter's Bite, I believe another Heat Seeker,
2 heat seekers. Yep.
2 Heat Seekers.
Yep. 2 red heat seekers and a remorseless.
So the real telltale sign would be whether or not a last-ditch effort comes through, because that's how I could tell you, oh yeah, it's like what Naib's been playing, it's what like Chrissy Alley's been playing.
I was
so
wrong.
I don't quite know
Maybe
yet.
It's not a heat seeker. Looks like it though.
I think that might be a red drill shot at the top.
Drill
shot,
shot.
Heat Seeker,
That is what it is.
Winter's Bite, and I think that Winter's Bite might be a yellow, interestingly enough.
The Winter's Bite?
Is it coming through as red? It is
I'm having
still
a hard
little
time.
hard
like,
to see.
The lightning press looks like a blue to me, but it was a red apparently, so
Let's go back.
we'll figure it out. Chokeslam, let's see. If Chokeslam deals 4 more damage, attack action cards they can't gain attack during the next action.
So that was dominated,
Pretty
so
good.
that is a crush effect that Tonan's forced to contend with. Not gaining attack is something mildly relevant for like the Rain Razors, right? That was revealed right there. It's relevant for the +1 coming off of Voltaire.
Very
It's definitely just kind of awkward for this particular turn, though, because Rain Razors not getting any value means that Tony can't cycle out that arsenal and is now getting not necessarily like
Yeah.
stuck.
It's getting stuck. I think that's a good word for it.
Itself is stuck. And by not playing it out, he's kind of just, I mean, he doesn't have go again, right? So he's just kind of saying, this is my turn.
Because
I
the drill
think
shot,
that's how it
he
works,
put
right?
that in his arsenal, right?
Yeah, that was from last turn. That was
Yeah,
loaded by the
it was
Heat Seeker,
absolutely.
So it does not have go again, unless he's thinking of using snaps on this turn in particular.
I
There's no way, right? If he
don't.
doesn't have a resource card, so it's just not worth it
I don't
for
see him
him
doing
to
it.
pitch a red. Yeah, no. This just is the turn. Wow, very strange.
Chokeslam did a lot more. Is doing a lot more.
Chokeslam
this
coming through
turn.
with Dominate, like, really hurt the turn.
Yeah, you were 37, so yeah, 35.
Oh, they're going over life totals. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, chat, let us know. Can you hear the background noise, like, balanced very well? In our headsets, it sounds pretty great. Like, we hear them at, like, maybe, 20% in the background, where, like, in this kind of situation, right, if we quiet down a bit, we can tell what they're talking about. I don't know if it comes through on your end. So please let me know, because I can disable that if it's not helpful.
I like how he has 2 Voltaires.
Yeah.
To show his, like, double trigger.
That's something that actually came through at
cool.
Calling Indie. There was a really amazing Dorinthia player. I believe her name was Ari. And she had, it was either like 2 or 3 Dawnblades just stacked up to represent the same chain with Dawnblade swings, right? Because it's technically the same Dawnblade swinging again and again, but you're never closing the combat chain unless you want to. So to represent that, she just had multiple Dawnblades to throw across the chain. It was really cool to see. I hadn't seen that done before. Pretty genius, because it lets you conceptualize better the fact that you aren't closing the chain every time you swing again with Dawnblade, which is something that, as a newer player, always tripped me up. Like, wait, am I closing the chain? Like, I don't know. It was, yeah. Anyway, now we have the answer.
I always thought it was like when you play like Slice and Dice, Spoils of War, stuff like that. That doesn't that usually close the chain?
Well, yeah, if it's in between the 2 attacks.
Right.
I'm talking about like when a Dawnblade comes in and it hits, it triggers Dorinthia's ability. It had go again from another attack. When I was newer, I just didn't really get where that new attack went.
I probably didn't understand that as much either. Her whole ability confused me a lot when I first started this game. Like, my friend and I were playing it, and I was like, oh, it says I can attack again if I hit with this sword. Okay, well, I'll just do it again. I didn't realize that the cards had to actually say, like, give it go again. You know what I mean?
Right. That was part of the reason, part of the discourse around, like, why Dorinthia got reprinted in a new way and Reinhard didn't, was just because, as a newer player product, they wanted Dorinthia to feel more accessible, more easily understood than her
Just like Briar, they had to reprint Briar because
it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily to just release a new style of hero. It was for that learning experience. But anyway, stories of old. We've got a blue Chilling Ice Vein coming through. That is buffed by the Rain Razor, so it's cosplaying as a red right now. Cosplaying as a red. But no, that is base 3, buffed up by that Rain Razors now. There's no Chokeslam style effect to contend with that's really interrupting Tonan's turn. He definitely took damage, right? He just ate I think it was 8 from the Macho, right? Yeah,
no, I think he blocked with the Winter's Bite. Took like 6, but yeah, we're like right there.
And here we go. He's using that second Voltaire to represent it well. I do really enjoy this. Just clarity. He was made to be on stream. Made to be on stream. And now we've got a Bolton Shot. That is definitely triggering its go again effect there. That Rain Razors plus the Voltaire buff just doing work to pump that sucker up. I believe it's base.
So this Chilling Ice Vein was not fused, so it's just flat damage coming in.
Yep, just flat damage. Definitely a turn where Tonan wanted the arrows to be a different pitch color, right? Like, if this was, especially since he's not fusing it, you're not getting any versatility. The fact that, like, that's a blue arrow that has a fuse on it. No, it was just a blue arrow that did 3. So text irrelevant, you would just rather have a different color strip in this scenario and be able to throw a little bit more than he is. But the fact that this is going to end with a 3-arrow turn regardless is really strong. To just be able to off Tunic throw that Heat Seeker off the back of what Rain Razors is already doing to provide +6 across a 3-arrow type of turn like this.
Absolutely.
A lot of damage to contend with. And we're going to see that hit effect from Heat Seeker really do wonders alongside New Horizon, because Tonan will get to arsenal a card with purpose and then load face up with New Horizon off that Heat Seeker effect if it hits, and really pop off with potentially another 6-card hand. And you see that Cynthia is saying, no blocks so far. I haven't had a chance to spy on her hand.
I was looking at it.
It's a Rouse.
Yeah. It's a Rouse, a red choke slam, and then she had like a blue.
Yeah, she's kind of
below.
Leaning a bit. I can't see everything.
Yep. So the Rouse and that choke slam. I don't know what the third card is, but I do know that I was thinking about the way she blocked, and if it's all just flat damage to me, like if I'm thinking about how I would do it. I would have set up the blue. I mean, maybe it's not a blue. I'm pretty sure it was, but the blue that she tossed to block, I think it could have set her up for like a decent
Either way, yeah, it was a hard number to block regardless
Yeah.
because 7 is so tall. That's what
For sure.
Conan would have liked to see across all 3 arrows, right? Is just this high number, push the limits off Rain Razors. But even ending with something like a 7 is still potent enough to get that hit effect through and set up a 6-card hand. 6-card hand. Cynthia still kept enough to throw back that Anothos for 6. Not a great return when you consider that that was 2 cards thrown back for just 6 damage. A little bit below rate. It's going to come down to, does that Seismic Surge enable like a 3-card crippling? Because that's how you can really use a turn that was a little bit slower than you wanted to build into something that's not, yeah, I'm not going to call it game breaking, but it's pretty nuts.
Pretty like,
It's
yeah,
pretty nuts when you can 3-card crippling, right? Because dominate or not, that
Game
just steals a
turning.
turn out of Lexi.
yeah, game turning probably, or whatever the lack of word is for me. When I'm looking at it, she really needs to like, she's playing this like mid-rangey kind of thing.
Ooh,
She's going like aggro, but at the same time she's trying to like, I know she has like sync belows. I haven't seen any other like defense reactions, but she's playing a little bit differently than what I've been seeing from Bravos, but I haven't played in a few months, so.
Oh, look at that. That is
Oh, here we
pretty
go.
juicy. The card loaded from Heatseeker was a Rain Razors. It is rare to see a 3-of-a-kind Rain Razors turn really just come out of the blue because you can't draw into the Rain Razors, right? You can't play it off 3-of-a-kind. But to have that cheated in from the Heatseeker hit, now going off the back of an already 3-wide turn with Rain Razors, 3-of-a-kind into Rain Razors, still has double Voltaire activations to go. Still has, or one more Voltaire activation to go. Still has an arrow sitting there in Arsenal. An endless arrow that we can spy in hand as well. Snapdragon's up. Brave Forge Bracers. Like, oh my god. He could really go nuts if he wanted to.
This is definitely a turn killing.
I can't call the exact line, but you start to see these kinds of things, right? Like
Another Rain Razors, but he can't play it.
But he can't play it, yeah, to be fair. But still, the ability with snaps and Brave Forge Bracers, with how tall arrows are going to be because of Rain Razors, if Cynthia doesn't block this right and just throws her hand really early on defense, Tonin gets free range to just use Endless Arrow, plenty of times this turn, and still be able to arsenal Rain Razors, knowing that even next turn could be a huge push. Absolute god draws coming through.
Potentially another 3-of-a-kind. Oh, here we go. The crown.
Oh, he arsenaled the Rain Razors. Oh, yeah, someone in chat.
Rain Razors was arsenal. That's what I was.
You specifically arsenal Rain Razors. Headshot was what was loaded. You're right.
I was going to say, because if he drew it from 3-of-a-kind, he wouldn't have been able to play it, right? Isn't it? From hand, yeah.
Yeah, either way, the Rain Razors did come out of Arsenal. It just wasn't off the heat.
Right.
That's right.
What is that?
Pitching a headshot. It's just a blue in this kind of scenario. Just a blue to enable.
No, I was looking at the arrow that he shot.
Oh, the arrow that he shot?
it's
That's a drill shot red.
Drill shot,
Yeah, I should have pulled that up. Drill shot red.
When the dice is like right on top of it, I couldn't see like the full art. Endless arrow for 6. This is where the decisions have to be made. She's used up all her equipment.
Yep, equipment's gone, which is, for as far as drill shots go, lowers their value a bit.
Absolutely.
Don't have to worry about that. Still a 0 for 4, which is very good rate.
Pretty solid arrow for this matchup.
But you see Cynthia, she in her hand right there has a lunging press, which is something that was, I think, a pummel as well. That's caught on 2 blocks on a turn like this. It doesn't feel great with how threatening an endless arrow can be. I believe she's running a list probably similar to, and a Zealous Belt.
Another 2-block, yeah.
I believe this is the kind of list similar to what won Battle Hardened Bologna, which was running a cheeky lunging press, which I've seen some Bravo players start to lean towards. But either way, this is just a bit of an unlucky draw sequence. You can't be running too many 2-blocks anyway, like maybe 12. And she's got 3 of them in hand right now on this kind of turn. So it's either give up 3 cards to block this endless arrow because equipment's gone, or just feel really bad because the hit effect's going to go through, and then what do you do? It's just coming at you right back again. So
Definitely a pretty interesting situation going on here.
Yeah, if the endless arrow doesn't hit, then obviously Tony doesn't get the god turn off with potential just snaps and Brave Forge type of play.
His last turn and this turn are pretty godly to me.
Sorry, those are bullseye, not right? Bullseye bracers, what they're called, not Brave Forge bracers. Yeah.
Oh yes, those are bullseye bracers. Yep.
So if endless goes through, that's the kind of play that we can be looking for. If it doesn't, then at least headshot gets to follow through. And that's still +6 coming out of a Rain Razors, which, if that's what you can do every time you play that card, is just make that card deal 6. Incredible.
When the card's revealed and Horizon's active, you can just arsenal that, correct?
Yeah,
okay, just want to make sure. Heavy
Oh
knot.
no.
Block 4. I was just
Ooh,
thinking
Cynthia is disrespecting that on hit.
Goes back to hand.
She said block 4, so now Tonin actually gets the turn off
that. I see.
because now he can shoot headshot, snaps it.
4 because of brain rage.
Oh wait, yeah. Well, it'd have to be a huge commitment, right? Because it'd be snaps and Brave Forge, because then he'd have to get the endless back in Arsenal as well.
I mean, he
it's
can
still worth it, right?
he-
Because
yeah,
it's 6 damage. Like you do just do it.
2 doesn't count.
I think.
he can
I could
still
be wrong.
snappy.
I could be
just
wrong.
Bullseye into it. Bullseye it down and shoot it again for 6. Oh.
Okay, no. So
He has
No-
opted not to do that.
no commitment of the equipment pieces there to get a free 6 damage through.
Brain racers, when they line up
This is where having someone as high level as Ethnic Stoic could be fantastic. 'Cause I'm sure he would have shut me up about talking about that line from the get-go. It's like, no, it's not worth it. You've got to think about, this and the next turn and on, and he can really rein
I
me in.
mean,
I will take 4.
All right, so that Seismic isn't going to do anything in this kind of situation. We just get an Arthouse swinging in for 4, and an arsenal of that pummel, which, I mean, if Cynthia can try to find that point of being able to pummel a CNC, hey, that's the kind of turnaround that could really swing the game.
we're looking at. Oh, there's that Spinal Crush we were talking about.
It just depends, does she have the room to do it? Because being at 16 with no armor left starts to feel pretty dang scary.
I see a very nice line, or a very nice hand for her going into it. I think it was, what was it? Rouse the Ancients. If she goes into pitching a blue, Rouse the Ancients reveal, then she could pitch the other blue for the Spinal Crush afterwards. It seems
Yeah.
like a pretty solid turn if
No,
she can
you
survive.
You can't pay for the spinal because you're pitching a blue for Rouse.
The
And then you have
other
a 2-card hand.
the other
Spinal
blue, he would have the second blue though.
Yeah, but you're pitching a blue for Rouse, right? That's 2 cards. You're pitching a blue. Rouse reveals for 7. The card you reveal is Spinal plus a blue. Spinal costs 5 though. That second blue doesn't pay for it.
Belay my life.
Oh, we are.
Oh man, washed up.
Go again. No, on hit. Because my arsenal's taken up again.
This is Bolt and Shot. Bolt and Shot, another fantastic card because it just gets free damage with the Gogan built in, basically off +1 coming from Voltaire. Just free value. There's another Rain Razors as well to, I mean, really cheating the hit effect doesn't matter here because the reload won't work. The arrow is already an arsenal. But
So I'm saying
most likely worth, I don't know, they're going to damage, so I guess playing out the Rain Racers.
block those
Okay,
Spinal.
he does do it.
Alright.
He went to right. He
Mhm.
went to right life, so I thought maybe he's holding that for Arsenal, but nope, gonna go ahead, pump it through. I do think this is a good chance he gets 3 arrow shots off this turn from committing. Now it would have to be snaps and bullseye bracers to get that 3rd arrow shot off. But that's pretty darn good.
Coming in for
If he's trying to like,
Or actually not, oh
Finish
God,
this
not,
out,
you don't
then.
need Brave Forge in this situation. I'm calling it all wrong. You need snaps to at least shoot the endless.
any action you take next turn, you lose.
So it's only needing to commit 1 piece of equipment.
I was like,
To make
Brave
sure Rain
Forge.
Razors
Where's
gets
the Brave
6?
Forge Racers?
No, bullseye, bullseye. Too many bees, too many bees.
Remorseless. Let's pull that
Remorseless.
up. Always lose track of what that says. Put into your arsenal face up until end of turn against defense reactions can't be played from arsenal. To remorseless chain link. If it hits a hero until the next turn, whenever they play an action card, they lose 1 life every time.
So funny enough, it does stop defense reactions from Arsenal. In this situation, Cynthia had an unmovable from hand.
From her hand.
It doesn't gain the extra buff in that sense, right? Because,
9 damage endless arrow.
oh, you know what? I
Oh, it's
gotta
6,
keep
my
rewinding
bad.
everything I said. I
So
messed it
sorry.
up as well. The Remorseless had Gogan from Voltaire. So it does, yeah, this line still works though, where you can snaps, use Brave Forge, and now you actually get 8 damage
Mhm.
off of Endless Arrow.
My bad. It was a 6. He just had the
Yep,
the
yep.
dice flipped over.
Now this is still pretty darn incredible.
This is a very solid 3. Well, every single turn so far has been pretty solid. Lexi's like,
This is now presenting exact lethal because it's got +1 from Brave Forge as well, so it is 7 coming in. So this is great play by Tonin. Forget everything I said about using equipment last turn. This was the exact window, right? Also helped by the fact that it's been Rain Razors, Rain Razors, Rain Razors.
absolutely.
That definitely has pushed a ton on Tonin's side. And then Cynthia, fist bump. That is it. No cards in hand. No defense reaction in arsenal. Tonin gets the win.
Pretty solid
pretty incredible.
Lexi.
well done to Tonin. I hope he does really well. I love seeing high-quality Lexi players perform. I will probably have to tag out and try to find someone else to cast a Lexi game, though, because what the hell do I know about this hero?
I was like,
I find the deck so exciting.
I understand it. I just like some of these arrows are just like, oh, these are new.
I find the deck so exciting, but good lord, do I not know how to follow it correctly. Doesn't matter. Bravo gets destroyed by Lexi, says James. That's great. That's great to know. I guess it's really, it doesn't compare in trying to pull like a fatigue strat like Oldhim could, just because you don't have the, I mean, you just don't have the same tools. No Ice React, no Crown, no Rampart.
Well, I was seeing in her deck more like, she had defense reactions, but she also had like aggro cards like, what's that card? Bellow. The red 5 attack for like 2 block. If you have like a higher attack when you pitch, it has go again.
All right, hold up. I'm trying to fix the left
Kind of a mix.
face, left face. Left face, we can put this here. I'm trying to fix the winner screen so that I can get this. All right, let's see if the winner screen worked. Apologies if it doesn't. Did it do anything? Oh my god, no, it definitely, hold up.
I'm totally
I just forgot to
blanking
crop
right
it.
now. Oh, look
There we
at
go.
that.
Winner
Beautiful.
screen round 2. This is why I want to be like on full production and not on casting. I want to make sure this stuff comes through clearly. But there we go.
You got a higher
We've got
casters.
Tonin coming in 2-0, winning round 2 on Lexi.
This
Really
is what
well
I'm talking
done.
about. When Man Saint Media goes high, gets higher, gets all that money, the funding.
Well done, Tonin. He's absolutely glowing in that light. Beautiful man. Look at that. And back to casters
Oh, he's from Java. That's from Jacksonville.
from Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You probably know these southern
House
hemisphere
games.
or southern U.S. players better than me.
I only went there for like a couple weeks. It's just when I visit family. But yeah, Java House games.
Java House Games, shout out then. Shout out Java House Games. Well done, Tonin, again. So that was round 2. I think at this point, everything should be set as far as stream goes, which is really sick. So now it's just going to be a question of doing the segments like we kind of half planned. I don't even think I queued you in for this one, Alex. Let me like preview and make sure that it doesn't get spoiled right now.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I need to see. When are we revealing this?
Uh-oh. Okay,
On the
okay.
poll to reveal more of the spoiler.
No. Okay. We're gonna try something real quick. If this doesn't work, for the love of God, this is gonna hurt me because my spoiler would just get released to the wild. But 1 second. Let's click on it and just hope for the best. Okay.
Ooh, that's pretty sick.
All right. Does it do the automatic thing? Okay, it did. Whew. Phew. Okay. Oh, oops. And the caster
Just
camera.
flips over.
Yeah,
Shows everybody.
I was really hoping there. Caster cam. All right. This is gonna be ugly for a second. I forgot to set this up too, apparently. Let's get ourselves back cropped in. Look at us in our humble abode down here.
Tiny.
All right, so here's the idea for the spoiler, guys. I am scheduled to reveal my spoiler today. And because of the stream and the business around it, obviously, I have not... Oops, that's the wrong thing to crop. I unfortunately didn't make a full-fledged video. I kind of put that time towards Arthouse Syndicate and the reveal of their little inner sleeves. So I hope you all enjoyed that video. But because of that video plus this stream, I just didn't have all the time I wanted to work on a real video. So, I mean, you're here anyway, right? You're here anyway for the stream. So we're gonna do a bit of piecemeal reveal throughout the day. And hopefully build some hype, because this card is pretty exciting.
Sweet.
This card is
I'm
actually
excited.
pretty
I already
exciting.
told you, man. I'm not easily impressed by these cards. I really hope it's a card that I'll like.
So,
for a class that I like.
let me make sure I can make the poll here.
I
So
know
we're
it's
gonna
not be
do
a
start a
mech.
poll, and the viewers here are gonna vote. We're gonna reveal one or the other. One or the other. Let's do attack or defense. Attack.
Ooh.
Reveal.
So we already know that it's an action.
Let's do. Oh shoot. Let's do
Void.
attack or defense. Ask the community real quick. I believe the poll just went out. Poll just went out. Let's start revealing little bits of this card as we go forward here. So vote in the poll. You want the attack or the defense? Attack or the defense revealed? We'll let that poll go for a bit. In the meantime, yeah, I guess I did just kind of spoil that it is
I was already like,
an attack.
Oops, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
That's fine. That was gonna. So what it should have probably been like pitch or cost would have been like a safer
Something like that.
first reveal.
Or
'cause
color.
that could be ambiguous. I guess the other thing that'll be revealed with attack or defense is what it is, like generic or like ninja or ranger, because that's going to be part of the border. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect.
It's okay.
If it's a 50-50, do we reveal
I'm
both?
giving you guys a freebie. And yeah, we're definitely
If it's an
killing it.
exact 50-50, maybe we'll reveal one other thing if somehow y'all can manipulate it. But it's a chat hive mind. Like that just doesn't work, right? Like there's no way y'all can communicate well enough to do it. There's just no way. I think we actually had a lot of time at the end of this round too, which is cool because I'd like to
That went a lot quicker than I thought it was going to, for sure.
I'd like to take a bit of a break and coordinate with our boy Lee, who was going to jump into the booth for a little bit as well. And we'll probably start alternating that kind of thing, like 2-2-2. But let's keep you around real quick
All right,
for the
I'll
reveal.
stay. If you insist.
How's the poll doing? How's the poll doing? Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that! You
That's,
can't wrangle the internet.
that's
It
a-
is heavily slanted towards attack. Heavily slanted towards attack.
These people,
So,
these people are
yeah.
aggro, man. All these aggressive people.
I guess no one read the chat. If y'all could have gotten it at exactly 50-50, we could have done something special.
Should have been more
All right, here we go.
vocal about it next time.
Here we go. Here we go. We're going to reveal the attack. Here it comes. Oh, what is the number?
Oh,
Whoa,
it's
what's the number? What is it?
I saw it.
Whoa, whoa,
Oh my
whoa,
gosh.
whoa. Is this a Levia card? What is going on?
Or like
Seven
a-
attack. Seven
Tiny.
attack.
Can you imagine
That can't-
revealing
That can't be an arrow, can it? 7 attack arrows. That'd
Oh.
be. No, it can't. Well, that's a generic frame anyway, so no,
Be
it
a
definitely
solid
can't.
number
It
for an
definitely can't.
arrow?
It'd be a crazy number for an arrow. Oh, guys, what is it then? Oh, so fascinating. Is it perhaps a new staple? They gave me Erase Face last time. Gave me Erase Face last time. It's a pretty darn good one. Pretty darn good
what
one.
card would LSS decide Ethan what was worthy of Ethan's reveal?
They like to give me the ones that give me enough faith in
Yeah.
Levia to like keep trying it, but they're probably still not good enough. But we'll all find out as the
Okay,
day goes
man.
on.
Dust till dawn. We shall see.
Now, unfortunately, it can't. Oh, someone says in chat, yellow Fangslot. Great point. Great point. Could they really break trend and give us every color of a Majestic?
Generic
Blue Fangslot
attack.
comes in at 6. Yellow Fangslot could come in at 7. It could. We're not counting it out. That was a generic, wasn't it? Fangslot was a generic.
Watch
But
this.
there we go. That is the first bit of the
Based on-
spoiler revealed. 7. We'll be checking in on this throughout the day to give updates. I want to fully reveal it before top 8. Before top 8, I'd like to reveal it.
Absolutely.
So mark that for whenever that is. I mean, we've got like 5 more rounds before that, so maybe that's like at around 6 or something. But we're gonna fully reveal it before top 8 because there's probably gonna be a bigger break because of the deck checks and all that. All right. So mark your calendars. Let's cut to a quick break, real quick. It won't be 30 minutes or whatever it's gonna say. All right. It won't be. This is just to coordinate with my team real quick.
When is the
alright.
next?
So we'll be right back. the hell happened? Oh, hold up.
Someone knocked the camera.
No, I think that was actually me. I can't blame anybody.
Oh, okay. I will blame the random
There we
ghost
go.
that's been floating around.
Oh no, that's still not right. Actually, maybe I can just move it here. Caster cam unlock.
That's me.
Oops. Well, we just took a break a bit to catch up on spoilers because we haven't been paying attention. Being here running the thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some pretty interesting ones. What do y'all think of that new Ranger, or not Ranger, the Ninja Legendary? You can
It's definitely like a...
break your arm piece, make a dagger, deal 1. You're like, okay, we kind of saw that already on that rare card. Where's the synergy? Then we saw the Majestic,
Mm-hmm.
where now every time a dagger has hit, they just lose a damage. So you're
Lose a
starting to
life.
look at a potential setup where dagger attack, that one thing breaks and throws a dagger, the other thing, the legendary, makes a dagger break. Now 4 daggers to maybe hit, and then they just lose an extra 4. I don't know, does that like work?
It's pretty solid. Like, lose life, you know.
I
instead- as
put like
opposed to,
10% thought
damage.
into it, so it probably doesn't. But that was the first instinct. And also, wait, Naib, Jason, here. We've got friends who just showed up. This is great. This is content. So, Naib, jump in real quick.
Hello.
We've got
I will
someone
be
who
back.
you all might recognize from doing amazingly well at Battle Hardened, New Jersey. What's your Twitter? Do you have one?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Do you have a Twitter?
No, I need to make one.
Battle Hardened. Did you make top 4? Top 4 in New Jersey?
Probably.
No. Yeah, I think you made top 4 on Lexi. I'll say that just as your tag. First of all, great to see you again, my man.
Yeah, good to
Great
see
to
you.
see you.
Ethan.
Great to see you. Are you playing today?
Yeah, I'm playing.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
2-0 so far.
2 so I mean, so that's the best you can be doing.
Mhm.
Come on. Is it on Lexi again?
I'm playing Icelander today.
Icelander today. Why the switch up?
I don't know. Felt it required a switch.
Well, we just saw Lexi complete their 2-0 run so far, beating up a Bravo. That was quite. I mean, they just kind of took the game and ran with it. All 3 Rain Razors were in sequence. 6, 6, 8 value on the
Oh.
Rain Razors back to back to back.
Jeez, dude.
Pretty
Yeah.
incredible.
I mean, shows you how terrible a Hero Bravo is.
Oh, yo, that's what it shows me. Yeah. I really think next time, okay, this is a lot of maybes, but would you be down if you don't make Top Cut to jump in and commentate over a Lexi game?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
I
down.
realized I'm terrible at casting Lexi games.
Sure. I'll throw
You
the
down?
next throw the next 3 games, then we'll hop on.
No, please don't do that. But there you go. Chat was roasting me. I freaking suck at casting Lexi games. I was like, this could be the turn. We can snaps. We can Brave Forge it. It's gonna be this. And like Tonin did everything differently, and it was way better
Where's
than what I said. So.
Koch? Doesn't he usually cast with you?
Luggage? Well, I mean, usually, I guess, out of the last previous events, it has been a lot of him. I wish he could make it out here, but he lives all the way in Seattle.
Oh,
And
true.
so we're like almost as far away as you can get from Seattle. Like tip of Florida would be the worst case. But yeah, we're like all the way East Coast. He's all the way West Coast. And for the like kind of sponsor model I put together here, it is for kind of like a local team
Mhm.
because much more reasonable to do that than like fly people out.
Are you
I've been-
casting Baltimore, dude?
No. I'm actually not trying to be a caster. I don't think I'm great in the booth. I just
I think
really
you're, I think you're awesome, dude.
I like the energy of it. I really like talking to chat and bringing in people and just being excited about the game. But I care more about putting out the product and like making sure the stream looks and feels like as cool as possible. We've got some like really fancy things going this time. Like check this out.
I mean, you got a baller setup, dude. I
We
think
got
you're doing
animations working out. We
you're doing
got
a phenomenal job.
let me give you the tour though. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that table cam, right?
What
Table
is this
cam.
HammurabiTCG there? Is that a sponsor?
Oh yeah. So there's like revolving sponsors coming through as well. That's actually Hemel Patel, if you know him.
Really? Oh, that's awesome.
HammurabiTCG is like his, I guess, online store. He doesn't have a website yet,
Mhm.
but that's how he sells a lot of things. But yeah, we've got. Look at all the stops from last time you were here.
I love your
better
camera
cameras.
angles. You have like, what is it, 4 camera setup? 6?
It is actually just 3, but you can kind of see it from these type of shots.
Mhm.
Also I haven't used this, but check out how cool this is. So I've got one camera that's like, kind of over on this side, right?
Oh, right.
And then that camera looks this way towards the corner.
Oh, that's
And then
genius,
it picks
dude.
up this hand
Mhm.
and this player's face, right? So whenever we go to like the overhead shot, right, that's how we get this covered. Like it's how we do all of it. And then I can toggle in like left and right, and it's just 3 cameras. It's all you actually need to get kind of like a 5-camera look out of it.
Dude, you're a genius. So Ellis is still not paying you, dude?
Whoa, we can't talk about that. Hey, calling was funded by them, and hats off. They did an amazing job.
Awesome.
Kind of like funding the stream for the calling. These Battle Hardened circuit events are much different, though. Check this one out. This is what I'm most proud of. This is actually, pour one out for Punkage. This is his segment, the whole like key card segment.
Oh, cool.
But one of the issues we were having before is working the reveal of this segment in on time before before the round started, basically. So I built in some of these transitions so we can actually look at the screen with not having all the info ready yet, and then like reveal it as it comes.
Oh, sweet.
So imagine this. You're in the finals. You're in the finals, right?
How are you generating these?
It's all through OBS, believe it or
Really?
not. Yeah,
Wow,
show and hide transitions.
Dude,
so imagine this. You're in the finals. We've got Naib on the left on Lexi versus some punk on Bravo. Like, you know. So anyway, a lot of upgrades since last time you were here. It's only going to get better, hopefully, because we want to feature players like you on the best kind of quality stream that we can put together. That's the whole mission, man.
That's awesome,
Whole
dude.
mission.
Me and Jason were kidding around before the game. We were looking for you, and we thought they put you up there in that booth. I don't think the camera can see it, but there's like
Oh,
this,
yeah. Oh, it actually can. It actually
can?
can.
the sniper booth up there.
If I switch to it, though, they'll lose hearing us. But yeah,
Oh.
I can point that out next time we're on that screen.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there is the weird sniper booth. I think wasn't it at Nats in this same venue? That's where they took
It was, yeah.
the calling players.
Mhm.
Is like up there. Now they haven't separated me to that degree. I mean, we definitely are on the far side
Mhm.
of the venue, like literally as far as we could be.
It's
from.
chilly here, dude. Are you freezing? I'm freezing.
Well, that's why I got my Teddy Fresh on. We gotta stay warm. But yes, it's very cold here. Better cold than hot though, because it's been really humid outside. It was very different than back up in New York.
That's fair, yeah.
What about this Fab Cruise? You heard much about it?
Dude, I'm so excited for this Fab Cruise. I love the Bartram brothers. I really hope
Oh yeah.
they get to make it a reality. And the Bartram events are some of the best events I've been at. So
Well, you keep winning them, so I would hope you keep going.
I'd be super hyped, dude. I would love to go on a cruise and play Flesh and Blood.
I think it sounds freaking fantastic. I didn't reach out to them personally about like sponsoring the stream, but I want to give them the spotlight anyway. The work that Realm Games has done to like provide more opportunities for just community-run, fantastic events that are also super innovative, like bringing Flesh and Blood to the open ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did anyone even like envision that happening ever? Like that's kind of just crazy. But they did it within the span of like a week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, who's be interested in this? Okay, we're taking deposits. Okay, we're locked in. Like, holy crap, that is so cool.
Wait, are they still taking deposits?
Yeah, the deposits close like April 14th,
Okay.
and then the price will change. So I also need to get on top of that because you bet I want to go.
Yeah, man. I am excited to go to Duelist Kingdom and play for the title of King of Games.
There we go. You're the second person to make a Yu-Gi-Oh reference today.
I mean, it's so Yu-Gi-Oh-esque.
Yeah. Well, and then Riptide's coming out, and it's just going to be trap cards all day. Like everyone's going to be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know this guy, David?
Who's David?
David says the guy on the right identifies as a frog.
Are you on the right or am I on the right?
Wait, who is on the?
Wait, their
Wait.
right or our right?
Hold up. Their right is you.
Do I identify as a frog?
I don't know. It's a weird ass comment, dude.
I identify as a koala. You like my koala, guys?
I do.
It's a really sad koala.
like that
but,
koala.
yeah.
Man, that's you should have gone all the way to freaking Colin Auckland with that. A little. But all right, we're gonna cut to a little bit of a short break again as we coordinate the next round because we should be starting that pretty soon. Naib, I wish you the best, but if you could be in the booth for a Lexi game later, that'd be sick too.
For sure.
We'll see you again.
We'll try our best to scrub out.
All right, guys, short break. All right. We are starting round 3 here. Starting round 3. It is going to be a Levia who is 2-0, which is absolutely fantastic. Casting game back on fleek, people. That is probably such an outdated phrase. I'm just putting officially washed as your tag. Currently eating. Currently eating. Mouth full.
This guy just turns the camera back on and I'm fucking shoving.
Whoa, hey, no curse. You gotta, we have a bleep for that. Actually, I don't know if I have the bleep
I said
still.
this guy just turns the camera back. I didn't curse.
You're right.
Did I?
I don't know if the next round, I mean, everyone's shuffling around for the Battle Hardened. Let me check with our producer.
Currently eating. All right,
If
well.
we've got the next. All right, so we know half the match is Jacob Simmons, who's 2-0 on Levia. We don't know the opponent yet, so we're pulling the rest of that round, and then we'll have that for you all. So we might have to cut back once again to that 3-minute countdown. Yeah, okay, it looks like we will need that extra 3 minutes again because they are not there. So we'll be right back. Sorry about that. Look at how smooth that was. Play the Fab theme. Click it. Let's do things how they were meant to be. Oops, right player's name is a bit too long. Let's cut that down. So this is pretty amazing, though. Look at the matchup we've got for us today at round 3 of the Battle Hardened. And I messed up the reveal again. Dang it. On the left, Jacob Simmons coming in with Levia. Shadowborn Abomination. I actually don't know much about this hero, Alex. I'm really going to rely on you today to show me the ropes as to what this hero does.
I'm an expert at Levia.
That's perfect.
I even pronounced her name multiple times correctly.
as a professional caster, I know nothing about Levia because we never see her at the top tables. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
But no, jokes aside, I am so excited to see this because on the right side, we have a matchup that should actually prove pretty favorable for Levia. Just going to say it.
Oh, okay.
Dromai.
Yeah, jinxing himself already. Here we go.
That would be the worst, wouldn't it? I'm going to hype up this match and then watch Levia just absolutely fall. You can cut the music.
Oh, my bad.
Absolutely fall to just Blood Dead or something ridiculous. We've got Levia versus Dromai, though.
What?
If you're going to play it, just let it go.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
So,
Levia.
yeah, Levia. Now, see, that is confirmation from the devs. Jason Chung, the dev himself, that it is pronounced Levia. So that's how we're saying it this entire stream, all right? Just freaking Levia, as in Leviathan. We've got Jacob
Exactly.
piloting it, and I'm pretty excited to see because I don't personally know the name Jacob Simmons. I might know his username in Discord or something, but pretty incredible to see Levia doing well. I don't know what kind of build it is either. Is it heavy recursion like I've been playing a ton of? Is it more aggro built around Blood Rush? Not entirely sure. Is it a combination of both those types of strategies? Let's jump on in to this overhead and give this game a look. Now, the sponsor for this round, just to shout him out before we jump in here, HammurabiTCG. You definitely know this name, Hemel Patel. Hemel Patel is behind this amazing, amazing marketplace that is, I believe, launching a website pretty soon, known as HammurabiTCG. We've got a lovely ad that we're going to be playing for you right after this round that I worked on with him. But this is an incredible member of the community who does everything he can to just get you the cards you want. You
Absolutely.
can send him a full list. He will get it for you. You can just say, I want a full set. He will get it to you.
Hmm.
What's your experience with Hemel?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I was just saying that I have purchased multiple cards from him. Definitely have done so. I love the whole "Welcome to the Bazaar" thing he posts every time. Every time I see it, I'm like, all right, I guess I'm buying cards.
Yep, that's the trigger, right? It's Pavlovian. He's actually just triggered it in all of us. If he says "Welcome to the Bazaar," we spend money. That is just how it works. So thank you again, Hemel, for sponsoring this round. We'll play your ad afterwards. We've got Sarah kicking off the game here, though, with some Ash generation, going pretty slow about it. I believe. Oh, okay.
What
Let
happened?
me pull up a different card pop-up. I
Oh,
just
whoop.
noticed. Let me fix this.
Who went first? Oh, she went first.
Yeah, Sarah went first on the right
Okay.
here and just made an Ashwing and
Ashwing,
moved on.
sweet. Gotta stand.
Wait, actually, I'm a bit confused, right? Because didn't she make a rake? And then the rake should have gone to the graveyard? I don't know. I might have missed something there. But anyway, we've got an Ashwing on the board. We've got an Ash as well. She opted not to use the Crown of Dominion there, which leads me to believe this is Royal Dromai, which is pretty interesting.
I know nothing about Royal Dromai.
This
Please
is something.
explain.
Yeah, so Royal Dromai is a deck that's been making its way around the interwebs, mostly thanks to a couple significant players in the community, like Fino Black, for one. Also, Mara from Blackwing Studios. These are players who put a lot of experimentation into Dromai and have landed on, I believe, like very different Royal Dromai builds as well, more aggressive or still more dragon heavy, or like more late game dragon heavy. This could be looking to be a bit of a probably not all red list, because if you're running a Themi, that leads me to believe you're not just on like a mono red version of the list, but could be wrong here. Either way, we've got the first trade of the game underway, where Jacob, slow start, just throws a CNC, but it does catch a Sink Below that was in Arsenal, and that's got to feel pretty good. You just get the defense reaction right out of there. I mean, Sarah
Absolutely.
did not opt to block with 2 from hand because it looks like it was a bit clunky with a Sigil and another Fate. So just no good answers to that. CNC takes a 6, loses the Sink Blow, builds a bit of a board state, and then slaps Passing Mirage as the last part of that turn. So this is something that in the early game is actually pretty manageable for a Levia player to handle, because you are still in a position where you don't have to worry about blood debt, and that leads to very easy decisions when you can do things like this. Just, okay, I'll clear Passing Mirage. That is priority number 1. Priority number 1 is no longer turning off blood debt. Gives you a lot more room to craft your turn how you want. And I believe he actually rolled a 6 on Scabskins as
He
well.
rolled
It
a
was,
6 on. Yeah, look at this guy.
yeah, a bit off camera, but from those action points we're seeing down there, well freaking done. Kicking off strong with a 6 roll there. Now let's take a look. This full hand,
His Levia luck is strong.
he's coming in with a pulping. So this is actually really interesting. It leads me to believe this is a way more aggressive list that's probably not necessarily running recursion pieces, because we're seeing Command and Conquer and pulping. Those are already slots that tend to fight pretty heavily. with how recursion wants to be played. That pulping did hit a Graveling Growl on discard, and we know that there's no defense reaction in Arsenal anymore, so that dominate into go again is pretty guaranteed. Now, situations like this, I really tend to save pulpings to kill Maragai, because whether they hit or not, you can just swing it at the dragon, boom, go again guaranteed, and continue with your life. Because Maragai is otherwise pretty awkward to kill no matter what. It's 4 life. So if you can kill it with like a Dread Screamer, blue, sweet. If you can kill it with like a Ghostly, sweet.
Its effect says like you can only play like 1 action card a turn, right? Something like that? Or
which one?
This one?
Themai says you can't do anything on your opponent's turn.
Oh,
so
my bad.
Not something that's relevant
That's
in this matchup.
what it is, yeah.
Sarah just went to build a body on the board and likely not swing with it, which is exactly how she played that last turn. Just going to make it start to build a board state that at some point when maybe your blood debt's high, I start putting full pressure on your hand, maybe backed up by some Dromai drops, things like that, to really make the dragons land. It's a smart play. You don't just want to like throw everything into Levia because they can pop pretty easily. They can also get some easy graveyard fill out of it. So smart play. Just like leave the dragon on the board. Make Jacob make the decisions on whether or not to clear it. And in that situation, he opted to just throw face, pulping at face.
For sure. It's important to like build the board state with Dromai, correct?
Yeah.
To have like multiple attacks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, someone in chat. Yes, this is not a Maragai. I'm saying how personally I like to use pulpings is to just make sure you get the Maragai cleared, regardless of like what the draw discard is on it. That is a Themai. So nothing that Jacob really has to worry about, as we just mentioned. As Jacob throws the damage here, Sarah opting to play a bit more defensive, but she's still keeping 2 cards in hand. Interesting line, because in that situation, she has the chance to just, okay, I'm going to full block Arsenal because Jacob's graveyard is a bit starved. There's only 1 in graveyard. So by her keeping any amount of cards, that tends to start to look like, okay, maybe I make a bit more of an aggressive play and then give Jacob an opportunity to fill the graveyard. I don't think she swings necessarily, though, but we'll see. We'll see. If it's just board state pass, I like that kind of play. If she actually swings, then Jacob can get bailed out here of a potentially stuck graveyard that doesn't let him do much with his turn. But with at least a swing big in hand. At least a swing big in hand and a rouse. Oh, he's on this
look
list.
At that. It's got smash big.
He's on at least something similar to the list I played on the FaBTCG official channel. The full rouse, draw discard deck with CNCs, erase face, and all that. I love this deck. This deck is fun.
Less blood debt-ish.
Oh yeah, you barely have blood debt.
Yeah.
So graveyard management in that kind of position is just about making sure you have playables, not necessarily about managing blood debt. But this kind of list doesn't really play towards blood debt at all. It just has like some of the good stuff, right? Dread Screamers, Gravelings, Boneyards, the overrate things.
It's like Depthless Levia. Smash big, hell yeah.
Swing big.
Swing big.
Come on, this is a preview card.
So sorry.
I do not know this one. Come on, swing big.
It's been a while.
Absolutely fantastic card.
Haven't touched a brute in a forever.
I like that. Revealing the Quicken, just tempting Sarah with what you could have if you decide to go ahead and block 8.
It's always good to give them that incentive. Is like, take it. You know you want it.
For Dromai in particular, the Quicken does almost nothing. So likely to see Sarah protect this hand. Her hand actually has a lot of cards that she likes in this matchup. There's a Maragai and a Chromai. The issue is her Ash is just at 1 right now. So she can't, she would have to keep a 3-card. Well, I guess it'd always have to be a 3-card hand to be fair, because she'd always have to pay for the Maragai.
Bunch of damage too.
So yeah, the choice is if I do keep a 3-card hand to double develop these dragons, I do eat a lot of damage. And I probably go Ash 0. Because you're going to be spending 1 on Maragai, spending 1 on the Chromai, only generating 1 from the Maragai pitch.
Looks like we have someone who's played against Sarah at their LGS.
Very cool.
Pretty solid.
Someone vouching for Sarah in the chat.
It's good to know that she's a pretty solid Dromai player.
I mean, at this point,
not that I would know.
At this point, being 2-0 means you've done something right already.
Absolutely.
You don't just luck your way through these battle hardens. The competition is incredibly stiff.
Especially with Dromai.
Now, this is a tough matchup for Sarah, though, just to begin with. Especially this aggressive version of Levia. Really, either version tends to do pretty well into Dromai. If you're going full recursion, then you enjoy just blocking 1 card a turn and kind of stopping what they're doing and using your 3-card hands to still prevent 12 or more, which is pretty incredible. But a full aggressive version, especially with how Sarah played the early game of I'm just not really going to swing. Like, I'm just going to hold back a little bit. That gives this kind of version huge room to be aggressive because like Pulpings and Wild Rays, they don't block anyway. Like Rouse only blocks 2. You're not trying to block with that. So if you're given room with this kind of Levia deck, you can tend to use your full hand for damage.
The Scab Skins the Scab Skins giving action points is relevant too because of like Phantasm, right?
Well, there's no Spectra in
Oh,
a
my
Dromai
bad.
list other than Passing Mirage. So the only time you really need to use Scab Skins is if you care about clearing Passing Mirage specifically. Oh my gosh, second roll of the game,
Look at this guy.
another 6. Those are some Levia dice right there.
Absolutely.
I should use those tomorrow in the PTI. That's pretty hot.
Mm-hmm.
Interest-
Let's go buy them from him.
Wow, it's interesting. He opted for. Wow, what an interesting line. Okay, so he had the safe play of just always having Go Again built in by Rouse,
Yeah.
because Rouse is going to come in for 7 on that kind of reveal, and then he can, with that I have Ophidia in hand, come in for Hungering into Graveling. Absolutely massive 3 attack turn. He kind of gives the clear read on what his turn's going to be though by
Yeah.
rolling Scabs first.
He's feeling pretty confident with his life total lead.
Yeah, I mean he has all the room in the world to do this. I'm just
Absolutely.
I'm interested in why he sequenced it that way. Normally you'd want to like lead with Rouse because that has guaranteed Go Again, and then go into
I see what you're
a
saying.
Scabs roll.
Right.
So I wonder if he actually would have changed his planned line depending on what the Scabs did. But yeah, we've got Rouse coming in 7. This is going to be a 3 wide attack turn. Not really off the back of the Scab Skin 6. All he needed was 2 action points off of that, and it'd still be pretty darn impressive.
Be like a claws situation. But I don't really know. Oh wait, he can like claws both the dragons, correct?
Oh, no.
rid of them?
Well, because those have 4 health. Those
Understood.
dragons have 4 health each,
That
which
makes
is one of the reasons Maragai can be
just think he's
kind of
going
hard
face.
to clear. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely go with it. This board is not threatening enough for him to care about
For
killing the Maragai. He's probably going to wait until there's a... He wastes less damage, rather, killing the Maragai. But we'll see. He could throw 6 into Maragai. It's probably fine as well. I know I personally wait for Blue Dread Screamers and Ghostly Visits. They are pretty much the best at clearing Maragai because it's just built in 4. And like I said, with the pulping, you don't care about whether it hits or not because they can't block on a dragon. So, but here we go. I believe this has gone face. He didn't necessarily gesture at Maragai, and at this point, you might as well pressure the life. Sarah already blocked with pretty weak cards on defense, like a Rake the Embers only blocks 2 there. So blocking 2 cards and only preventing 5 of it, still leaking 2, means if you throw this whole hand now for another 13 damage with the Hungering into Graveling, Sarah's likely to just eat most of that. And this is Jacob playing without even seeing a Blood Rush yet. So, yeah, he's basically putting himself in the spot of my early game was so insane that now, as soon as I will draw a Blood Rush turn, because that just will happen,
Yes,
they're
it
in
will.
the deck for a reason, and he's opting even further down to get them. He sent those I have Ophidia cards to the bottom. Then that kind of just puts so much pressure on the game that Sarah starts to full block and just losing. Because if she starts swinging just like 1 dragon a turn with that board state, instead of developing, then there just isn't much threat there. Even on a Blood Rush turn, you get a easier way to clear a Maragai, because you can just throw 5 into the Maragai, and that's probably what we'll see.
That is insanity. 20 damage.
Yeah, 20 damage turn.
Just a casual 20 damage.
20 damage turn off 5 cards. That
Yep.
is
Just a casual roll.
4 damage per
6.
card. It's very good. Good stuff, good stuff. So this is what I'm talking about. The blocks already looked weak there because she tossed in a Rake the Embers just in that first line. So Passing Mirage coming in on defense as well only blocks 2. And it's a card that is normally like pretty awkward for Levia to deal with. So putting all that on defense really, really makes Jacob feel good, I'm sure. Sarah at 13, Jacob at 34. Still no Blood Rushes played yet. Graveyard looking healthy. That filled the graveyard back to 3. So no matter what Sarah does,
Oh, here we go.
Jacob's able to at
Cash
least play out a
in.
Blood Deck card.
One of my favorite cards. So is that basically like the biggest reason you're playing
No,
the crown?
no, the crown gives you a way to generate ash. Is kind of the main way to use that gold token.
Oh, okay,
It gives you
understood.
gold, and then you can pitch reds into it. You make ash for free, and then you don't worry about going ash negative on a lot of your plays later in the game.
Understood.
Is normally way to do it.
Mana sink, or sorry, resource sink. I said mana.
Yeah, well, resource sink, but it generates ash is
Mhm.
like the main reason. I think Dromai list maybe run like 1 cash-in, just in case that playline opens up, which it definitely did in this kind of hand. This is getting more interesting though, because I believe that's a high striker in Sarah's hand.
It is a high striker.
High striker. Let's pull up high striker real
To
quick.
burn them all coming out.
I forget what this one does. Isn't it like on hit makes 6 copper?
You create 6 copper.
Yep. Okay, Jacob even saying it for us.
Confirmed.
High striker. The next time an attack you control hits this turn, so this is really interesting because I never even read it this way. Attack you control that counts your dragons because it doesn't say attack action card. So interesting use of it, because with a board this wide, you're likely to get something through, even if it's a tiny little Ashwing, and then you make 6 copper. I don't know if I've seen this before. I don't know if this came from Fino or Mara. I'm not familiar enough with their list. That is it's an interesting take.
Could be like a spicy tech.
Yeah, well, I've never read it that way. It's not attack action card. You actually could get it through on a dragon. And then the cash-ins make more sense, being like a main part of the list, because it's not all about just breaking the gold. If you've got the 6 copper, you just pay that route. Very interesting. Yeah, let's pull. I'm gonna pull High Striker back up, because I'm sure that's the card most people are confused about here. And sure enough, that's the 6 copper generated on just that Dromai hitting. Very, very cool use of a card all the way back in Everfest that really didn't see play. People experimented it a little bit with Kasai, but didn't see much beyond that. Very cool, and it's extended art. Very nice.
Yeah, Cashin was kind of a mainstay, like a main staple for a while before like her new cards came out.
So now we've got Jacob, who just took everything. He's going for an Art of War play, and a little interesting because this is the kind of board where you do have to start respecting dragons, or it does get out of hand. Miragai and Dromai in play becomes a lot to deal with. If both of those stick, then you have this ability to just swing Dromai without Phantasm and just get another action point for free for the rest of your chain.
I think he's throwing all his eggs into the face basket. Go for face, finish her off. See if that works out for him.
I don't know. You can't really leave Miragai, Dromai together in conjunction. They provide too much threat unless you clear them both in the same turn. They're both threatening on the board together. If you clear one, Miragai's still a problem. If you clear Miragai, Dromai still gives you, basically forces you to have double popper on how wide you can go. Not like the rest of the dragons on the board or anything crazy. It's not like a Kyloria sitting there.
Right.
So that's fine, right? Like, it's really just 4 damage behind those 2 big boys.
Right.
But this Dread Screamer going into Dragon could paint a different picture on how Jacob's trying to play this. I think it's going face, though.
What does Dromai say again?
So Dromai is a, when it attacks, then you gain an extra action point. If it's destroyed, you gain an extra action point.
Oh.
So when it has go again anyway, and you swing with Miragai, you generate 2 action points, which is pretty cool. Okay, so Jacob is still just going face, disrespecting the board state. At least in this kind of thing, he could claw a Dromai. Yep. Looks like that's... Yep, okay. That's all he's doing. Just clean it up. Kill Dromai.
So we'll just take it down. Then I will just
Arsenaling. Passing. Okay, so he does actually handle that turn pretty well. You definitely don't want to let both dragons live there, especially since Dromai is so easy to kill. He didn't go too greedy with it, but his Art of War wasn't that strong.
Double Blood Rush hand.
Double Blood Rush hand.
Doesn't sound too... Oh, it's got to be...
No, that's very good. He gets to just block with Endless Maw there and then pitch a Blood Rush to discard Beast Within and really start popping off, because that's guaranteed Blood Dead off. That's a card draw.
Do we know what's in his arsenal?
I did not see.
Understood.
I did not see.
Find out.
But now we've got a Board of Dragons swinging right on across with Sarah there. I feel like Jacob should go ahead and pop with the Endless Maw so you guarantee the Beast Within discard. You probably should do it. Oh, whoa. That's interesting. I wish I knew what was in his arsenal to kind of paint that turn as it...
Is it blue?
A little bit better for me here. Unless that Endless Maw is a blue, which could be. The blue Endless Maw is actually a pretty decent inclusion. It's kind of like the budget blue filler if you don't have some of the other cards like this rounds on me.
Okay.
Because it at least comes in for 7. It's a blue for 7, which is a really good rate. So that must be what's happening there.
All right. So
yep, blue Endless Maw. It is blue Endless Maw. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Only the Beast Within in hand. He's doing the whole explanation. Oh, yeah, I have to discard. Sorry about that.
He's like, yeah, just Beast Within.
Sorry about this discard. It's a Beast Within. I feel so bad about the damage I'm about to take.
Do you apologize when you Blood Rush a Beast Within into your graveyard?
Oh, definitely not.
No, for sure. You don't do that.
Definitely not.
You roll with it.
So drawing a yellow there is pretty amazing because that just guarantees 5 damage comes through because that's always going to pay for a claw. Right? So you love drawing any kind of resource card in this type of scenario because you're still going to draw 2 cards as well. Even if you draw like a, split the difference, a blue and a red off that, you've got your full 18 damage turn still. It looks like he drew potentially double red though, which is definitely one of the worst ways
Command
to
and Conquer, Graveling Growl, and that Majestic that I'd forget.
And
It like automatically puts itself into banish.
yep. So with no floating after this,
So 5.
he can still afford, I believe, the Graveling. It was a red, right? So this is still a 19 damage turn, even though the resources don't look right. The Graveling being a 1 and being active because of the Beast Within is really, really, really strong. Absolutely.
That's a yellow. That Majestic, that Levia.
Yeah, that's the one revealed off Beast Within. That's
Right.
Mark of the Beast. That
Mark
pays
of
for
the
the
Beast,
claw.
that's what it is.
That pays for the next claw. And then you get to pitch that red CNC for Graveling Growl.
Right.
So it's still 19 damage, even though it was a double red draw. Really just saved off the back of Beast Within. Because if you play that Blood Rush and it's not a Beast Within there, this draw absolutely sucks. So, getting bailed. Love to see it.
Oh, it's
so
a yellow.
it's a yellow
Graveling.
Graveling. Okay. Interesting. So he's going to opt to throw either what's in Arsenal or CNC, which doesn't make sense. It must be the card in Arsenal then. What is it?
You'll take 2 as well. And then I'm gonna send 8 at you.
Boneyard Marauder.
Boneyard Marauder. Okay.
What would you
Well,
write?
technically, it's the same amount of damage. Because that's a yellow Graveling Growl, it's actually not more damage to go the Graveling Growl route. But he's cycling the Mark of the Beast into Arsenal by playing this way. I wouldn't have done that. I would rather prefer go ahead, just throw the 18 damage with the yellow Graveling play and save Boneyard Marauder in Arsenal, because it is absolutely fantastic off the back of what we've already seen he's running, like a Pulping. You get to turn a Pulping and a blue into a 3-card 12 is pretty incredible. Also, for the next Blood Rush you draw, having the Boneyard Marauder in Arsenal opens you up better for the blues, where you can just start with a blue pitch, draw a blue, and you still get to pay for Claw, Boneyard just off those 2 blues, and reset your Arsenal with that extra card. So Boneyard is a way safer card in Arsenal, and it's actually the exact same damage as if he just went the Graveling play. I think I'm
Pretty solid turn.
saying that right. Doesn't he have a card in hand? Shouldn't he have the Mark of the Beast in hand?
Yeah, that's right. It's sitting right there. On
Oh, he's got
right
it off
next
to the
him.
side. Okay, yeah, I was about to say.
So explain this one more time. He's gonna do what with the Mark of the Beast? He's gonna Arsenal,
Now he's just going to Arsenal Mark of the Beast.
and then he's gonna get rid of it somehow.
No. He's my point
play it?
is my point is if he keeps the Boneyard Marauder in Arsenal in this kind of turn cycle,
Right.
it opens up better for draws off the top that synergize with the 1 cost of a Boneyard. When the turn was the exact same damage, if he just
Okay.
keeps the Boneyard in Arsenal, pitches Mark the Beast for Claw, pitches the CNC for Graveling,
Mm-hmm.
it's still 18. Still the exact same. But he could have a different plan for Mark the Beast. Some people prioritize that card differently because it does guaranteed turn off Blood Debt.
I thought
Oh, wow, he's
I
just
was
drawn.
feeling that he was just gonna crown it away, but because what it's like.
Well, your best card in Arsenal is basically Boneyard Marauder, so
Right.
that's why you should just keep it there. But anyway, he does draw a bit of a strange hand here. It is another Beast Within Blood Rush, which is fantastic. The problem is the 2 cards next to it are red non-blocks. So he never gets the guaranteed Beast Within discard off this kind of hand because he can't block with one of the reds to even just pitch the other one to force the trigger on Beast Within. Not possible.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Yeah, he's just cycle it away, draw a card, hopefully a blue.
I'm just gonna throw Crown under it, ship my Arsenal back to the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but my point is Boneyard is still like the best.
No, I'm sorry.
in
I was just for
Arsenal.
me, like
Yeah, for
explaining
you.
to myself. I was just like, okay, if he's gonna put Mark of the Beast in his Arsenal, it's like a useless card, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's definitely
get
not
rid of it.
something that's super high priority in Arsenal. So now we've got Sarah able to return. I mean, it's a 2-card hand that enables go again across the whole board, which is, I mean, that's cool. It's pretty. It's not going to present lethal though. And Jacob is on a hand that goes very, very wide.
For
And
sure.
It's
He's
another
still
Blood
got-
Rush.
Still got Carrion Husk too, so he's definitely gonna probably throw that up
Mm.
into the fray after this last attack.
Oh, cool. They have -1.
Yep. I mean, he has the opportunity here to potentially just stop the turn by going ahead and blocking with a 6. I didn't quite see the card he drew off of the crown there, but that could definitely be something to just end the turn, save Husk for a rainy day.
I see.
Sarah, I believe, just passed though, instead of swinging Themi. Interesting. Yeah, I think she just passed. She swung with Ashwing. No. She swung with Themi into Ashwing. Oh, no. She did swing with Themi. She must have. I just didn't see her touch it. But yeah, it must have been Themi into Ashwing and then pass. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Jacob now with a 5-card hand. The card he drew looks like a swing big, I think.
Yes.
So that is. Or
No,
no,
Dread
Dread Screamer.
Screamer.
Dread Screamer.
I thought it was same.
Blood Rush Bellow.
Wow. Okay,
Oh, I see.
opting for a different playline here. This is
Maybe he didn't feel confident.
pitching away a Blood Rush when you definitely have room to kind of be greedy and wait for it though is pretty interesting because he already pitched or he already blocked with one Blood Rush, right? So now he's
Right.
pitching a Blood Rush
And he would've drawn
saying,
two
I
and
don't play the game with
probably-
Blood Rushes anymore, basically.
Mhm.
So he had the opportunity there to just say, okay, my turn is going to suck. I'm just going to, pitch Beast Within into Dread Screamer, pitch 2 reds to Claw. That turn does suck, but then you set up Blood Rush in Arsenal because you know it's your last Blood Rush and your last big push and likely
Yeah.
what seals the game versus Hera. So instead he's sending it to the bottom and not going to be playing with Blood Rush for the rest of this game, basically. And Sarah is starting to have the opportunity here with Moraga having stuck around for so long. And, I mean, not like she's protected a ton of life, but the damage is starting to get through, right? It wasn't that huge blowout like it started in the beginning with the life differential. Sarah started to claw back. She's probably trying to deny full carry in Husk Value as well with just the smaller dragon board, swinging in for 3, hoping that a carry in
Oh,
Husk
so
eventually
she
eats
just
it.
didn't attack just to
She's-
like save. That makes sense.
Yeah, she's actually not looking like awful, because the damage might teeter off is my point. Like without Blood Rush, and also by spending all of these Go Again cards, like 2 Dread Screamers now, like 2 Pulpings, like all the Blood Rushes, that and like an Art of War and Arouse the Ancients, it really might come down to a Scabs roll that pushes what Jacob can do over the top or not. I think that's still a Wild Ride in Arsenal.
Yeah,
which
it is a Wild
Yeah,
Ride.
that's still a Wild Ride. Yeah. So that's at least a decent push. But and an Art of War.
Art of
Okay.
War,
and
another-
another Wild Ride. Okay, so he really is just drawing enough Go Again. It's probably fine. Probably fine. Who needs Blood Rush when your whole deck is Go Again, to be fair?
Ah, here we go. She gains 3 life.
Sarah buying that stabilization, though. Gaining more life. If she can find opportunities to just set up like a defense reaction in Arsenal, potentially turn off that last pulping of the game or whatever comes up, that can be a pretty good situation. They do need to tap up.
She's slowly coming back.
Okay, they did
I
tap up
don't-
life. She's up to 5. Yep.
Her graveyard's pretty stacked still.
So this is one of the reasons, though, why you shouldn't take Ghostly Visit into Levia, though, is because Levia does tend to just keep more hands than committing to popping. In the matchup where Levia does pop more, like against a Recursion Levia, her late game is strong enough that you don't really have the room as a Dromai player to get the Ghostly turn off anyway. Because in the late game, if Levia's built it right with her Recursion, she can just do 12, 12, 12 off 3 forever and find even bigger moments to do like 20 by resetting Howl multiple times in the same turn.
It's just a consistent like.
Yep. So you just don't give
pressure.
the Dromai room to actually use the Ghostly,
Right.
even in the matchup where Levia does pop more. And then in this version, where you're playing way more aggressive, the Ghostly's at 1, right? Like it's just not going to be relevant.
Maybe something he hasn't tried before.
Dark Odious
As
in the chat is
opposed to-
saying Ghostly Touch is correct. We can do a show match if you want, Noah. It is absolutely not correct. You might still win the game. I promise you Ghostly Touch will do nothing. It will do absolutely nothing to help you win that game.
You might still win, but
It won't be because of Ghostly Touch.
I'm going to play Doomsday.
Playing a Doomsday here.
oh my gosh.
So Doomsday actually doesn't feel that great into...
Our Lord and Master has appeared.
It is cool to see Doomsday summoned here, but it's actually one of the weaker matchups because a lot of the time there is damage on board that Sarah isn't sending anywhere anyway, like we're seeing now. So by playing out the Blasphemfed, it tends to just eat all of the ally attacks
Is it
that
once per
weren't going
turn
anywhere.
attack, or is
One-
it just attack if you have action points?
Oh, sorry. Let me pull up Blasphemfed, actually. I forgot about doing this. So it attacks for 6. It doesn't have built-in
once-
Go Again. Normally, to get good use out of it, you need to either have rolled Scabs, it's on like an Art of War turn, like in this case, or you play it in a way where you get to like block 9 and then return, swing it, and with that last card in hand, you banish to Blood Debt and can just set up a turn cycle where you're constantly getting 15 value out of it, which can be pretty strong. But most of the time, it's the real reason to run Scabskins Gamblers, is because as long as you've got Gamblers up, if the Blasphemfed sticks, then you are rolling every turn. Because
Usually you're throwing like 6, 7, like it's like consistent 6, 7, but if you have Blasphemy, it's like 6, 7, 6. Imagine Levi doesn't get us. Yep, he has consistently rolled 6s. Crazy.
Sarah has Chromai and Fate Foreseen. So this is kind of Not necessarily a point of stabilization because she doesn't have an Ash unless Ash face up means she has 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means 1 or 0 without a die on it.
So we got a Wild Ride in Arsenal, a Wild Ride in hand, and a blue Dread Screamer. She is not. She probably just doesn't like know for sure what's coming at her.
And then Wild Ride. All right. Pretty impressive turns, back to back to back. These scabs do not lie. They do
Even
not
the
lie
turn
for
he didn't
Jacob.
need the extra.
Discarding an Art of War.
Look at that.
Okay. I mean, this isn't a turn where Sarah can actually turn and kill Blasphemous because she won't have the way to give the dragons go again. So she can't just kill Blasmo unless she sacks Time Snap. Like there's a world where, oh no, that wouldn't kill Blasphemous either, because that's only 3 and 2. But there is a world where there is so much go again gone from Jacob's deck that she can make it be a Scabskins game, which so far Jacob's been doing well at. But you never know when that 1-to-1 is really coming up.
Haven't they said those large dice aren't properly balanced for rolling? I'm not.
Yeah, technically,
not sure.
like for the stream, they
Our
shouldn't
dice
be
or his
using
dice?
them. These are the stream dice. They're just for marking. They aren't technically allowed, I think, for rolling. Like when it comes to like a Top Cut game or something that matters a bit more. I mean, I can't vouch for them being
Yeah, I mean,
properly
I can-
balanced. Is basically what I'm saying. I can't vouch for that. I don't think they were really made for rolling. Like, I know for a fact one of them has a bit of a dented corner. But for the most part, I mean, I don't really think it makes a difference.
Are we making a poll for the next reveal for like the card? What part of the card they want revealed?
Oh, yeah, probably in between rounds. So there we go. She actually did use the Time Snap there, but it didn't help clearing Blasmafet. Really scary here. Really scary for her. Because now it really is just, if Scabskins hits, there's a free 6 damage on the board forever. Her hand not going to block amazingly either. We see a High Striker and a Rake the Embers. Those are 2 blocks in the hand with Sarah only at 2. Does the Wild Ride miss, though? I didn't see when he drew. He says, I don't think it can miss, but did he look? Did he look at the potential discard? Okay, wow. Very nice. So Mark of the Beast actually gets banished.
Yep.
And it turns off Blood Debt. He hasn't shown that it gets banished there, but it is a trigger. It's a mandatory trigger. You can't choose. Wild Ride. Unfortunately, we were told as commentators we can't interfere with the match. So we'll just have to let it be. But yeah, that Mark of the Beast should be banished. Jacob rolls another 6. He rolls another 6 and just kind of gets away with it here. So I don't think Sarah can do anything around this. There's just no way. Oh no. Yeah, Sarah just saying, I'll just block and die. Just make this over. All right. Yeah. Well, that was a game, pretty much just a Scabskins game. I don't know. Maybe I'm too in my head about Levia, but it was cool to see this version of the list do well. This is as far as I can tell, like pretty much exactly what I played at the for the show match on the FaBTCG channel, or at least like this version of Levia. There might be a couple cards different, but yeah, it's a very fast deck, very aggressive. There is a lot of go again, but because it's not so consistently built around Blood Debt, you can get into situations where, you know, okay, well, late game, my only choice was to try for a Wild Ride, and if it whiffs, like, you can just lose. You don't get a ton of Blood Debt, but this was still the kind of position where it could happen. It could happen. We didn't see it happen. Instead, we saw only the good luck for the Levia player.
Yeah, for sure.
6.
Brute in a nutshell.
Yeah,
I love them dice. Yeah. I was gonna say, I was like,
Love those dice. Yeah, they're super hot. I will let the players know to not roll them for situations like that. They are specifically for.
I'll go over there and
marking
roll
on
it 20
stream.
times, and we'll make it like a little.
Yeah,
little data
I
sheet.
promise they're not actually.
There's no way
they
they're
don't
loaded.
actually all roll 6s, but just because I can't vouch for them being properly balanced, we will make sure in the future, just to dispel any potential.
And has video evidence. Yeah.
Video evidence.
This kid doesn't go to the casino.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, he does.
Who won? So, sorry, oops, I forgot to switch to that screen. We've got
Your queen and dark master servant.
We've got, oops, that is not properly sized. We've got Levia, Jacob, now 3-0. 3-0 with the hero.
Spike
Doing really well. I would
Bone
love to see him
Tentacle
actually
Queen.
keep going. It is still 7 rounds.
I
So,
think it's 8.
oh, isn't it? It,
1, 3, 4.
it can't be 8 rounds, no.
No? Okay.
So it is still a long day ahead because kind of the problem with Levia is it is really impossible to ever be the undefeated player because in every, you will just have those losses to luck. It will just happen. And then if you actually take a loss to a bad matchup, then you're out of a Battle Hardened. You can't really make it at X2 unless it's like the last 2 rounds that you lose. So best of luck to Jacob. I'd love to see him keep going. That
would be
list is
solid.
super fire.
You can have those dice, Jacob.
Yeah, keep the dice. Keep the dice, Jacob. Do well.
A little constant.
What's up?
It's
It is 8
yeah.
rounds? Oh my god.
We passed that cap.
Oh, did we hit the cap?
was
I thought
one-
the
it
cap
was-
was like 160, or not the cap, but like the next tier was like 160 or something, for 8 rounds. But nope, I guess it is 8 rounds today.
like-
Jesus,
Yeah.
that's gonna be a long ass day. I need to like take a break, run around, drink some coffee.
No, you're
Jeez.
you're on the whole time.
I mean, can you vouch for random players' dice any more than these? Actually, no. That's a good point.
Exactly. Yeah,
I know that when I bought these dice, I got them for streaming purposes and didn't really like. I mean, they don't have like glaring bubbles, but like I said, I know for a fact one of them is like kind of cut weird on a corner, so they're more for show than for rolling. So just to clarify
even
things
if
in
it
the
was-
future, I'll let people know.
it's not like it's gonna roll perfect 6s every time it's cut. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way those.
No.
It's
Just-
only because he's playing Levia, guys.
That was just some great luck on stream. Good job, Jacob. Try to sneak the question in one more time, says Yannick. All right, I'm ready. What's the question? What's the question? Can we buy those nice looking dice? Okay, great question. They are from Singapore. If you remember back in Calling Singapore, someone local out there had made them, and then a friend of mine ordered some from that person. Oops, it's Alec. A friend of mine had ordered them from that person, had them shipped all the way over, and then gifted them to me. So I can't really give you more advice better than that. I know the guy who gifted them to me was from Western New York Gaming, WNY Gaming. And WNY Gaming is where I got them. I don't think he really sits on like a huge stock of them, though, but you can feel free to reach out. Otherwise, these came from Singapore originally. And then I actually colored them to be black so they'd show up a bit better. But there we go. Let's jump into real quick. I got to shout out HammurabiTCG, the sponsor of that round. So we're going to watch the ad that I made for him real quick because it's pretty funny. All right, here we go. And then we'll be back right after.
Hey yo, Don Hammurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, HammurabiTCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Hemmel, for sponsoring that round. I know you'd be happy that it was a Leviathan stream, wouldn't you? That someone asked in the chat, where can you find that deck list? If my memory serves correct, that looked very similar to this version of the deck. Let me pull it up. It's like a full aggro version with heavy rouse base that I played on the official Flesh and Blood YouTube channel for the ProQuest series. Let me pull up I don't quite remember the full deck list there, but I want to double check now because now I'm interested. Levia. Let me pull this up. I think if I had to guess on what the basis of that list looks like, I would say probably look at this, but switch Berserk for Art of War, because Berserk is trash, and I was just playing it for stream. Or for the game, rather. I'd probably like play that, but switch the Berserk for Art of War, and that's like the real version of the list. So I think that's probably a good start if you're looking to like play that version of Levia. So hopefully that answers your question. People like the ad? Great. You love the ad. Hopefully that means you love Hemmel too. He's a great dude.
Go to the bazaar.
Magnolia is here, which he normally works for, but he's not part of the staff today, which is unfortunate. I wish I had someone that talked about me like Mansant talks about Levia. I don't know. I feel like I actually didn't do that game justice because I got caught up on like maybe one or two things I would have done differently, and then it's like
he became the player.
no, yeah. I don't want to give that kind of commentary. Actually, I feel bad about that round.
Happens to me.
I don't want to just say, oh, I would have done this, but it's actually very hard to like.
I'm like almost
not
saying
think
it out
that
loud.
way.
Like I think I would. You know what?
Yeah, no.
I'll hold my comments.
Buy from the bazaar, says Cody. Absolutely. Let's do one more. Wait, actually, let me check my giveaway sheet. Was there a giveaway to do? If not, we can probably throw one in. So let me double check. All right, we didn't have a giveaway queued for that round, so let's do a bit of a spoiler tease instead. Okay, let's go back to the spoiler graphic. Alrighty, folks. So we know the attack. Let's get another bite out of this spoiler, shall we? Let's see. Let's start a poll to reveal the next bit. Let's do reveal. What's some good choices here? I still want defense. I think people are going to like this one. Defense or pitch? Or no, cost. What do you think? Defense or cost? Is that balanced?
We already know what the defense is going to be. Because
no, you don't.
If it's anything but the other. Okay.
You don't know what it's going to be.
You're right.
All right, let's reveal another corner.
I think I do. If it's anything other than what it should be.
Let's reveal one more corner of this spoiler. There's a poll up in the chat. What do people want? Surprisingly, not the defense. I think the defense is pretty exciting, folks. What if it's 4? What if it's 4 defense? You don't know. You don't know.
A 4 defense, 7 attack. That card is going to cost money.
Oh my gosh, no one cares about defense. I think I'm eventually going to reveal the whole card, but just not the defense.
Yeah.
And it'll just be forever a mystery until people open the set on Monday. Wow, the poll overwhelmingly cost. I think the cost is a big tell, honestly, on like where this card's going to line up. Because you've already seen that it's 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Already seen that it's 7.
Yeah, it's going to cost 1.
Someone says potential Azuri card. Well, I can't say too much yet until we reveal the full thing in top 8.
If we revealed the name, do you think it'd be too obvious?
I am thinking so.
I guess if it had shot in the name, it would be too obvious.
If I had to spec on this card, it's probably more of an Azuri card. But it's actually totally Levia playable, which is hilarious. All right.
Well, look,
we've got over 100 votes. Let's wait let's get 20 more votes. 120.
I already know what kind of card it is now.
120 votes.
You revealed
we
it.
need like, at this point, like 10 more people. 10 more votes. 10 more votes.
Is 10 more votes going to send it over if defense gets those 10 votes?
No, there's no way. It's
Yeah,
definitely, cost is definitely going to win. I'm just driving for engagement, Alex. Alex, come on. Driving for engagement. All right, we got 118. Okay, that's it. We got it.
That's the last.
We got it. So, is it a 7 cost? We got someone asking in chat. Well, let's find out. Cost? Oh, shoot. Hold up. No. Oh, my God. That was... I didn't think of how to crop this correctly. Oh, Jesus.
No one saw that.
Wait. I actually need to duplicate this one more time, I think. So I can get the card covered correctly. Yeah, okay. So if I'm duplicating this, then it goes this way and down. Is that right? Is my brain not working. All right, let's
It's only
do.
been 3 rounds, Ethan.
Let's
can't
duplicate it
not
one more
work yet.
time. Hold up, hold up. I can't show too much. All right, so now this one I can do this way. There we go. Okay, yeah, so I did it wrong. I needed 4 covers, potentially. So here we go. Cover number 1. Cover number 2. Wait, no, this one needs to say, oh my god, I'm butchering this. This one can be revealed. This one can be revealed. Wait. Why are the layers so hard?
I give up.
Holy mother. I cannot, for the life of me, be any good at this, can I?
There you go.
Oh, there we go, there we go. Oh, shoot.
Oh my
No one
goodness.
screen cap, no one screen cap.
Look at that.
Oh my god. Ugh. I've ruined everything.
Look,
You can even see the pitch.
Yeah, it's impossible
it.
not to. They
All
already
right,
saw it.
This thing's butchered. This thing's butchered.
Just show it all.
Scuffed.
Except
Scuffed
for-
reveal. It costs 0, baby. It costs 0. Oh my god. I should have just like had these static graphics instead of trying to do this live. Jesus. Jesus. But there you go. It costs 0. Whoa.
We learn from our
Exciting.
mistakes.
Exciting. You all know it's red?
They did. They knew.
I don't know. I don't know if I
They didn't
should trust
see
you
it.
guys. Actually, I'm pretty sure if you zoom in, you can still see it's red. Let's cover that up a little bit more. Boom. There you
It
go.
wasn't
Don't tell
red.
anybody. Shh.
I'd be extremely.
But it costs 0. Now this is fascinating. You know what else You know what else is 0 and sometimes comes in for 7 is Enlightened Strike.
That's true.
And you know, Enlightened Strike is one of those generic staples. Definitely better than like a race face. But they totally did let me spoil a race face last time, huh?
Yes, they did.
Maybe we're
They
looking at that level of
they love
card.
Giving generics out.
Maybe we're looking at that level of card. Interesting, right? 0 for 7 power creep. Oh yeah, it totally just is a 0 for 7. You're right. Like no other text on it. It's just a 0 for 7. All right.
Go again.
Show a random part of the art.
It's a red celestial cataclysm. Heck yeah.
I think the last reveals, the last way I want to do it, we'll do defense. We'll do, I guess, pitch, but shh, don't tell anyone. It was definitely just, we definitely scuffed that part. And then name, art, which this is definitely not art. This is a rectangle. And then text. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reveals left. We're trying to reveal this by top 8. That will work out. That will work out. Okay, not bad. Not bad. All right, we're going to go a little bit on a break. And we're going to swap in Lee to do some casting. And I need to drink a coffee.
Woohoo, break time.
Choo.
Where's the coffee? Oh, you have plenty of coffee.
Oh, I wish that music transition was a bit cleaner. That just cuts. But here we are, Ethan Mansant, now joined by Lee.
Hey everybody, how's it going out there?
You've seen him walking around. He's been our man behind the scenes for a bit, but now they're tagging out. Alec is hopefully in charge of that, but that boy is just meandering in the background. I've lost all faith in this production.
No, it's there. I've been listening and I've been keeping an eye on the stream from that side, using it to help me keep track of what was going on that side. I've been following right along, so looks good on that side. I'm really loving it.
That's good. That's good to hear. I've seen you in the chat as well, being supportive. That's always awesome.
Yep.
But we've got now a new casting dynamic. We'll see how we do it. We haven't. Hey, this is like. It's been a fun drive. It was like a 10-hour drive. We talked like most of the whole way. Hopefully, we still have some steam in us to get through this whole thing. But Lee, I have a lot to thank for actually like doing the driving. We drove down from New York together to be here, hang and stay with some friends. And is really one of the big reasons that this whole production is being pulled off. So, Tavern Brawlers, team captain, short plug, go for it.
Hey everybody, how's it going out there? This is Lee with the Tavern Brawlers. We are a community building team first and foremost. We dabble in a lot of different card games. Predominantly, one of our biggest games right now is Flesh and Blood. We've been in Flesh and Blood for about a year and a half, maybe. You're getting close to that year and a half mark for the team being in the game. So we're really excited to be here with all of you. We've had a ton of community support, and we really appreciate it so much. So we're very happy to be here. We're very happy to be partnered with Ethan and a lot of our other sponsors out there as well. Sponsors like Arthouse Syndicate, for example, who I know is also another one of our sponsors for the stream as well. I do a lot of work with them, as well as Equinox Gaming, whose logo is up right now, and a bunch of other people as well. So it's really fun to work with a community. That's what we're here to do, and to help create opportunities.
Yeah, it's been like opportunities like this one. So truly thanks to all the sponsors. Once again, we've got a new sponsor jumping in for this round, and it is MetalFaBTokens.
I love those guys.
They are actually, oh my God, I totally forgot.
I just got a new Arachne mask that they did, and I picked that up from the Magnolia booth as well. If you guys are here or you go to any of the events, the Magnolia booth is selling these Fab Metal tokens. So come and grab some from them real quick.
I actually totally forgot about this. They gave me a bag of tokens to use on stream, so I've got to go set that up real quick.
I can talk about the metal tokens here.
Talk about the chat while I go run these. Well, no, like I need to bring them to the stream. Is what I mean.
I was going to show them off, but fine, be that way.
Be right back. They can still hear you.
All right, hey everybody. All right, so Ethan's going to go set those up on the tables there. He set up the table screen so that you can see him put the counters on there. Yeah, the Fab Metal Token guys, they're fantastic. They make some really great pieces, some absolutely just artwork on metal, and it's absolutely stunning. A lot of different colors. I love the pitch. They have like a silver blue with a pitch token. They have like these coppery colored pitch tokens. They have some of them with the red highlights. They have some of them that are silver. It's just absolutely, they're crazy. And they got a bunch of different token pieces for all the different games out there as well. I mean, for not the games, but I mean all the different heroes as well. There's Viserai, rune chants. There's plus counters. There's small counters and there's jumbo counters. A bunch of different sizes. Not only do they do the counters for the gameplay, but they also do metal pins for your heroes as well. I know that they have like 8 or 9 or so of them already out in circulation. So grab your favorite metal pin hero and secure that on your shirt or your backpack or wherever you want to put it on. If you have a nice baseball cap, you can put those pins on the caps. Those are always fun to do too. Look at those, they're gorgeous. We've got the shield counters, all different sizes. Steam counters, 1 and 2 sided. The Icelander, frostbites. And Ethan is on his way back right now. Here we go, and ta-da.
Dang, good thing they sponsored like round 3 or 4 and not like round 8, or I would have forgotten all day. But yeah, huge shout out. These are some wonderful like stream ready tokens, as you can see from how well they show up here. Massive, absolutely massive, hefty, feel really good. And I heard that there may be a new product that's even more useful for stream coverage coming out pretty soon that I'm excited to get my hands on.
What are they
Brandon,
making?
I can't say. I can't say.
Oh, it's a secret.
But just know that Brandon is very dedicated to helping out the caster space and very ready to collaborate on ideas for these kinds of products that do really well on stream. So, sorry, I thought we'd be like deep into round 4 by now because we're over time by like 10 minutes, which doesn't bode well for how long today's stream is probably going to be.
We do have to keep in mind there are only 4 judges working the event and 1 judge on the side events, so it's a little bit tight for a manning here today. We have 137 participants, so there's a lot of work to do for those.
137?
I think so. Yep.
Okay. Oops, I put it at 134.
Let me just.
Do we have the hard count?
Here.
I don't want to mess that up. Not like that really makes a big difference, but we actually do have the metagame breakdown that we're ready to share as well. So we can take a look at that as soon as we know the player count.
Sorry, I apologize. It is 134.
It is 134?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that's correct.
Well, check this out, folks. We've got... Oops, I forgot to add ourselves into this. Give me 1 second. Don't take your screenshots yet, please. Wait. We need to be tiny, and we need to be behind...
There's no way I can be tiny. I'm too big for that.
Oh, no. There we go. Almost. Okay, so check this out. We've got the metagame breakdown for this Battle Hardened. Really interesting spread. People freaking love Dromai.
Yeah.
They will not give up on this hero, even though we saw at Calling Indy, Dromai just kind of teeter out and not put up the performance that people expected. And yet she's the most represented hero. And this is actually completely, I mean, I double-checked this with the judge. There should be no discrepancies. And yes, there are 0 Azalea, 0 Arachne, and only 1 Katsu, even though they're about to get a ton of support and outsiders. No one's feeling the hype already. No one's trying to, like,
I kind of wanted to remark on that as well. I was like, I see 1 Katsu, and I actually even know who it was because the house that we're staying at, he's staying at the house as well. So I jammed like 5 games against him with my 5 versus his Katsu that night before, and like it was not looking too good for that matchup for the Katsu. Unfortunately, me being a Katsu main, I was pretty sad by it myself, and I'm really hoping that he's going to do well today in this event. So let's see what he's up to now.
His name's Steve, right? I forget his last name.
His name is Steve.
But Steve is a very dedicated Katsu player. He's also the only person in the world who won a ProQuest with Katsu.
So yeah, we have the only person who won Katsu ProQuest, and he's here playing as the only Katsu in the entire event.
Now there are 2 Levia, and we saw that 1 Levia lock their position in at 3-0, which is pretty fantastic. I know there's also some really good Kano players in the room, so even though these heroes are less represented, there are some incredibly good pilots behind them. But really, I want to go back to kind of the top 3 decks we see in the room right now. I think people definitely understand Briar is in a very good spot. It just comes down a lot to that Icelander matchup that can really throw a wrench in how good she's supposed to be otherwise. And yet we see that immediately countered by Icelander tying her for 2nd spot in terms of representation. Also, no surprise, a lot of good players in the room that I've talked to, they're just on Icelander.
I'm just surprised that there's so few Icelanders in this pool of players. Honestly, I mean,
I wouldn't say few. This is actually a pretty good number for Ice. She tends to be underrepresented, and here she is tying for 2nd spot.
Yeah.
I think it's really just the inflation of Dromai players. Someone says in the chat that Dromai is consistently one of the most played decks, has poor conversion rate, and it's really propelled entirely by simp factor. That's pretty funny. I can't say I agree or not, but that's a good take. We'll leave it at that. So really, yeah, just a very different metagame, not necessarily defined by the results of the calling that we saw just like last month or so. You would have thought based on that, everyone and their mother would have been sold on Oldhim and Icelander as the 2 top decks in the room. But people still are playing other decks, and hopefully doing well. I haven't really gotten a sense of what's out there. Have you seen the top tables recently?
Some of them here and there. They didn't really look like there was a lot of Oldhim players. I did peruse through the tables a lot. I know of the 1 Oldhim player that I did see. I think it was Ed Knight was on.
Oh, Edward Knight?
Yeah.
He's on Oldhim, not Bravo?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Like his teammates are talking about it. So I can't confirm or deny. But I did not really see any Oldhims out there. I was looking for them. I'm like, I've got to see Oldhims out here somewhere, and I just didn't see any. I saw a ton of like Viserai. I saw more Viserai than what I would think the representation.
You're talking about on the top tables, though, right?
Yeah, or just
that's
the
my
tables in
question.
general. I mean, there
Oh.
was no really top tables in rounds 1 and 2.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. Yeah. Well, we do have the numbers just across the board. Then I will want to get a check on exactly what's doing well or not. I guess there's a break or something because the next round like still hasn't come through. Let me message our man on the ground so we know what's going on with that because we are way behind schedule now. But feel free, take your screenshot, share this around. I'm a little too busy to be the one to do it. But we're going to cut to a short break real quick so I can double check what exactly is going on with the round. people. All right. We're back, and guess what? I actually queued it all so we can do the proper reveal. Of course, the player names are too long. Let me fix that. We gotta, I guess, just go with initials. But we've got Will Bradshaw on the left. We've got Jason Watkins, who's actually 3-0. Let me fix that. Jason Watkins. Playing in this round 4, both 3-0. In the matchup on the left, we've got Will Bradshaw coming in on Briar. Briar, absolute powerhouse, second most represented hero in the game. Will, very good player. Very good player. Sponsored right there by FABREC. On team card, guys. Very insanely good Prism player back in the day. Now made the pivot to Briar. I'm not sure. I've seen him on Briar. Still very excited to see that because on the right, Jason Watkins coming in on Dromai. We just saw Dromai. It wasn't the most impressive showing of Dromai. It was a very spicy Dromai list with that high striker in there. But this is more of a meta matchup that I'm sure both of these players are really accustomed to. I love Jason very. Oh my God, what a personality. This will be really, really fun to watch.
I'm excited as well. I had the pleasure of being able to play against Will Bradshaw last night in a side event leading up to this in the CC Armory event here at Charlotte. And we were both 3-0 going into the final match of the evening, and he absolutely just decimated me. It was not even a close game.
Yeah, I saw him play Dromai at, I believe it was Battle Hardened. Oh my gosh, I actually don't remember which Battle Hardened it was at, but he was fighting for his top 8 slot. He was so close. He was so close and just bubbled out. But he's been playing Dromai for a long time. Just to mention some of this matchup real quick. Once again, we're borrowing our boy Punkage's knowledge, Ethnic Smoke, on bringing in some of the cards that he wanted to talk about. So let's hope I can do this justice. But of course, Briar on the left. Absolute just powerhouse with those channel mount heroic turns when you can line up turns that just go above and beyond what are possible for decks to really block out effectively. If you go above 12 damage, you are basically getting true damage through because it's just not possible to block anymore. Channel mount heroic really enables that well. Rosetta, also really good for dragon cleanup. You've got Dromai on the other side that can try to get through some hit effects with things like Kyloria, try to block a bit around hit effects themselves with things like Flame Scale. But I think this is definitely, I can't speak as a pro on either side here. I would think it favors Briar, a little bit Briar leaning, but I'm sure Dromai can try to seal that with some skill gap. I'm pretty sure.
I definitely feel the same as well. I feel like they have the tools in Briar to be able to go wide enough to be able to handle the dragons and still present serious damage to face at the same turn. Whereas a lot of heroes are either very big attack type stuff like the Guardians, where you have to like pick or choose where you're going, or like Levia's, you have to choose where you're going and like maybe try to follow up with a claw to try to clean up the dragons or something. But sometimes it's not good enough and they just have too many dragons to deal with. But with Briar, you at least have the options to choose which way you want to go. You're not stuck in one lane or the other.
Yeah, well, it's fantastic, right, that with Rosetta Thorn, you get to choose to throw the damage face. Like, the Arcane will at least go where they want it to.
Yep.
That 2 damage physical can either go into killing a Chromai, a Kyloria, try to clean up that side of the dragon army. So a very versatile weapon, yeah.
Does the arcane damage from the thorn actually go to the dragon as well, or is
no,
it?
You can target which hero you want to deal the
target the hero, but not a target like a.
No, yeah, you can't send the arcane damage to an ally.
Yeah.
No.
Good.
So there we got Jason starting off here, turn 1, with some Ash generation. Right, if you're going first with Dromai, you just want to hope to make 2 Ash. Hopefully, like, play out a red. If you can pitch that red, amazing. Furnace a little bit too, and that can get you to 2 Ash. In this kind of situation, still gets 2 Ash because they just pitched 2 reds to that Command and Conquer, and even snuck through 1 damage. I mean, it's not like that's a huge win for Jason in this situation. Sneaking a damage through against Briar really just enables things like Scar for Scar. So by throwing an attack at all, it's given Will the potential to play into those lines. I don't.
That's the.
Do we actually see a Scar for Scar here? We actually do see a Scar for Scar. So he's taking that 1 damage because look at the payoff. I'm fixing that transition. Sorry.
I'm sure the 1 damage was intentional as well. Sitting on the Scar for Scar,
Exactly.
you always take the 1 damage just to have the go again advantage, so you don't have to waste your resources. And otherwise, life is a resource, right? So that's the cost of trying to get that Scar for Scar to go off again.
And we already see just by playing out something like an amulet, very great window to play it out. By the way, not under a lot of pressure in the situation. It's literally Will's first turn into Scar for Scar. Now something like Rosetta is even enabled to the point where okay, I can turn a blue into 5 damage.
Yeah,
feels incredible. Really great start. Getting an amulet out in play as well is just this ever-present threat of, well, my Force of Nature turns get that much harder to deal with. potentially. If we're in a lethal lock type of position, I can always go 1 over. Amulet, just a really fantastic card for those situations. And to get it out here is just, I mean, it's no cost to the deck. Just, it's turn 1. Let's play it out and just not deal with this non-block later in the deck.
Yeah, building a board state is definitely a very, very interesting aspect in this game, where typically in Flesh and Blood you start off with a board state, which gets reduced over the course of the game. So it's really exciting to see heroes that come in and rebuild a whole new board state based around their stuff. So like these amulets or the dragons or like previously prisms or something like that, where you actually build up a board state. It makes a very intricate, different style of play than just kind of an aggro play. So I really enjoy being able to see people kind of like stockpile tools on the board for later use.
Yep. I know I've lost my fair, I can't say fair share games. I think I've lost like 1 game exactly to Amulet, but for that reason, I now am traumatized. Because that's the kind of card where like, I saw it on the board.
Yep.
Like, I knew it could have been triggered, and I just somehow died to it. Like, what is wrong with me?
Yeah.
That's the potential of Amulet right there. So power to Jason. Let's hope he always factors that into potential situations that otherwise could get ugly. Now, Will chose to switch up that 2-card hand. Didn't have the blue, I guess, to just make that 5-card damage. So instead, opting to, okay, I'll still get 5 damage out of this singular card use, but gamble a little bit on the draw off E-Strike and hope that it's something decent for Arsenal. The good news is, even if it's not great for Arsenal, there is Tome of Harvest that can help cycle out, even if that Arsenal got a little bit stuck. So I love seeing that kind of play with E-Strike. If you can make it a 1-card 5, basically.
He also has Snapdragon Scalers as well if he wants to try to push through to a bigger turn this turn. Is that his only card left in hand? Was the card he drew off the E-Strike?
Yeah.
So then probably, yeah, the Arsenal for that one then.
Yep. I mean, that's how you get technically the most value per card out of E-Strike is when you play it this way. Because you're basically playing a 0 for 5. Because the card you put at the bottom is completely replaced by the card you're cycling. You're just now risking that card not being too good for Arsenal. Briar gets around that right by the tome.
Right.
So we're seeing some long decision processes back and forth. Jason, really thinking about this block. Goes ahead, gives up 2 dragons in total on the defense here. And those are dragons that are actually a little bit difficult for Will to handle because they have 3 life.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the block a little bit. It gets tricky. Whereas the E-Strike was a bunch of vanilla damage. So I imagine Jason was sitting there wondering if he should take that vanilla damage with no effect in order to try to come back with a better board state and a stronger attack in response, or try to preserve his life total. And it looks like he's trying to preserve his life total because he knows that if he gets Will gets a channel on the board and goes off, it can really dump a lot of his life total. So I think he's trying to protect that and hedge against that turn.
Well, it's interesting because the pivot he made was, let's instead of develop the allies, develop the auras. Honestly, the aura spam isn't super impactful because Rosetta still is going to be the end of their turn. So it's not like Spectre really impedes too much of what's going on. So interesting choice of Jason. He's even playing a card that you don't see that much. I know I brought up the passing here, mostly because I don't remember the other one's name. What is it Pierce? Pierce Reality?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he used Mage Master there to actually play out Passing Mirage plus Pierce Reality. Pierce Reality, I've seen some people start including it even in these like non-Iris versions of Dromai because it lets you turn something like, okay, my 1-card hand was Dust Up.
I haven't seen
now
some of these auras for a while, so the resurgence of them back into the Illusionist deck list is really cool and exciting to see, as well as the technology, the text change as the metas develop.
Well, we're seeing good turns from Will here. I mean, he got high value out of his last turn. Now he's
channel on the board here now.
Even leading into a channel with that Ravenous Rabble. I honestly missed what he revealed on it, and they're not using the attack dice. I may actually run over and remind them to use the attack dice. Give me 1 second, Lee.
All right, so it also looks like he's got a channel out on the board here too. Is this this looks like a block phase potentially? Who's
Correct to kill a passing or not? I don't want to.
we're waiting to see just for Ethan to be able to have them put the dice on the board there. So that's a rabble for 5.
And then I'll come in for. We were just ignoring those.
So that rabble's for 5. That means that must have hit a 0 cost. That rabble hit a 0 cost?
No way. Okay, so must have been a Gorganian Tome. Because it's not about cost, it's about pitch. So that must have been. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Channel mount's up there. So it revealed a blue.
Oh, revealed.
Channel mount's up. So that means it revealed a blue, so it went down to 2. And then, yeah, unfortunately not getting huge damage out of that Ravenous Rabble.
And then we have, can't quite see the art of the card now.
Well, that's a Scar for Scar.
Okay, there
Now,
we go.
it's not the fancy Scar for Scar, but hey, you know what? I'm going to pull it up anyway because those suckers are beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
It is Scar for Scar coming in for 7. Now, it doesn't have Go Again, but Will honestly is, you know, with a channel sticking, just looking to make sure his next turn doesn't brick into all non-attacks so that he can continue getting, hopefully, 0 for 7s through. Speaking of 0 for 7s, I'm pretty sure we just saw one as like kind of a bit of a spoiler, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
There may just be a 0 for 7 coming out that doesn't require channel mount. How cool would that be?
Yep.
Ooh, here we go. So this is something that we pulled up in the key cards section. We've got Kyloria coming through. These are the relevant hit effects that Briar doesn't necessarily need to respect, but they're ways that Dromai can inch out value. If you can get through the free card draw with Kyloria, with Snatch, those kinds of things, because your deck is so red dense, that extra red tends to just be always free value. Okay, I can either Arsenal this and it's something playable, or I can pitch to Furnace, just get Ash out of the deal. Or in this kind of situation, because the Dragon has Go Again, perhaps draw into, hey, that Dust Up.
Yeah,
that
I'm kind of
Snatch,
curious.
Those 0 costs, smack them.
I'm kind of curious how much Will has to care about this card draw or not. I mean, he's respecting it right here by the full block. He definitely wants to deny resources to Jason, which is absolutely the right play and understandable. But maybe if he could have chosen another path too, where he took damage and had the full cards to swing back.
Now, someone points out here, this is actually a great point. The Kyloria wouldn't draw there because the amulet is an item, and you're forced to make that choice first, like your opponent giving you the item if they have one. So actually, great point. I forgot about that.
Can he give him like an embodiment?
No. It must be an item.
Item.
We got the text up here. Yeah.
Yep.
If this hits a hero, gain control of an item they control. If you don't, then draw a card.
Okay.
So with the amulet out, it's not necessarily just for eking out the top. It's also to deny Kyloria draws. But we saw Will respect that. Well, I kind of do want agency with my amulet, so we're going to give up equipment here because there aren't too many hit effects coming out of Jason. It really just is the potential draws, Kyloria and
So
Snatch.
never mind the draw. Then it's literally about protecting that amulet of Earth. Was what the denial of that attack was.
Yep. So there we go. Ravenous Rabble here now does reveal the red. So that will come through for the full 7.
Yeah.
Jason respecting, just showing a bit of block early. Always an intriguing choice versus a Briar because there may be must blocks later in the chain. If they generate an embodiment of lightning and then throw down a Snatch, I mean, that becomes the must block, right? So showing your hand on defense early kind of gives Will more agency to maybe make forceful plays, giving something like Snatch Go Again, because now Jason's giving up even more of his turn than expected because one card already went to the chain that he obviously didn't want. Now if he's respecting the Snatch draw, that's another 2 cards plus equipment that are gone as well.
Right, if you're going to block, I mean, you almost always have to wait to see what's going to happen and try to block out the on-hit effect stuff the most as possible. Or Rabble's coming in with vanilla damage again.
Yep.
It's just not as serious a threat other than the life total, which is obviously depleting here pretty quickly. We got to be careful of how we block with the on-hit effect stuff. And is that...
That's Coax a Commotion. We've got it pulled up down here in the right.
have it pulled up.
Yep, I'm on it. I got you, Lee.
So,
Coax a Commotion. This is actually a great way to do it, right? Because if Jason doesn't full block it, which he actually will have to do here, then that quicken generated from Coax gives the Snatch Go Again. So Will was really reaching to basically say, okay, you committed blocks here. I want to punish that by adding extra potential on-hit effects throughout the chain.
Yep.
So I do expect him to decide on snaps, because otherwise his play is just really inefficient, right? He doesn't want to just pass turn with 3 cards in hand. Snapdragon Seer at least lets him push one more attack through. So I would expect to see
as
that.
he's cycling through his hand, we actually see that he's got a Snatch right in hand right there right now, too.
Yep.
So, and is that a Command and Conquer he has in the back of his hand there?
We can take a look. It's a Command and Conquer Yellow Snatch. Okay, nice. He's on that version of the list.
Okay.
And then he had that Blue Earth, just a singular Blue Earth, so the channel will not stick.
It almost doesn't even matter what color a pitch of Snatch is coming off of a Channel Mountain Heroic. It's always going to be a huge threat.
Okay, someone on the Twitch side of the chat is saying stream black for anyone else. I've heard that bug before, but I've gone back and checked VODs, and the stream is fine.
It's probably just a refresh issue. If you could go ahead and refresh your stream on your side, sometimes that happens.
But no, I've definitely seen this enough where maybe the live stream for whatever reason does go black, but the VODs definitely work on Twitch's side. So I do apologize. I mean, my audience is mainly on YouTube anyway. The Twitch is basically to help one of the sponsors and give them some presents. Yeah, come to YouTube. YouTube is where we do all the giveaways anyway, so I would suggest viewing on YouTube.
And we have a Rosetta going in for 5, so follow everything up there.
Oh, let's see. What is Jason talking about? It's interesting. Yeah, okay, it looks like he went back on whatever conversation they were having there. So we see by Will's turn 3, he's got Jason down to 26. The board state is definitely something to take note of here. Jason's sticking Pierce Reality and Kyloria. Will did decide to get rid of the Passing Mirage, so Jason can no longer just swing Kyloria freely and not worry about Phantasm for turn after turn, which is, I mean, that's a pretty big deal because Will had committed a lot of equipment block on that first Kyloria swing, so if Kyloria was able to just swing continuously, no Phantasm, no Phantasm, no Phantasm, then the Amulet really would have been under threat because it's not like Will wants to block 4 every time. He's at some point going to have to give that up. They're talking about the Rune Chant trigger or not. So Tobias, that must have been what they were talking about because Tobias is saying Rune Chant should trigger.
And, it did. He definitely it triggered, and he put that back underneath his the token back under the hero.
Yeah.
Tuck it away for now.
Yep. Yep. Good call. That is what the discussion they had. So we've got Jason now coming in. This turn didn't generate an Ash. He definitely was probably hoping for that because he does not going to do anything with those extra pitch there. But the Passing Mirage, or Pierce Reality, now has presented 2 damage. Let's see if it really does anything more than that. I'm still a bit dubious about that card's use, but it's getting value here. That is adding +2 to the Billowing Mirage. And now the little baby army of dragons starts to come through. Just an Ashwing followed by big old Kyloria. And with no Channel Mount Heroic in play, it is on Will to have a popper or not. And he actually does. We can spy that. We can spy that right there. Oh, okay. He played it too fast. That was a Command and Conquer. He just slapped that down.
Yeah. I think that's why he didn't play it last turn. He had that in hand since the last turn as well, so he held it and passed through this turn. Just holding that to be a popper in order to challenge Jason's attempt to try to push back.
But clearing Kyloria with that card there, a huge deal, because he doesn't want to start dealing with that hit effect over and over again, right? That was part of the entire sequence of plays he'd started to make. Cleared the Passing Mirage, then into the pop on that Kyloria. Very clean, very smart play.
Definitely had a plan in place already for seeing what he was going to try to do with that, with his cards that he had.
We have FABREC in the chat saying, "Let's go, Will." Yep, that is your logo right there on his jersey, proudly displayed.
Oh yeah.
On that right shoulder, he's perfectly framed for it. It looks very good. Looks very good. Dark Odious, you're always so critical of Dromai play. I love it. I love it.
And we have a double block here. Jason going down 2. Okay.
Yeah, oops. Okay, the internet looks like it's hiccuping. Let me try to fix that in the background. 1 second.
Let's see, we have a 6 power. I can't see what the card itself is. It's a 6 power attack coming through, though. At will.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, folks. Definitely dropping frames right now. Yeah, that's going to be an F. It's going to be an F for now. Definitely a bit of an F. Hopefully that solves itself. I did what I could. I can't.
We got a comment saying that we're back.
No, it's still looking real bad on my reading there. Oh well, we carry on. We carry on.
What's that card there on the stream?
So this is a Dust Up.
Dust Up. That's why I didn't recognize the name. Yeah.
So this is the kind of card that gets really high value off of Pierce Card 4 with a pretty. I mean, it's a good on hit effect for Dromai. It generates an Ash and then lets them transform into an Ashwing if they want. So with Pierce Reality out, that 1 card hand for 4 that already had a good on hit now becomes a 1 card 6 with an on hit. Will said it right there. That's so annoying. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is very annoying.
And I think that's the reason that you play these Pierce Realities in this deck, correct? Is that to do this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to hopefully get
2 cards
enough value out of it that by the time your opponent realizes, maybe I should have killed it, it probably got like +6 value.
Yeah.
You'd probably hope that's how it lines up. You're getting a lot more value when it's combined with a hit effect. The problem is, there actually aren't that many hit effects that are going to be applied to illusionist type cards. It's really just Dust Up. It's not like it's going to buff the dragons themselves. It's not going to buff the Snatch. So Dust Up in particular is kind of its best use case. But it's very good then. Sorry, I'm a little distracted on this, but in all honesty.
So Jason passes back up, and it is Will's turn again now here. Opening up, he's looking at his arsenal.
Yep, so this is another channel mount. Another channel mount, but I don't think...
the yellow Snatch.
Yeah, so that's going to be it. His turn is just... Yep, see, so now he realizes, he said, okay, you know what? Dealing with that Dust Up was really annoying. Let's get rid of the Pierce Reality. Let's reset my arsenal with something a little bit better as I try to build towards this channel mount turn. Because he does have a channel mount in hand here. He just didn't have the proper backup with that blue earth to get things started, with the non-attacks to get an embodiment out.
And looks like he's holding onto a CNC now in hand too, so he can also end potentially another turn as well.
Well, with Maragai here, that did just line up really well for looking at a hand that has a CNC in it. He might still opt to just block. No, it looks like he's not gonna use the CNC to pop the Ashwings. That's not a high enough value for Briar, which is a deck that doesn't have that many poppers. So I get it. It's definitely a position where...
Save it for something more important.
Okay, wait, totally distracted. I was about to comment on potentially the defense reaction disruption from Arsenal, but that totally is not what was in Arsenal. This is a Stony Woot. Stony Wootenhog? Stony Wootenhog? I think is, yeah, Stony Wootenhog. Look at that. So Jason probably displaying this could be 6 or 7 damage. It's 7. If you want to give me 2 cards, it's 6.
Yeah.
So not a real hit effect, but a bit of a conditional choice there presented that is just going to be raw damage, which is the kind of race that Jason pretty much has to play. He didn't commit to like a true fatigue strat versus the Briar because you can't really do that anymore. The Briars now include stuff like Rice of Replenishment, which you do see in Will's hand, to counter any potential to just teeter out and lose damage in deck and just kind of get fatigued, which I have seen happen before as well. I believe in the chat. Noah in the chat fatigued out Brody Spurlock on Briar in like top 8 of Battle Hardened Ohio, I'm pretty sure. Which nowadays with the rights build just would never happen.
Yep.
Kind of funny. All right, I'm going to try a full reset of internet after this round because I don't want it potentially to break and us not be able to reconnect. So unfortunately, we'll just have to deal with this for the rest of the round. And with that, I'm just going to stop worrying about it. We'll reset after the round, okay? So there we go. The Arsenal play was a Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge, where is it? So it gets go again, just going to clear out a Maragai, and then continue on with the choices Will is making. Without that blue earth, it can't be a channel mount turn still.
Yeah, no, I think he might Arsenal the channel.
Yep.
I think that'd be a good smart. Hold on to the CNC, Arsenal the channel, and continue to set up for that killer turn.
Well, if he's looking to play out this E-Strike, he's going to have to give up one of those cards. So it's either going to be, bottom the CNC for plus damage, and if that's the case, then he doesn't hold on to the popper even after having killed Maragai, which is a bit interesting.
Even just pitch the CNC. Pitch the. Okay.
I see what you're about to say. Yep.
Actually, pitch the E-Strike to go Rosetta here, and just hit one of the dragons or something.
Oh, I see. Slow way back down.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe even Will was contemplating it. He's touching that Tunic counter. It could have been a pitch E-Strike, use Tunic counter, play CNC type of play.
Yeah.
I think he's going to hold on to Tunic because Tunic just normally deals 4 damage every time.
CNC
when you can use it for a Rosetta.
Phenomenal play here too, challenging Jason. Say, hey, you got to give me 2 cards from your hand or lose your arsenal and take 6 damage.
Oh, look at that. It was a defense reaction in Arsenal.
That's
so
hilarious.
Will's play that
would
he
have been
hesitated on would have been
good.
really good there.
Yeah. That CNC would have killed there. That would have been amazing.
All right, good news, folks. The internet has stabilized. So it looks like we'll be back to 0 drop frames in just a little bit. I don't want to jinx it, but that's what I'm seeing on my end. So hopefully y'all can corroborate that.
That internet.
Apologies for the distraction in the past like 3 minutes.
That internet is a workhorse because it was stabilized.
All right, if I didn't jinx it, you totally did.
That's all right.
Will says...
I'll just turn the horseshoe up now, okay? This way it catches all the luck, holds it in.
I hope so. That was really like the first technical hiccup all day, which is pretty incredible considering we're all the way into round 4. Now I can't comment on this too much, but I just do want to say I appreciate everyone in chat who can comment so deeply about these matchups. Neither one of us are experts in Briar nor Dromai in the booth right now. So to see the discussion still generating itself like in chat between all the viewers is really cool.
Yeah.
Because I'm learning a lot too. Even if I can't read every comment, it is cool to see what you're saying on this. Because I used to be pretty hot for Dromai. Kind of was, I got reality checked a little bit by seeing way better players than me still not convert. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I probably will just do better on Levia. So I didn't really switch it up.
Look at this, going wide. He's going off with all these ash rings right now.
Yeah, it's almost looks like Prism era play.
Yeah.
There's all these ones coming through, and then dropping a passing right at the end. This is a board that Will really didn't want to see. A Briar deck has only 2 real windows to interact with popping, and that's either if they have the CNCs or if they block with channel mount up, because that actually gives those cards +3 forever. Or not forever, but everywhere. So they can block with something that is base like 3, 4, and still pop.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really mean they have enough poppers to deal with, okay, yeah, I'm always going to toss a card, clear an Ashwing. Toss a card, clear an Ashwing, end your turn. They can't actually do that, turn in, turn out. And so a board like this starts to cheat through a lot of damage. With a Chromai and passing on top of it only makes it worse.
Yeah, there's no way that Will's going to be able to specifically deal with all of these dragons. He's going to have to eat some damage and try to continue to push hard now.
Oh, yeah. This really looks fantastic for Jason. What a turn. What a turn. Oh, cracking amulet. So here's that little bit of cheekiness of saying, okay, I can go a little bit over. I can try to get this draw effect through. Is it really going to do too much to change things? Well, it is just a card draw for Arsenal's sake. Oh, no, sorry, not true. The Snatch has go again from Embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there could be a lot coming from this card draw, potentially. It could be another, like, Ravenous, a Scar, into Rosetta Swing. That'd be pretty good. That'd be the best case,
if it was another Snatch, too.
Oh, shoot, it's actually draw 2 because of Force of Nature.
Oh,
but
that's why he forced it over.
Yes, but look at that. Will drawing into Briar problems right there. No attack.
No attacks, 2 non-attacks.
No attack, 2 non-attacks. Really can't get high value out of this.
And what's the other one there, right?
No, it's Force of Nature and Nimblism.
Force of Nature, yep.
So yeah, very unfortunate. Didn't get the full meal that he was looking to draw there. Started with some nice entrees, missed the dessert. I believe the channel, he did pitch an Earth to kick this off, right? I actually didn't see the pitch zone.
That's why you gotta eat dessert first.
Yep, that's one way to look at it. I basically did last night. We started with milkshakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was great. It was delicious. I had a chocolate, he had a vanilla.
All right, here we go. All that ash that Jason made early game has really come to fruition, because if you look at him now, he's at 0 ash. So the 2 ash that he generated on turn 1 really helped get him to this point of, okay, I can keep this 1 card hand, play out Asvalai, not have to worry about pitching and generating anything this turn, and just enable the entire board of damage we see here. Because it's starting to become overwhelming.
And to be fair, Briar had an absolutely incredible several first turns opening up this game as well. So if we were to ask Jason how he feels about it, I'm sure he'd say that Will was asking for it.
I think I agree with a lot of what the chat is saying about it as well. Will probably just doesn't have enough familiarity with the matchup, because there were definitely these decisions made mid-game that got Will to this point, because his start was very strong. He didn't really miss a beat in seeing the CMH how he wanted it, no brick on that initial CMH. Yeah. Now this one definitely teeters, but this one, to be fair, is kind of after him losing the board state or losing control of the board state like he was maintaining beforehand. So now just tough choices, because Will can block and pop this Ashwing and effectively end the turn of damage. So Will, if he chooses to do it, let's take a look actually. He's got 2 cards he could potentially do it with, the Lightning Surge and the Swarming Gloomveil. Sacking one of those cards. Oh. Nope. He decides to just go ahead and take it. I was going to say, like, sacking those cards, those are both definitely playable with the kind of hand that he already had. So that would cut his damage pretty significantly if to block with even one. So he decides, you know what?
Eat it.
Let's just eat it and keep going. Eat it and keep going. I believe it's the Force of Nature in Arsenal, which actually is going to get potentially fused there with the Channel Mount Heroic, but he's going to lead with a little bit of information seeking. Let's see what the Sonata hits. Does hit. Nice. That's good for him. A Scar for Scar really works itself well into this kind of turn because, well, he's behind.
He's a whole bunch of damage. That Scar for Scar is going to do some work now.
Oh yeah, without an Ash, that card isn't doing much.
Let's see. Looks like Jason pitched in. Okay, so here's one thing to do. Jason, using a card that is really not useful in this situation because it requires Ash to target, just go ahead. All right, it didn't do anything this hand. I'll use it to just generate an Ash now. That does open up flexibility, though, because there could potentially be another one-card Dragon hand that Jason looks to keep now. Even though that use of a card was inefficient, what it does is potentially unlock, okay, I kept Dromai, I kept Asvali, and now I'm dealing, 10 damage.
Yeah.
Right. Love to see that play. And that's probably one of the reasons to take something like Null Rune. Even if you don't use it all the time, it gives you an opportunity to force generate the Ash on Arcane.
Basically declaring, if you don't kill me like this turn, that I can throw back lethal your way.
Will looking to be perhaps a little flustered here. 8 with go again. This one goes face. I mean, you're not throwing all this damage into dragons.
With a Force of Nature on the board too. Now, is that active for the draw?
Yes, right, because Channel Mount Heroic is going to buff this to above its base.
Yep.
So now Force of Nature threatening a draw. The thing to note, though, is there isn't snaps available, but Jason did see Scar for a Scar off Sonata. So Jason has to make the call. Okay, we're seeing the embodiment right now. The embodiment can only be generated once. So that's where that go again is going.
Yep.
I know you have a Scar for Scar.
Yep.
So that's at minimum 2 more attacks I'm looking at. Scar for Scar plus Rosetta. Does it get worse for me from there? And he can make that decision on whether or not letting that card draw.
Will's got a Swarming Gloomveil in hand too, so that's a pretty significant card in itself too.
Someone pointing out he can't pitch Sandcover to Furnace. It wasn't Furnace, it was the Null Rune Gloves. Null Rune Gloves, which I don't think he'd used at any point in the game yet, now coming up to potentially set him up for that 1-card Dragon hand. However, this is a tall enough attack that Jason is really in the tank now. Really in the tank now. Trying to decide, well, do I even try to fight to keep a 1-card hand? And I don't even know if he has the 0-cost Dragon in hand, to be fair. I haven't seen it, but that's what 1 Ash enables. I think he has to just try to let these things through and see where he's really forced to block, because there's no way that seeing the lightning into Scar for Scar means he can just start fully blocking out a Force of Nature turn. That's just not possible.
And Jason did let the damage in, and so Will's drawn up again. Still a 4-card hand with like 3 cards on the board. This is insane.
Yeah, it's actually starting to look really good for Will, because Force of Nature is going to trigger on every single... Oh my god, oh my god. That blue draw is so massive. This is so massive. Because we know that Will has the swarming. That's what Jason doesn't know. And he's just hoping it's only Scar for Scar that's going to threaten the draw. But it's not. It is Scar coming in for 10. Scar for 10?
Scar for 10.
Threatening draw? Threatening draw? Into swarming?
Into swarming.
For 10? Threatening draw? Into Rosetta? Holy mother.
This is the determinant right here.
Okay, so now Jason says, okay, fine.
Full block, right?
Fine. I'll full block it and hope that your turn is just Rosetta. But the reality is it's not. It's lethal. It's freaking swarming into Rosetta, not even counting what the card draw is.
Yeah.
That blue draw off of Force enabled the second channel play. Holy mother. Holy mother. Wow, that game just ended out of nowhere. That was incredible. Incredible.
Jason had so much life that turn.
There were people in chat. Let's just say it how it is. People in chat, Dromai can't lose here. Well, Briar does ridiculous things because let's count it. This is turn 8. This was Will's turn 8. He saw all 3 channel mounts.
Yep.
All three channel mounts in the first half of his deck.
Yep.
And he waited patient to play the second one, to be fair. But he literally played it in the game-winning scenario. So well done. Didn't just waste it.
Yep.
There you go. He got the win out of it. Let me make
sure. He was incredibly patient with that second channel that he had pulled. Being able to wait 3 turns, I think, with it in his hand, and then getting it to Arsenal before he eventually played it out.
Shoot,
It was pretty awesome.
he's not on Levia. He's not on Levia. He's on Briar,
He's not on Levia yet.
Oh my God! Which of
But-
course is scaled wrong. This is,
But potentially after this card reveal.
there we go. There we go. Sorry. He was not on Levia. I wish Will was on Levia. One day we'll get him, but he's a Prism player first and foremost. So he's been attracted to the good heroes from the get-go. But there we go. Will, oops, no, that is round 4, my bad. Will winning round 4, advancing
done, Will.
himself now to 4-0. That's what I meant to edit.
4-0.
Looking at another 4 rounds of this Battle Hardened.
Yeah.
But well done to Will. I'd actually love to go get him in the booth. Do you want to run the interview?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll go get him. You can run the interview.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. We'll leave it on the screen. They can still hear you.
All right. So yeah, congratulations to Will. This was awesome to watch. Yeah.
Mention MetalFaBTokens.
What was that?
Mention MetalFaBTokens again.
Okay. Yeah, and we saw some use of those MetalFaBTokens as well in play with the Dominate/Go Again counter that was used on the Go Again side by Jason there. It was pretty awesome. Those tokens come over really well on the stream. I have a whole pile of them myself at home that I'm using all the time. I bring them in with my deck boxes and everything. And it's just so much fun to be able to move those coins around and be able to use them. We will be doing a quick interview here with Will to see how he feels about the match. Is he coming over?
All right. So they actually are both going to jump in and kind of have a bit of back and forth about the match and just like talk it through for everybody, which I think will be really cool.
Yeah.
No, so we're not going to run it. They're just going to jump in and talk.
Yeah.
So let me set that. Let me set up those caster cards. So we'll have Will Bradshaw. So chat, get ready because they're about to both jump in, and you can say anything you want. Those fine young gentlemen. TCG. How do you abbreviate? Isn't it just? I'll just type the card guys. The card guys. And then we've got Jason Watkins. I don't know who Jason Watkins is affiliated with, but I see him at a ton of events. I hope he's sponsored. I don't know what to put at his tag. Very friendly.
Very friendly.
There you go. Be nice. Be nice. I'm gonna go get him. Let him know we're ready.
Yep. Yeah, definitely make sure that if you guys need any of those MetalFaBToken guys, go over to Magnolia Games at any of the events that they're there for. They have them there at the booth, ready for you guys to check out. And they just look absolutely amazing. Willie B.
You're on this.
The guys over here.
Do you have a
So
Twitter?
Jason's on this side.
Yeah, I can.
What's your Twitter?
It is with Jason Anthony. And no O in the Jason.
With Jason Anthony. Like this?
Yes, and then it's all together.
Okay.
So, yep.
Jump on in.
You're on this side.
I'm on that side?
Yeah. His name's on here, on the side.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're on that side. There we go.
Sir.
All right, Will's running a little bit behind. I'm nowhere near as proficient a illusionist wait, you played illusionist. What am I saying? Will in my head is just like prism, but that wasn't the case today. But hey, Jason, love to have you on stream. This has been really cool. You're always around.
Yeah.
Always around. Have you missed a Battle Hardened yet?
You know, I travel way too much. Anything that Naib goes to, I go with.
That's what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, Will's here. Let's get you guys in. You can read chat here.
Sick.
So, I mean, feel free to ignore him as well. There's some big personalities. All right, Will, let's get you in. You guys can both reach out here. Otherwise, if you just want to talk about the game, it's pretty back and forth.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Hey, stream. I'm Willie B with the Card Guys.
I'm Jason.
Sponsored by FABREC. I got to tell you, there was some tools that I utilized on FABREC to look at Tarek Patel's deck to figure out ways to make my Briar list better into the field. And I got to tell you, there was some tech that went in there against you. Like, I'm freaking Briar is
it
so
was-
much fun.
It was a very spooky game. It was back and forth up into the last turn for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The third Dromai that I fought today, but honestly, the most exciting match that I had all day. No offense to the other two Dromai players.
Well, hopefully I keep the bar right there. I'm gonna be the best Dromai.
Well, the thing was, you were playing in such a way where I'm used to like dealing with certain dragons that I can either devote the sword swing to it or I can devote a go again attack to it. But you were just playing Ash Wings and Asvalize, which are just a nightmare to deal with. So that's exactly the right avenue. You had the matchup down, I assume, and the way you were just setting up the board state, I was like, I need to finish him, otherwise this board state's going to overwhelm me. And luckily, Force of Nature is a pretty good card.
Yeah, thank FABREC, and definitely. So I see someone ask why bring Dromai. So I honestly was on Dorinthia for the longest, for like the last 2 months, and I did so bad at Indianapolis, and the format is looking really, really scary for Dorinthia with potential like Icelanders and Oldhims running around. I was like, and especially Dash also. I was like, no more. But I pitched the sand cover because the card doesn't inherently block. So I needed the Ash anyway. So my goal was that he was going to not threaten, or maybe he's going to whiff off the first draw. So if he whiffs off the first draw, I can fully block the second attack because it was coming in for 8, maybe 9. And if I fully block that one, and he just like Rosettas me, that way, because I have an Ash and I have Dromai. So it was my only out. That second channel was really, really brutal. The second and third channel, but Will played it perfectly. I was hoping to get a little bit more value off of the Pierce Reality. I think if that stayed up a little bit longer, it would have definitely helped me maybe edge out that win.
That honestly, I loved seeing it from you because you were using it so creatively. I've never seen a Dromai do that, at least against the Briar. And I had to sit there and consider, like, am I going to throw a snatch at Pierce Reality? Is that correct? And having played Prism, it's like, these auras are going to be a real problem for me if I don't deal with them. So I was like, yeah, I think this is a quality target. I'm going to do it. But I liked it. That was very cool to see. And whoever asked why Dromai, I was almost on Dromai. With Icelander and Oldhim being so dominant, like, Dromai is like a wonderful deck to pick. I just have a lot of fun with Briar, so I chose fun.
Yes. So Quillfish is it's my Pokemon. It helps me by intimidating my opponents right before the game. So, helps me edge out that win. In this game, he also had the Quillfish because, I have 2 of them. So as a sign of good faith to people that I'm really friendly with, I give them also a Quillfish to negate it. So, I don't want to have any one-sided games. I got to have everything be as fair as possible.
I got lucky because Jason's one of those local killers who you'll see at the tournaments at the top tables, but luckily I've been playing this game long enough that we're pals, so he let me have a little bit of the good luck on the side. I needed it, as it turns out.
And someone asked why Stony Woodenhog and why Pierce? So Pierce is insanely, it's just pure value. So it's a 0, it's a blue, which helps a lot against like Icelander, but it also just sits on the field, so it acts as kind of like it kind of acts as a channel mount. A lot of people just assume that it doesn't like do much if you play it for maybe 2 or 3 turns. I play around like 15 attacks that benefit from it. It actually just gets you so much points of value. Like if it stays around 3 turns and you utilize this effect 3 turns, it's 6 points of value off of a 0 blue that you ended your turn with, and it's so annoying to get off the field because your opponent has to dedicate an entire card to it or like their action point. So if they're hitting it, it's the same as the dragon. If they're hitting it, you're saving life, which is honestly the goal because you want to outvalue your opponent as much as possible. And doing just like little things helps so much. Same with Stony Woundhog. It's a card that says sometimes for 7 against aggro decks where they don't want to block with cards. Getting that extra 1 point of value is just really, really clutch sometimes. And
the sooner you can get an aggro deck low, and if you already have a board state of Ashwings, the sooner you get to victory, I would imagine. And then the Stony Woundhog, something I brought up after the match was like, it encourages people to give you 2 cards.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And Dromai into an opponent who only has a 2-card hand, like, I assume most people will realize if they only have a 2-card hand, it's not going to work out for them. But hey, some players might just be like, ooh, this is a 7 unless I give you 2 cards. I'll give you 2 cards. And you're like, oh, great.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And that's honestly the best thing ever. I've been testing a lot. I also have a team with our friends in Middle Tennessee. It is the Sad Boys. So kind of like playing off the card guys. But we come to a lot of events. We have a really solid testing squad. So hopefully will be my only loss, maybe one of my only losses, and maybe I can sneak into top 8. I'm crossing my fingers, so for sure.
Hey, thanks for having us on the stream. Mansand's putting on a great production. I got to shout out the card guys and FABREC again. If it weren't for them, you know, I wouldn't be half the good player that I am today. I'll say decent player. I'm okay, and sometimes I'm above average.
Yeah, it was nuts how you strung, like every force of nature was so impactful. It was it was.
Oh, did you like the Amulet of Earth?
Yeah, the Amulet of Earth almost destroyed me. I literally exclamated as soon as he whiffed off of it. That literally could have been the game right there.
I did whiff off it. I forgot about that. But that was a FABREC thing. I saw that Tarek was running the 2 Amulets of Earth, and I was like, what? That card can't be good. And then I was testing it, and I was like, ooh, Force of Nature turn says I might just be sneaky. So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it was definitely really spooky. But, you know, honestly, a really great game, really great person. I think that was our first time actually playing against each other.
First official match. Did we play each other once at a ProQuest, or maybe just adjacent? We might have been next to each other.
I think we played adjacent to people, or adjacent to each other multiple times.
Yeah,
but
I
I
think
think that was
you're
our
right.
first time, for sure.
It was lovely.
Yeah, it was great. I had an amazing time. Thank you so much for Mansand, just putting on this production. I definitely love the fact that we can actually go back and watch these games. I think is super important for the longevity of the game, especially just also keeping people engaged, especially when we have not that many call-ins coming up. So definitely huge shout out to him. Everyone support the stream.
You know what? I bricked, but that's what drew me to Force of Nature. So the Amulet of Earth was great, because that Force of Nature is what won me the game. Huh.
Yeah.
Amulet of Earth. Everybody log on FABREC. But for real, check out the card guys if you haven't yet. They're a wonderful group of human beings. If you want any tips in this game, although if you're watching this stream, you're already a bunch of killers. So good luck, fellas out there. I saw Pat Ashby's name. I see Justin Evans, who's just an awesome Flesh and Blood player. Justin Evans has been on the edge of greatness. Watch out, world, because when Justin shows up in full force, you guys are going to be upset.
Yes, and final shout out to the Sad Boys. We're gonna have shirts soon. You're gonna see me and Naib and all the other people in our team repping. So yeah.
Thanks a ton. Y'all have a great one. Thanks, Vincent.
But dang, man, otherwise it's been perfect.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back. That was an amazing interaction there between Will and Jason. 2 absolutely amazing players.
Yeah, so I'm going to go fix some of the overlays now as we wait for the next round. But that was super cool to have him jump in. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. It'll be, I don't know how long this break will be, but I need to fix a couple things. And hopefully we keep things moving. See you in a sec. right. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting to enable and disable transition. All right, there we go. Wait, all right. Everything's backwards. Caster tags are backwards.
That's okay.
That's
I'll be
okay.
you be me.
No, thank you.
I'm really good at Levia.
Levia, come on. Levia.
Personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
You hear that? That's the freaking devs themselves. It's Levia, dang it. It's Levia. So we're gonna do a giveaway real quick. Sorry, let me just fix this because OCD, baby. Leave. Oops. Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna do Dragon Shield giveaway here now. So when he gets do you have it set up yet?
I do, yeah. So go ahead and type in
MetalFab,
because the sponsor of that round was MetalFaBTokens, and I have a little blurb to read for them. Let me just juggle my windows properly and get this. Okay, that was the wrong window. That was the where is? It's this window.
I feel like a cat
All right, there we go.
Chasing a mouse across the stream.
All right, so shout out once again, MetalFaBTokens was the sponsor of round 4. Go to MetalFaBTokens.com for all your token needs. And check out the new selection of pins to spruce up your bags and hats, because that's actually something really cool that I didn't even know they did. Like, I'd seen those tokens in the wild. Scoot over a bit more. I'd seen those tokens in the wild. I didn't know they came from MetalFab as well. They're insanely good quality. I wish I had one to show off. And there may be a Levia one in the works, perhaps. But once again, this giveaway is going to be for a Dragon Shield code that gives you $20 to spend in their web shop. Now, the codes are split between NA and EU web stores, and I only have 2 codes to give away for each region. So this might get a little tricky because the last person was from NA. So I'm hoping that this person who wins is from EU, and then things will be balanced out. Because if this person's also from NA, I don't know how to control it to just like only have EU people enter, but we have those 4 to give away. So 2 EU, 2 NA, $20 to spend in their web shop, plus free shipping. And I'll just send you the code. Literally, once you win, I will send you the link or send you the code on Discord, and you can order things as soon as like in 5 minutes. So once again, shout out Dragon Shield, sponsor the stream. Right there. So type MetalFab, MetalFab, shout out to that sponsor, MetalFaBTokens. I probably should have coordinated it better because I wish I had some MetalFaBTokens to give away. The ones that we're using on stream are freaking beautiful, so I'm going to keep those. Sorry.
I can give some away.
Do you have some?
Not on my person right this second. I have some in my bag.
Oh,
and I have some at home.
Don't worry. We've got these to give away. It's fine. These are like the filler giveaways. We're good. We're good.
Just let you know it's available.
Okay, Zyron says he's from EU. Pick him. Okay. All right, there we go. Never mind. Like, we don't need to roll it. So let me double check with our runner where we are on the next feature match, because I don't want this to go too long.
I mean, we're right here, so.
Where is that window? I can't find anything. Oh, okay. We've got. Oh, wow. Okay, looks like they're ready. Are they sitting down already? Okay, shoot. All right, we're going to have to skip the key card segment on this one and just jump into the game because that actually got together faster than I thought. But here we go. We're going to roll the winner and then jump in to the game. And this is a pretty spicy one. I'm not going to spoil it.
Your guy.
So let's do it.
You're not. You don't. Okay,
the winner is. Oh, okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. I saw. All right, the winner is Drax. The winner is Drax. All the way from Guardians of the Galaxy. Good job, Drax. I don't play you in Marvel Snap. You're not that good at cards, sorry. But congrats to Drax, who won the giveaway. So what you need to do, type winner. I'll type winner in the chat. Winner. So that should tell you everything you need to do. You've won a giveaway. So go ahead and message me on Twitter or Discord, and I'll give you that code. And I need to know where you're from so I can track what giveaways we still have left. So please message me as quick as possible, or you can even just say it in chat, whether you're from NA or EU, so I can just like know what we have left to give away. Okay? So Drax, shout out. Great job winning that giveaway. Let's go ahead, cut to a quick break, and then into the match. Someone is spamming question marks. Why? Are they not here? No, Drax is here. Yep, okay, Drax is here. Okay, so, there you go. If you don't get back to me by the end of the round, though, I do need to kind of just mark you as a question mark and just keep giving things away. And then unfortunately, if you're in a region that we run out of codes for, it is what it is. So please message. Anyway, let's cut to a quick break because we've got a really exciting match coming up in just a couple minutes. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, this is bad. What happened to the cameras?
Camera froze.
Not like this, cameras. Uh-oh. Not like this, cameras. This didn't happen before. Sorry. Let me... oops. Wait, this really sucks. Sorry. Did the cameras die? That's interesting. They just disappeared. All right, while I try to fix those real quick. Huh, they are still showing up. Not like this. After the internet, now we get one more freaking wrench in the road. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm going to unplug him and try to plug him back in. 1 second. Let me cut to that short break screen again. But it is going to be Dorinthia versus Levia. Josh Lau versus Jacob Simmons again, who is freaking 4-0.
4-0 on Levia.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Let me reset some things, and hopefully that works.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so unfortunately just unplugging things and plugging things back in didn't really work, but they did start the game, so we do just have to kind of jump into it. Unfortunately, yeah, the other cameras, I mean, maybe when the players got up and moved around, that might have knocked something. I didn't specifically check it, so I do need to go back and give that a look after this round. But in the meantime, they started the game, so we've got to jump in here.
Do you want to go take a look at that now?
No, not
Okay.
mid-game. Not mid-game. We got to just do what we got to do.
Yep.
It's not the worst. Not the worst. All right, so
All right.
I do believe that was turn 1 coming out of Josh because Jacob doesn't have an arsenal yet. So this must be the turn 1 out of Josh Lau here on Dorinthia versus Levia. So this matchup is, if you ask Josh, favored for Levia. If you ask anyone else, favored for Dorinthia. So this will be a pretty interesting one to see. I do think for this version of Levia, you really have a tough time. If Josh can get started early with like a glistening turn, with even keeping around a counter just due to that new aura that came out, I think it's called Iron Song Pride. This version of Levia can race really well, but it can't race early counters very well. Because this version of Levia is all about just tons of go again, throwing damage, hopefully just getting the opponent down to must-block states first. The issue with that, though, is Dorinthia can race just as well off the back of early counters.
And she has that big armor package too to help counter that plan.
Yeah, I mean they're both heroes with very strong defensive suites. So with Jacob's ability to hopefully turn off early counters with Husk plus Crown plus Scabs, like those kinds of cards, he can catch back up in the race. But it is something that he doesn't have a lot of say about because of all the non-blocks in this version of a Levia list. So the early game can kind of be forced and leave you in positions where you just don't really get to say, okay, my hand wasn't good enough, I'll full block it and wait. You can do that with other versions of Levia that block a bit better. In this version of Levia, even if your hand is like Wild Ride Pulping, Yellow-Red or something, like you just kind of have to play those turns aggressive. They don't always work out. So we'll see what happens here. This is Jacob's first turn into the matchup, and he throws a Dread Screamer that at least had enough graveyard to be played, but this is not a great start. That is a Blood Rush and 2 Art of Wars, big threat cards, out of these first series of hands. Like it's just gone. He will not likely get to the second cycle in this type of game, and so that's 3 power cards. Half the power cards in your deck just gone. Just like that to throw 7 damage and likely pass the turn from there. Probably not going to get an arsenal out of this. No real reason to. Or sorry, probably not going to get any other attack out of this, and rather just arsenal here. Because if you're pitching just for a claw, that feels pretty bad. Now, if it's a Graveling, sure. But unfortunately, without the hand cameras, I can't get a better view on that. Just let the game play and reset the cameras mid-game. Yep, we're definitely going to go the route of let's just let the cameras cool off. In fact, just letting them unplugged in general is probably a better idea. So let me do that. Just not even give them power. There we go. Josh Lau, another member of the Card Guys on stream. We just don't get to see his logo. Instead, this round is brought to you by FaBUnsealed. Got a bit of an ad read, an ad to share right after this match, but big thank you to our sponsors. FaBUnsealed got a second Swiss round slot, and here it is, second round of the day, brought to you by FaBUnsealed. We've got Josh Lau now back on the play and presenting those situations where Levia is maybe in situations where you have to even husk like this. We can't see Jacob's hand in full, but these things get really scary because you don't have much say in how you get to block around Dawnblade counters once equipment is gone. It's very hard for you to make the choice like other decks can of, oh geez, let's just take an off turn and reset Dorinthia real quick. Levia never really has that position if your armor is fully gone, and we see a husk just taken out of play on Josh's second turn, and yet he still pushed damage with that Iron Song Pride, sticks a counter. Insane. Oh god, here we go. Insane. Oh, although Blood Rush coming up, I mean, that is a lot of power cards back to back to back. I think we can hear Jacob say it even now. Blood Rush, Art of War. That is the hands we've seen so far. The issue is, can he really get... Oh my god, they're rolling 6s again. Can we stop with this? This is too many times on camera that it's happened. Our table spotter is actually telling them not to roll those dice from here on out, just in case. Just in case. Blood Rush, he doesn't seem super happy with those draws. If he doesn't pull together something decent, okay, there he goes. He is rolling smaller dice. Just a 3. There you go. There you go. If he doesn't get good value out of this Blood Rush, then you really start to fall behind being able to pressure out of Dorinthia, because the other Blood Rush is already at the bottom. This one gets spent. If it's not for claws plays, or if it's not for like claw attack plays and only gives like +4 because your turn can't really go wide enough, that really, really sucks, especially without the Husk pivot later in the game.
Okay, we'll take 5. Fair enough.
Josh Lau. Okay, I'll take 5. Okay, looks like he did have the blues to pay for this, actually. So when he was rolling for scabs there, it's because this hand was resource heavy, and he actually had multiple playlines he could go for. So with the 2 floating, that last card in hand is likely anything that could be paid for. So Graveling, Swing Big, something that actually is probably decent in Arsenal as well. But he's playing so graveyard light. This is another situation that actually Dorinthia can punish, because Dorinthia can take off turns. They block really, really well. And Josh is incredibly smart and can say, okay, well, you know what? My hand wasn't that good either. Let's just try to starve your graveyard a bit, and maybe you take Blood Debt.
Yep.
So
Josh is definitely keeping his whole hand here, though, so he's got to have something in there that's worth taking all that damage, going back down to 25, 20, wow, 17.
Wow,
just like
all
that.
the way down to 17.
Just like that.
Well, he's not committing equipment just yet. He's got those battle-worn pieces still up. So there is pivot coming at some point in this game. But what Josh is going to try to do with hands like these is make Jacob really feel the pressure of trying to deny counters. It's not likely that he really gets to deny that many.
Yeah,
and with the glistening turn, with the counter already on the Dawnblade because of the Ironsong Pride, this is just a breakpoint attack that threatens even more counter buildup. It's the kind of thing that you wish you had Husk for.
Yeah, you were mentioning Josh is keeping back a lot of his armor. I think we kind of like want to save those for like your swing big turns. This way we can try to block those out and get that quicken token, especially with Dorinthia. You can use that quicken token very, very fruitfully.
Oh, definitely. Yep, quicken token. Josh absolutely would love to get that off the back of his armor suite. Interestingly enough, though, to really get the clean block on 8, you want to keep your refraction bolters up because you get to just you get to go block with 1 card and then block with 5.
Yeah, 2, 2, 1, and 3.
Yep.
Yep.
So without the 1 block on refraction, his lines forward are probably block 2, block with armor piece. So doesn't have all the options there. But you see Jacob just respect the heck out of what Josh can do here. Respect the heck out of this. Overblock like crazy, and Josh blows him out. Are you serious? A twinning blade.
This is that classic duality that Dorinthia has displayed since the beginning of the game, where she can either just go tall and make you commit to thinking you're going to go tall, and then sidestep the entire big block in response and say, no, I'm just going to punish you on this side instead.
Well, this feels especially bad because Jacob threw all his armor in an attempt to just say, okay, my Husk pivot is gone. If I just respect this attack, maybe that's the reset, and then that's it. I take the game from there. Yes, my armor's gone, but I've already got you at 17, so if that can just be where I take the game from, then you'll be too behind on counters to really catch up and race me from that point on. This is the same Levia that was playing earlier. Yes, the same Levia. And now Josh, look at this. With that twinning blade, no blocks from Jacob. We can't quite see what's in his hand. He might just not even have the option because of non-blocks. And then refraction comes in. Okay, yeah, give it go again. It hit. Let's just keep it going.
So, yeah, we get 3 attacks here. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
because of the twinning. And then the refraction commit there plus Dorinthia trigger. Let's downblade swing a third time.
This is pretty rare. You don't usually get to see a lot of the blade, downblade coming in 3 times.
Oh, shoot. You know what? The timer actually wasn't ticking down. Timer's definitely lower than this, but that's okay. The game is probably... Oh, shoot. And I wasn't clicking turns. Look what happens when I don't have the hand cams. They're just completely thrown off axis.
Makes up my mind for this turn.
This is just incredible. That's 4 counters on Dawnblade. I just mentioned right before we jumped in the game the power of early Ironsong Prides and what Glistening can do to this matchup. And that's exactly what Josh drew up here. And now we just see a Jacob without pretty much any armor facing down a Dawnblade with 4 counters. With a deck like half full of non-blocks. Doesn't look good.
Yeah, no, this is definitely going to be a very challenging match for Jacob, and I think Jacob
Oh
just
my
needs
God.
to apply as much pressure here as possible at this
Wow.
point.
What's crazy is that this sequence of draws was just like the tiniest bit off from being insane, because this is only Jacob's turn 3. He's seen all 3 Art of Wars double Blood Rush. If those were spaced out just the tiniest bit more, then he actually would have been really happy to see those cards in sequence and sequence and sequence instead of all at once, because that can really start to clunk things up. It's one of the dangers of running triple Art of War as well. I've actually cut back to running like 1 or 2 most of the time. I love the card. I love what it does. But the situations where you draw Art of Wars either together, draw them definitely next to a Blood Rush, make the card feel pretty bad because your deck's not built around a yellow pitch. So it really makes you question, like, what do I actually do with this card? I think Jacob's definitely feeling that, because in this matchup, you can't block with that kind of thing. It just feels clunky. Yeah, Michael pointing out in chat, well, like Jacob was up 20 life at that point, could have just kept the cards and gone for the race.
Yeah.
You do have to remember, though, I believe the graveyard only had 1, so he had to at least commit with Crown, and then he had the Art of War to graveyard fill to that point. So he had to at least commit Crown on defense on Josh's turn to get himself to 3, and at that point, yeah, he could have committed a bit more to the race.
And we have a Spoils of War now coming down on Josh's side, given that Dorinthia's Dawnblade, that natural go again right off of the Spoils. It's a super amazing card. As a Kasai Blitz player, I'm very familiar with this card. And the shenanigans that it can do. Not only does it give the Dawnblade go again, but it gives it an additional 2 power as well, which makes this already 7 power Dawnblade, a 9 power Dawnblade just naturally coming in.
9 power Dawnblade, and Josh is just so incredible at the bluffing game with Dorinthia. I mean, Jacob already didn't get a great read on Josh's body language because he fell right into that Twinning Blade moment. It is one of those things where it's like, if you have it, yes, I get punished, but can I read that you have it? And Jacob definitely couldn't from that kind of position.
It's really hard. You almost have to make a decision against Dorinthia to just almost not believe either one and just say, I'm not playing your games. I'm just going to do my own deck.
Yep, that is, well, exactly. That is one way to try to take this. Just make it a race like that. But Jacob is in a weird spot because he pitched that Blood Rush. He can't just rely on like, okay, my line could just be, I play a Blood Rush into a Blood Rush into a Blood Rush. You hope that happens every game, but he actually knew that kind of thing couldn't happen because he pitched a Blood Rush so early and then lost the dig as well with those Art of Wars. He only had that 1 copy left in deck, and he didn't really get any closer to it.
And now that we're at the spot that we are in this game as well, you don't have a whole lot of life to play around with to utilize as a resource, especially with how big both attacks are from both players.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Debt also is a situation that really puts your, or rather, it forces you in bad situations, because if you full block with Levia, and like, what do you do about Blood Debt? Well, you can't really turn it off on 1 card.
Yeah.
So you have to contend with, if I'm full blocking, what does that do to the Blood Debt I'm dealing to myself?
Yeah.
And that's one of the situations here that is really going to take away Jacob's ability to ever reset that Dawnblade. You can't give your full hand. You don't have equipment anymore, so you can't realistically block over what Josh is able to do with that Dawnblade and avoid taking Blood Debt. It's just not going to happen anymore.
And we got the what's that card again?
This is Wild Ride. Wild Ride.
Wild
So
Ride.
this is another one of those non-blocks that makes the late game really hard to play for Jacob, which is one of the reasons that someone in chat pointed out, with this kind of build, you probably should just race. So it is weird to see that decision point of like, okay, like armor pivot, which normally means I'm going to stop trying to use cards in hand and just go play the race game, to, okay, never mind, armor and some cards in hand. It felt like, just there wasn't the full commit on damage. But Josh is at 15, so there's another world where Jacob keeps that kind of hand. Yes, he eats a lot of damage, but it doesn't really mean it's a lot of damage from Dorinthia that turn. It means it's a lot of damage in like the next turn and the next turn.
Right.
So I would like to see if that 15 life that Josh has could have been threatened.
Yeah, I don't know that you block out the Dawnblade as early as Jacob did, unless like you absolutely had non-hand, and you just wanted to try to preserve yourself until the next turn.
No, he had an Art of War, so that
was a good hand.
is forcefully live. Right.
Yeah.
That's one of the things Art of War can do is, even though it's not really baked into a cost curve that's amazing for Levia, it at least gives you the option of, okay, well, Levia doesn't always get go again on her cards. At least now I can force it and make my 4 cards deal 14, something like that. And even though that's not great rate per cards, it's something that kind of breaks the mold of what Levia normally does.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying, leaning towards at the beginning of the game, you just kind of let those. If you're not going to block the down blades and if you're going to go to the race plan, then you just let the earlier ones do their thing and just try to stay on top of it, and you don't try to commit to the big blocks on it. We saw a lot of blocking in this game so far.
Yep. Mostly from the Levia side, which is not how Jacob wants the match to go. We do have a situation here where Blood Debt is not off yet. I do expect, well, actually, I don't expect, because there was randomness added to this turn with Wild Ride. So there is a world where Jacob can't turn off Blood Debt because that last card in hand just kind of falls flat. Without those hand cams, I don't know what it is. What a different world without those cameras. I really hope they start working again.
I know you get them to work.
Hopefully.
Yep.
I'm not sure whose decision point it is here. Thinking. It's probably Josh. Okay, let's listen to this actually. How many Blood Debt?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, there are 6. There are exactly 6 Blood Debt in his banish zone.
That's
so.
hilarious.
If that last card doesn't turn off Blood Debt, then he dies.
And it is turned off this turn because he discarded 6.
I haven't banished a 6.
Oh, you haven't banished a 6.
Oh, interesting. Oh, Josh actually doesn't even know what Levia does. Come on, man. We played at Worlds, buddy. You don't have to discard a 6 to turn off Blood Debt. You have to banish a 6 to turn off Blood Debt. Funny enough, my game against Josh at Worlds, he had just lost to Levia on stream in Blitz, and then we played, and I was absolutely destroying that game. He was just, he was just impressed. I didn't know Levia was such a bad matchup. No one plays this hero, on and on. And then I drew a hand that was, I believe, Reckless, Epot, like Ghostly Visit, like Art of War or something. It was just actually the most non-functional hand I've ever seen, and I lost the game to Blood Debt that turn.
Yeah.
I was like, that's probably why you don't see that much Levia, is because, unfortunately, like, those hands exist. But it was a good game up until that point. Very good game. I love playing against Josh. So here we go. Does this card turn off Blood Debt? It doesn't necessarily. It could if it's Mark of the Beast. It could if it's Beast Within. It is Beast Within. So it is Beast Within. He will turn off Blood Debt.
Nice.
He will actually get an arsenal out of this. But not actually presenting lethal. I mean, Josh is likely to play around what a Reckless Swing could do to close the game here, right? Like, he doesn't want that to happen. And the amount of pressure he gets to return, even off just like a 2-card hand that is Swing Dawnblade, bluff the fact that you might have a +3. I mean, that's good enough to probably just seal the deal, because Jacob doesn't have much ability to play around those kinds of things. He does have to keep cards to turn off Blood Debt, and his arsenal doesn't turn off Blood Debt.
Blocking with a blue precision strike here to try to just preserve the life and stay alive. This way he's not in Reckless Swing range, because whenever you're playing against any brute player, you have to respect that card. It is the doom of you if you do not.
Absolutely. Josh wouldn't make that mistake there.
No.
And he's at a point, like I said, even a 2-card hand, not to mention whatever's been sitting in Arsenal this whole game, is beyond scary.
Yeah, and he's got a token on top of that card as well, so he's holding it there for a specific reason.
Well, that's just to mark that it's not part of his hand. People in chat have been talking about that. He just likes the clarity provided by that. Like, this is my arsenal.
I like that. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yep.
That's a good way to say, to help, just have a better way of communication in the game.
It could be double Reckless. This is true. It could be double Reckless, and then he'd have to specifically not discard the second Reckless on the first Reckless and have exactly 2 6s. So, you know what? If that's the case, good on you, Jacob. You've been rolling hot all day. Why not get yourself a Reckless win as well? Unfortunately, though, from even the little bit I saw about that hand, he has, I think, a Doomsday in there, which is a non-block. So he's in a tough spot because he needs to keep... the Doomsday doesn't turn off Blood Debt, so he still needs to keep 1 more card to banish with Blasmafet. That lets him swing 6, stick a sticky threat in Blasmafet, but that's still not going to be enough here because Josh is very likely to do exactly this kind of thing. Go ahead, pump over the defense, and take the win. Wow.
That's classical warrior with the attack reaction for the win.
All right, well done.
Funnest way to play. That's the funnest way to win a game as a warrior player, is just to be able to pump the win.
Oh yeah, it feels very good. I mean, that's like how warriors should play. Just let me react a little bit and get you where you thought you were safe. In that kind of position, Jacob is kind of locked out of things to do. He can't really play around that because of the way Blood Debt works.
You have to choose to not play around that because you just have to be able to keep cards to push back no matter what you do.
But there we go. That was a very quick Josh Lau on Dori versus Jacob Simmons on Levia. I actually don't mind that we get a big break here because I need to fix some tech stuff. And then I'd also love to chat with potentially both these guys and talk about their run so far, especially Jacob. But first and foremost, I do need to try to fix the camera stuff. So let me jump to a short break real quick as I fix that, and then we will be back for another bit of that spoiler reveal, a bit of an ad read, and hopefully an interview. All right? Test, test. Oh, baby. We fixed it. The cameras are back. I think it was a bit of an overheating issue. So hopefully, since we're more than halfway through the Swiss rounds, I'm going to unplug them and give them a break before the top cut while they're doing deck checks. And then they seem to last, otherwise, like about 5 rounds. I do have backup cameras. They just won't be as high quality. But at least I can run and fix that if things go wrong. But anyway, yeah, they're picking up live feed. That's a dude moving in the background. Okay, 1 second, because we've got both of those players back in the, we'll call it a studio, who are ready to have a little chat. So let me, first of all, get Jacob in for a bit of a Levia chat. Jacob Simmons. 4-1 Levia. 4-1, oops, I can't type. Levia. All right, Jacob, do you want to jump in real quick? Go ahead, throw on the headset, and then they can hear you. So this is what they see. The chat is also up here. But first of all, I wanted to give you one of these.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not it's not a detention slip. Well done, my friend.
Hey.
Actually, holds up. Well done.
Sick.
I assume you're a League of Levia member. I could be totally wrong. But us Levia players, we tend to know each other.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize the name. Do you have a Discord that I might know?
JSIM, J-A-S-I-M-M.
J-S-I-M-M. Vaguely familiar, but
yeah.
Hey, congrats so far. It's fantastic to see Levia.
Thank you.
Hopefully making top 8. You're on that same path that always freaking curses me, which is like, okay, that was just a bad matchup. That was a bad matchup. And then Blood Debt just like randomly will kill you at some point. You'll go, frick, I'm out of the Battle Hardened now.
Yeah, that one was rough. Typically, from what I've played of the Dori matchup with my list, the Glistening Steelblade and Iron Song Pride are like the linchpin cards.
Oh yeah.
And
let me show you this.
Yeah.
So we've got these key card segments, right? Look at literally what I had pulled up for that match on the left side of the screen. Oh wait, oops. It was supposed to be Iron Song Pride, and Glistening is a different size. All right. Never mind. We're not going back to that screen. That was messy AF. But same mindset. Those cards are freaking terrifying.
Typically you just have to pressure so that they can't ever get a big turn down, and if they ever assemble those without your equipment being able to completely stop it, then they snowball out of control, and if you ever block again, you just lose the game.
Oh, absolutely.
So you end up winning or losing by like 15 life most of the time versus Dori. It's absolutely absurd.
That's the difference of a Blood Rush as well, because you kind of need both sides of the coin to end up right, where they don't just get, I mean, good God, Iron Song Pride, like from turn 0 type of deal, that's already insane. Not like people really thought much about the Dorinthia Levia matchup, but that card in particular has really changed it. I used to feel so fine into that matchup because you had more agency of like, well, I know when they're getting a counter because I basically decided to give them the counter because it was when I chose the blocks and things like that.
Right.
Now, that's not how you get to play the matchup.
Yeah, it's really not anymore. You essentially do the same thing they're doing with you, which is they're hoping you don't have smooth Blood Rush turns.
Yep.
Which I had pretty clunky 18 Blood Rush turn early.
Well,
but
you drew Artivore Blood Rush into another Blood Rush.
Into another
right?
Blood Rush,
into Artivore, and then it was like, well, shoot, like if those were spaced out even by a little bit more, you would have had the race ability of just like, okay, this is an Artivore turn 12, Blood Rush 18, Artivore 12, Blood Rush 18. They were just like one hand too close.
Oh yeah, it would have been like anywhere from 12 to 25 damage a turn, just spread out over the course of the game. As long as I see those a little differently, it would have been nice. But hey, Josh is a good player. I've played him a few times. I don't exactly envy anyone else getting paired into him.
Oh no, I mean the man's on a tear. Man's on a tear.
He is a very good warrior player, to say the least.
Absolutely, and warrior's the kind of class that people just disrespect blanketly already. But then to have someone who, I mean, when you play a deck, we know the feeling. When you put all the hours into Levia, unfortunately, you don't always get the payoff because you yourself is a lose condition. Warrior is the antithesis of that. They have so much agency of adaptability and just so much comfort in their armor suite. The fact that everything blocks 3. The skill expression on Warrior is insanely high. And Josh, amazing player to show that off. So sorry for that tough loss, but it was really cool to get you on camera twice now.
Yeah.
Levia, I mean, that barely comes up, right?
The first one may be the highest I've ever rolled with that deck in my life. So,
that was a pretty good one.
Considering Dromai is a rough matchup, I'll take that.
Rough matchup. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I play more of the grindy versions of Levia. So.
I have a plan for that, but it only really comes out versus Oldhim. Dromai, I just have to kind of be like, all right, let's kill him.
Right. If you get the Blood Rush draws, if you get I mean, the kind of the problem with that version of the deck is if the Dromai lines up the right board of dragons, that's the right amount of pressure.
Right.
You don't necessarily have the ability of blocking with a 6 and still scaling well. That kind of tends to be the problem with aggro Levia, right?
That's absolutely right. And the other big thing with the matchup as well is like there's only 2 dragons you really care about. It's like Miragai, I believe, and Dominia.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Are the big 2 that you're just
that
like
card.
Dominia can kill you. Like it can actively kill you in the late game. So if you see those, if you see passing Mirage, you kill them. Otherwise, it's like, all right, I am winning the turn cycle. We're just gonna keep going. And yeah, that usually works out okay. It's a good time.
So are you running any like recursion packages? If it's in your sideboard, you don't have to say it, but
I play a Deep-Rooted Evil in the main board.
a Deep-Rooted Evil, okay.
And with the amount of Go Again I'm playing in the deck and the ability I have to banish via Art of War, via what's it called? Via Art of War, via your Dread Screamers, etc., then you're really, really able to just chain out into the Deep-Rooted Evil over and over and over again in some of those matchups that would like to fatigue you. And then just keep pitching your big banish effects to the bottom for end game and trying to close out.
So are you doing like kind of the Viserai version of that sideboard where you bring in yellow Dread Screamers to help that Deep-Rooted loop?
I am not actually. I cut the yellow Dread Screamers. So my list, and you probably noticed, I know you talked to the Greek Nationals player.
Yeah, Viserai. Yeah.
Viserai, yes. I took his list, and there were, I think it's about 10 cards difference, not counting the sideboard, like with the main board, and some of the sideboard changed up. I essentially took his list, started testing it, didn't like some cards, cut it, added new ones, changed it, and iterated on it for several reps to get to the point that I'm at currently.
Well, he calls editing cards in his list blasphemy, so be careful. That man is, no, my list is perfect, don't touch it. But there you go. If you are the first Levia to top 8 of Battle Hardened, freaking hats off. I've bubbled out at 9th and 10th now. I really hope you don't
I'm hoping I can
curse.
dodge it. Yeah, I'm up here with some friends who are on arguably better decks, arguably.
That's impossible.
And,
That's the best. What are you talking about? Go to.
I had a better opening record than them. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well done. I mean, the stream's now caught you twice on both sides of the coin there. So you see the pros of Levia, definitely see the cons. We're not telling people to go join the League of Levia.
Nah.
It's a rough road to be on. But let's do something together real quick that'll hopefully make you a bit excited. So we have a spoiler card.
Oh,
Spoiler card that we've been showing off here.
Ooh, let's see.
All right. There we
Outsiders
go.
logo's so good looking.
It is. Shout out to CD, the man behind the scenes making all those. Wait,
I see
why is this
crazy
off?
numbers on this card.
Yes. So hold on. I hate these little things. Let me move this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So there we go. So let's do another poll real quick to reveal a bit more of this card because I want Jacob here to be a little bit excited. You know. They definitely gave me something that's you can already see. 7.
7's nice.
7's like
0's weird, but it's nice.
That's starting to be like Levia playable area, right? You know what? Actually, no poll because I want to show you something. I want to show you something.
Okay.
I want your take. Look at that. Defense value on this card on non-block. Does that make you excited or terrified?
Both?
Both.
I think both is the correct answer. Wow. Okay.
A non-block. Now we know from the border it's generic as well.
Right.
So finally, other people will have to deal with this feeling of what non-blocks in their decks are like. If this card's playable, if this card's playable.
Absolutely.
To be fair. But check back in right before top 8. You in particular.
Okay.
I can show you the card in person because I want your thoughts as a fellow Levia player. Because it's a pretty
Sounds like a
interesting one.
plan. I'm excited.
One. But there you go, chat. 7 for 0. There must be a drawback, right? There has to be a drawback.
Yeah.
Maybe it just says blood debt on it. No. It doesn't.
Hey, I'm here for it. That sounds good to me.
0. Yeah. Okay. Oh, to be fair, maybe the fact that it's a non-block is the drawback enough. I think I've already spoiled enough that that's probably not all.
Yeah.
but yeah, it's an exciting card. We'll hopefully keep revealing more of it throughout the day. But thank you for joining me. Let's get Josh on.
No problem at all. Let's get Josh up here. It's
Best
nice
of luck,
to meet
man.
you.
Best of luck. There you go. Additional cost, your left arm. Yeah, absolutely. Just take a hacksaw to it. Let's get you in, Josh. Josh freaking Lau. What do you want your tag to be? Do you have a Twitter?
Josh_TCGZ.
At Josh_TC.
GZ. Yep, that's right.
Okay, perfect.
I think that's correct.
Thanks for joining me, sir, and well done on that wind. It was incredible to see that many Dawnblade counters out of nowhere.
Yeah, when he said I'm not blocking glistening steel blade, I'm like, all right.
Hey, he tried. He tried. Okay,
Yeah.
it was your fault the twinning came out.
True. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Jeez, man, give him some credit.
That is true. He attempted to, and then he was like, I'm just not gonna block. He on the third attack, he's like, all right, I guess it's just a race now. All right, here we go. I hope you brick on something.
Hope. Well, one of the part of the Levia POV of that kind of matchup is, especially with his version of the list, there are so many non-blocks.
Right.
You don't get as much early game agency to stop some kind of blowouts that like Dorinthia can have.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this. Iron Song Pride as a Levia player is like one of the more terrifying cards now.
Yeah.
Do you find that card overperforms consistently? Or where's it land for you?
So a lot of players have like debated whether or not Iron Song Pride is good, and let's just look at it mathematically. What happens? So Iron Song Pride, if you play it on your first attack, assuming that let's treat it like a baby attack reaction, and it allows you to hit. Let's say you attack for 6, they block for 6, and then you pump it with Iron Song Pride. So that's 1 point of value from Iron Song Pride. You attack again, your weapon has +1, so that's the 2nd point of value. And then if you go to the next turn, your weapon starts with a +1 counter. So that's 3 points of value, right? So Iron Song Pride is worth 3 in general. Or when is it not worth 3 value? It's when they play a D-React in response to the Iron Song Pride. And if they want to trade a D-React for Iron Song Pride, go ahead.
Right.
And it's excellent on turn 0 as well. So I think that it's one of the best cards against Icelander. It creates a lot of headaches for a lot of heroes that aren't Oldhim.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, one of the reasons as Levia that just makes that card so frustrating is because you already, as Levia, have to pick that point in the game where, okay, I will lose agency just by the nature of my own deck in what hands I can block, what hands I can keep. Because even if it's not a good rate at some point, it turns off Blood Debt, and that saves you X amount of life, worth more than the block was
so you
anyway.
just have to go for it.
So you just have to start keeping those hands. The problem with what Iron Song Pride adds to that matchup is you just lose control over more points of the game because now a counter that already starts to demand more interaction of, okay, like this is when my equipment starts to become a piece of the puzzle on defense. You start like forcing that choice before the Levia player has to give up their choices, and they already have to like give up choice at some point in the match anyway. It just like starts compounding into this mess of, wow, did I have agency at all this game as the Levia? It gets really out of hand.
If the Iron Song Pride sticks on the board for multiple turns, then you've paid 1 resource for 4, 5, 6, 7 value. And then that just gets ridiculous because if they ever have to overblock, that's basically 3 value in the other way. So it's like that card just creates is really, really good. I recommend everybody to play 3. You don't play it in all the matchups, but if you're going to play it, you play 3.
There you go. That's from the man himself, Josh Lau, who's now freaking 5-0. What was that round?
5-0. Yeah.
5-0 in this 8-round Battle Hardened. So
well,
you still need to win like at least your next one to lock it. Right?
I gotta win the next one, and if you want a good seeding, you better you might as well just beat up everybody all the way, right? If you can.
It's crazy out there. I'm so glad we are like as far away as possible from the Battle Hardened down there. I'm sure the nerves over there are crazy.
Yeah, the feature area that you kind of set up it's got a nice homey feel to it. It's kind of
it's a
in the corner, and my opponent was a great guy as well, so it made like not quite as much nerves, It's like going into round 5 and all that.
Will warmed that seat for you.
That is true. Thank you, Will.
Sat right down. That was he channeled your energy. That's 2 card guys now. We've had back-to-back on stream. Just really great to show you all off because you're generally like. Do you live in this area? No, but
I live in Central Alabama, but the other card guys live near Atlanta. So we drove through Atlanta, picked them up, and kept going on Interstate 85, and eventually hit here.
This is still more generally your turf than a lot of the other events up there.
The U.S. is actually giant, but this is I guess this is kind of it's within a couple hours of their home base. So
I think it's the most south SCGCon goes anyway. Right?
Okay,
they're based out of Roanoke. But it is cool to just keep featuring. local. I'll say local-ish players at least, because
That's
whenever
great.
I go to smaller events up in the Northeast, I don't always get to run into you guys.
There you go.
Obviously,
Yep.
we've run into each other at Worlds. That was
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
But Josh, thank you
Yep.
so much. We're gonna cut to a bit of a break here.
Before you go, I just want to say thank you for organizing the stream and everything like that. I'm sure like everybody's really enjoying it. The area that you set up there is wonderful. It looks great, and we're just the community really treasures you, and we just thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you for that comment for all you viewers at home, and to once again all the sponsors of this round. The last thing I need to do actually before it is up. Before going to break here, if you want to join me in this.
Okay.
We've got one more sponsor to thank. They were the sponsors of this round in particular. FABREC jumped in for top 8 and top 4, so we're getting to them later. We're getting to them later. But right now we've got FaBUnsealed that we got to thank real quick. So there's one line at the end that I'll cue you on, okay? But from alpha to now, FaBUnsealed is truly the best online Flesh and Blood box opening experience. From breaks to wars to special events and slabs, Chris Ayers and Ian have turned ripping boxes, cracking packs, and searching for spice into a live stream celebration. You got to join their Patreon for special deals, including $5 off every slot you buy, and follow them on Facebook, YouTube, and whatnot to get into the action and be the star of the show. That's FaBUnsealed.
Box
breaks.
Box wars. Boom.
There you go. You heard boom from the Lumina Go Boomina man.
Lumina does go boom enough.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yep.
All right, we're going to cut to break. Thank you once again, Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. Best of luck.
All right. See you, stream.
We've got not Josh Lau. Let's fix that again. Tell anyone new who's tuning in. Who are you, Lee?
Hey everybody, how's it going out there? This is Lee with the Tavern Brawlers here with Man-Sand today. We are streaming the Battle Hardened in Charlotte, and we are members of the team the Tavern Brawlers. We are a community building team who are focused on creating opportunities for players, organizers, different businesses, LGSs. We want to bring everybody together, create an amazing community, or work with the community that already exists that's already so amazing, and try to do everything that we can together to help bring all sorts of different opportunities like games, community building, content creating, collaborations, all sorts of stuff all across the board. We have a lot going on everywhere.
I'll keep going.
Yeah, we.
No, it's all good. Huge thanks once again to Lee. We're going to be doing 3 rounds, then switch up the caster. So this will be one more round in the tank for this caster duo, and then I don't know. I might take a break. Lee, at least we'll swap with Alex. We don't quite know what's going on because guess what? There's an 8th round that we just didn't plan for at all. In my head, these are like 7 rounds because they keep them within one day. But no, we've got an 8th round to play because we just barely tipped that cap. Let's jump over to that graphic again so we can talk about the meta breakdown. With 134 players, there is an 8th round. It tips right over at 129. So if we were at 128, just 6 less people, we'd lose a whole round there and just do 7 in the day. But nope, we're going to do 8 today. Huge day, huge day. I mean, we knew these were probably going to be like a 12-hour type deal. Happy to do it.
Yeah.
I just can't believe we actually crossed that threshold. In my mind, like these always stay at 7. So wow, we are just in for even more games of Flesh and Blood. Why not?
Who doesn't
Why
love
not?
more
Who doesn't
games
love
of
more
Flesh and
games of
Blood?
Flesh and Blood? Why not? Hey, what's up, Jacob in the chat? Hey, Lee. And
Hey,
Ethan,
everybody.
you both rock. Love you too. Love you too, Jacob. Although you got to stop
Appreciate y'all.
spamming me in the middle of a stream. I know the camera has failed. I get it. I don't need to hear from like 20 people. It's already freaking me out, man. But yeah, I definitely, thanks for your input. I can't just respond to all of it midstream, but truly appreciate that you're tuning in. We've got metagame breakdown to talk about a little bit again. Now that we've seen a bit more of these games develop, right? We saw that Levia still in contention at X1.
Yep.
They do have to still win out to really have a shot here. That's what happens with how many people show up at these Battle Hardens. If you're first tiebreaker, if you're X2, actually we can pull up a top cut calculator just so I'm not completely making this up.
I know he can do it. He's doing a very good job playing. We were able to watch 2 of his games now as well. Very good player. He had a very rough game last match. Very tough to be able to try to figure out how to block those down blades with Dorinthia. Go tall, go wide, go out, sideways, diagonal, every which way with Dorinthia. So it's very tough to deal with.
So here we go. These are the hard facts on what a top cut would look like with this amount of players, with this amount of rounds, with a top 8 cut. So we're expecting to have potentially an 8-0, not necessarily. There's like a, I guess, 50% chance that there is an 8-0. That's making up 0.5 of the cut. Then you've got 4.271s making it. And then there's going to be 14.7 X2s in the running. And that's where the whole like bubble death of these Battle Hardens really kicks in, because you have to get that loss, that second loss, if you want to be in the cut pretty much like right at the end. It either has to be like the last round, second to last round, and that's how an X2 can really make it in. If you take your 2 losses early, I mean, you're out. At least with an 8th round, it's a little bit more cushion, though, because these tend to be really cutthroat at X1 with only 7 rounds. So actually, that 8th round does add a bit more padding for people to squeeze in at X2. So I do like to see that. There's still just going to be so many X2s that miss it.
Yep.
So it's probably going to come down a lot to that second tiebreaker as well, which for this point, someone like Jacob, whom I'm heavily rooting for, his first loss, which would be his second tiebreaker in an X2 scenario, is round 5. That's pretty good. That's pretty strong. Pretty strong. As our scouts have been out there on the floor, apparently there are no FIs. And this could be wrong. This is just from my people. Apparently, the FIs are not really doing too hot out there.
I can believe it. We really run into some brick hands sometimes, and it's just very hard to get over that when you're playing at such a high level tier of players. But if you get like 2 brick hands in a row with a 5 deck, you're just kind of out that game, unfortunately.
Right. Well,
and it happens too often from my own experience playing 5 for my happiness level.
It is an aggro deck that still needs to be built around a blue base.
Yes.
And the thing about their blue base is it actually has a deck building cost now. You don't just throw in belittles and find your blues through Minnowism. You actually have to divvy up your deck to the right ratios of trying to get that 3 red, 1 blue consistently, 3 red, 1 blue, and if your whole deck's built around that, but then you don't get it, what does an all red look like? What does an all blue look like?
I
and
mean,
that's where you can
there's
start
just
to
so
falter.
many one-cost red cards in the deck as well that you can really struggle trying to put together good extended chain lanes.
Yeah. Icelander. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a report from the floor. The two Fis that there are two Fis actually at X1, but they're playing each other right now, so a bit unlucky. One of them is effectively knocking the other out in this type of scenario. So the two Fis at X1 are playing each other right now. We're trying to find a match we haven't seen yet. So that's what all the back and forth is in the background. I was actually looking for a Fi because I haven't seen what Fis look like post Belittle Minnows. I'm sure it's not too different. It's not too different. But it'd still be something new for the stream today. We also haven't seen an Icelander for how popular Icelander is. Pretty interesting.
Yep. Yeah, we've just been missing the Icelanders. It's just been naturally. We found one person that we wanted to work with for a stream. We let them pair up, and we'd ask the opponent if they'd be interested and willing to come as well. And we just haven't hit any Oldhims or Icelanders this way naturally.
Not saying they're not doing well.
Of course.
There are a lot of people still at really good records, right? This is an event that's going to have, it's going to be absolutely inundated with X2s. So the top tables, there's definitely a lot of decks out there we still haven't seen, especially with some of the repeats that we've had on stream now.
We have not heard of any of the Kanos doing well so far. I do know for absolute certainty that one of those 3 Kanos went 0-2 drop. Very unfortunate.
Was that the guy from yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
All right, so short story. There's a Kano who I think got like second at the Super Armor yesterday. Very confident Kano player. He was playing like that, like 0-1 style Kano deck that just really tries to punish aggro with no AB. And we went out to dinner last night with him, and he's talking all this like, oh, you know, I can either win out or I can just go 0-2 drop. And I was really hoping it wasn't the 0-2 drop path because he did so well yesterday, proved his mettle. But nope, that is one Kano that I had high hopes for.
Yeah, he was absolutely crushing it last night in the Super Armor here at the Charlotte side events.
Well, with that, I do still hope we get a wizard in for this next round. They should be starting pretty soon here. So while we set that up, let's cut to that little 3-minute interim screen, and then we should probably have our match ready to go. All right, little break. Okay, there we go, people. Sorry about that. Little bit later to start than I had expected. Uh-oh. We may be having one more camera malfunction. Come on, not like this. Not like this, camera. You can do it. Pull through. No, not like this, camera. I assume the other person is there, right? Like, they're not frozen. Okay, well, I'll try to go, like, click some things and fix that, because I don't want that broken again. Come on. So let's tab on over. All right, so we've got Aaron Grace on the left and Kevin Murphy, who I'll try to fix the camera for in a second, on the right. It is a matchup as old as time at this point. We've got Oldhim versus Icelander. So we saw a lot of this at Calling Indy. It's a game everyone's super familiar with. It is a game that is likely going to last maybe all the way till time. So let's give it a look from that top-down view as we jump into it. Lee, please take it away in the early turns because I do want to try to fix this camera.
Okay.
Should have asked. This is extra Icelander if I have multiple triggers on the stack, by the way.
And let me change this.
Just because, like, I've had times where it's like.
Looks like they're still getting set up here, resolving like sideboards and doing some discussions.
Just in case. I should follow along. Probably.
Are we good to start?
Right up to.
Are we good to start?
Use the same ones for arcane stuff?
Yeah.
We know the difference.
I need my pulverized one. Where's my 14?
There you go.
Yeah, he said it was good to start.
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Guess I won't do the box.
Oh, AB1. Hit me hard. I would so much rather play this match.
Oh, yep. Sorry. That is 4-1 as well for the other player.
Yeah, I was trying to see how I could fix it. I wasn't sure yet.
All right, so I've reset everything. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Just is what it is.
I was going first. Oh, yeah.
That's one of them at least functioning. The other one's functioning. Sick. Let's fix it.
Huh. That's interesting.
Oops.
Yeah.
All right. All right, cool. It is working for the round. We love it. We love quick fixes. We love quick blah, blah, blah fixes. They are good for my mental health, tell you what, when things just go swimmingly. I will definitely switch to the backup cameras for the next probably 2 rounds just to give these a break before top 8 because these are the 4K cameras. The backup cameras are just 1080. But I do think the 4K might be running into an overheating issue. I'm pretty sure it is what it is. Pretty sure. But they should be working for this instance, because check it out. Oops, let me change that transition. There we go. Back to table.
I'm just going to pass.
Cool. All right, so that's the first round. All right, I was just double checking they worked, and they can handle it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, so that is turn 1 from the Icelander, just resulting in a pass.
Yeah, so right out of the gate here, before they get too deep into it, a quick question. What does the Warhorn do for this matchup?
Yeah, oops. Oh, actually, sorry, one other thing. The round sponsor for this round is actually not HammurabiTCG anymore. Shoot, let me check that. Apologies, this is a priority. Oh, actually it is. It is HammurabiTCG. Oh yeah, I queued it already. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We got it.
That's what happens when you have so much time in between rounds that you get ahead of yourself.
Okay, so then cool, to answer your question, Warhorn in this matchup is something, we're not necessarily sure that the Oldhim is on that style of plan, where they're trying to use Warhorn and really fatigue out the game, destroy Frost-Hex, destroy Insidious Chill with that double targeting that Warhorn provides to disrupt those permanents in play. You destroy one on your side of the field, which is a Frost-Hex, and then the Icelander has to choose to destroy one on their side of the field, which tends to be Insidious Chill. If that's how you can use Warhorn to just constantly deny these permanents that Icelander spend a lot of time to set up, then you can kind of win the game through just the amount of damage prevention in your deck. Icelander just can't get through it, and they will fatigue out while you still return really, really high value blues to close the game. Just kind of trim your deck to that point.
Right out of the gate here, we've got that Spinal Crush coming in and a denial of the Crush effect by Kevin.
So someone pointing out in chat, though, there is likely not going to be a Warhorn in this list because of the Null Rune, just one Null Rune. That is actually something I totally missed there. Good point.
Yep.
There is only one Null Rune. He opted for Stalagmite plus Crater Fist in this, so he's not going for a I will outlast you type of strategy. He is going for the I will kill you type of strategy. So obviously we don't know that when we cue the key card segment there, so Warhorn, a bit of a mislead. It is likely not to come up in this matchup at all.
I've been hearing a lot about the different styles of Oldhim popping up right now, where they kind of transition from your typical standard fatigue strategies towards more of an aggro strategy these days as well. So this might be what we're seeing here with that, what you're talking about, the aggression, with only going with one Null Rune. That's kind of like a safeguard there.
Right, yeah, it gives them something to do if they are going to pitch into
Crown and
cover, then they have extra things to do with that floating resource on AB. But with Stalagmite over Rampart, you don't really see the just built-in defensive capabilities of pitching every turn into Shield and Crown. So we're likely not even to see Crown use that much in this kind of build.
Well, this balance is a good balance, too, to be able to go back and forth between defending against arcane damage and defending against physical damage. Because a lot of times when you're playing against a wizard, you sacrifice your ability to block physical in order to try to block the arcane out.
Sure.
And he's doing a very good job of having that balance between the shield, the crown, the Crater Fist, the tunic, and still being able to have resources for the crown, still having resources to be able to activate the shields and stuff like that.
Yep, and there definitely are these physical attacks coming across. Most Icelander builds these days are pretty much all some flavor of that Bull Lander core.
Yep.
So you do get to just get value out of armor pieces in this kind of matchup. And actually, Stalagmite as well has opportunities in turns, not necessarily like this one because Tunic is up, but if there ever is an opportunity of, they're trying to go for Scar into a 3-cost, well, hey, a Stalagmite Frostbite can really interrupt those things because that's going to tax that additional 1 that doesn't let you then just 2-card 8. But Tunic is up, Kevin does have a larger hand, so it's probably not going to be super disruptive here, but the fact that Icelander is built around so many clean-cut costs, like everything costs like 0, 1 plus Moon, or 3, nothing's really around 2.
This right here does force Kevin to make a decision now on how he wants to use his cards. Because if it's like, let's say he had the arsenal set up and ready to go for the Waning Moon, he could do that in response to this block. That would make this block really bad. But because he's doing it now before he has an arsenal set up, while he doesn't have an arsenal set up, he can't just go from an attack into a non-attack action that does damage, because now he has to pay for more for it to work out. Because how you would typically potentially lead up is a Scar into a arcane spell into the Waning Moon. But blocking with a shield helps prevent that from happening.
Well, Tunic there actually just equalizes, though, was my point. Like, the one extra resource there just lets Tunic do its thing, because Tunic in this matchup, for the most part, tends to...
He didn't have the resource now, did he?
Yeah, he did. This was
he
Tunic
did.
3. It's,
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to click it. It is turn 3 now, so the Tunic resource is up. You can track it on the left side as well with the Tunic counter on Aaron. They've both not missed one yet. So we've got another Spinal coming out. Turn 1 Spinal from Aaron, turn 3 Spinal from Aaron. Now, in a really aggressive Oldhim core, I would expect, obviously, pummels are going to be part of the deck. How many pummels is my question. I've seen Oldhim builds that, when they're built aggressively like this, actually will dip into the yellow base as well. They're going to run red, they're going to run blue, sometimes pepper in the yellow core. We haven't seen one yet from Aaron, but that's something I'm really interested to start tracking.
Yeah. You can always pitch a yellow pummel to pay for a pummel.
Yep, that does work. So with this, it's not necessarily like the Spinal Crush hit effect is ever going to be too relevant. Removing Go Again from a deck that likely takes 1 action per turn, unless it's a Scar for Scar specifically, especially since Waning Moon is an instant, they can always stack that on top, isn't normally going to be too disruptive. It's more so about presenting consistent damage, and that's what Aaron has actually kind of skipped a beat on so far. It went from Spinal to Titan to Spinal. And the Spinals, he would rather be 3-card 10s. That's something the deck can definitely pull off with red Glacials. That is just an absolutely outstanding card. You don't even need the Dominate to get good value out of that as a Guardian deck. Just a 3-card 10 feels really good because there's no window for Kevin to respond and interrupt that with a Frostbite. You just pitch the 2 blues, show them 10. They give you a Frostbite, so what? Your turn's over.
Yeah. That's definitely an advantage that these taller decks have against Icelander's style types of decks or Wizard decks, and overall is just the ability to present. It's also the detriment at the end towards the end of the match as well, because sometimes you just have to put everything into a single attack, and then you're left with not being able to block it or defend yourself from the Icelander responses.
So
in the early game, it's advantageous. In the late game, it's a little bit disadvantageous.
Well, speaking of advantageous, there is something that comes from being behind in a life deficit like this, and that is the +1 from a Wounded Bull. That's the reason these decks are known as Bull-lander decks, really, is they are abusing the effects that you normally would think come from you being behind. Like, oh, I'm behind on life. That's not really a spot I want to be in most games. Well, the Icelander deck starts behind for one, so all these abilities are innately triggered, but then you also get these free turn cycles out of the deck with Storm Starters potentially giving you an extra 7 damage to always close over the top.
Yep.
So the life deficit is never like real in how it appears, just life to life, because there's that 7 damage presence just floating in what Storm Starters can do.
And in Icelander too, you never want to be necessarily too far ahead of the game. You always kind of like want to just be close. You want the game to be close right to the end of the game. That way you can take advantage of the instant speed arsenal kills.
So quick turns actually, back to back here. Aaron just decided I was blocking out, I'm arsenaling, I'm passing again. Kevin actually makes use of that larger hand and plays out a Winner's Bite first. Winner's Bite, gonna go ahead, make Aaron decide what to do on that, and I believe he discarded a red pummel to its effect. So now, with 8 physical damage presented, if you're a deck that's trying to race that, can you really give up 2 turns back to back to just blocking 8? Feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. I think it's something Aaron probably wasn't hoping happens, because if you do just say, okay, I'll pass turn here, move to Arsenal, it isn't likely Icelander always gets great value out of that full hand of 4. There isn't a lot of Gogen in their actions. And for once, without that Spinal effect, well, Kevin actually made use of it. Winner's Bite, and then present 8, and Aaron says, okay, 2 cards and armor block again.
Yep. Eating up a lot of cards from the Oldhim as well. But I can expect potentially an Arthouse.
Completely random. It's not like the internet actually tanked. Hotspot just accidentally got toggled off. I don't know if that was. I don't know if it had like a timeout feature or what. But we're back. We're back. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen again. So let chat know. Hotspot turned off. Back now. Refresh not working. It will work now, folks. So hopefully everything's back. We're not dropping any frames. We're all good. We're all good. Now we're back. Unfortunately, in that meantime, I didn't track too much of what was going on because I was trying to mess with things.
So we had some more Icelander attacks go back and forth. It was a little bit more balanced. I wasn't paying too much attention. I was trying to help out with trying to keep everything balanced on the side too. But they were talking about, Kevin, I heard a remark about this is kind of like what Bull-lander is about. And I think that he was referring to just constantly throwing these huge physical attacks at Aaron.
Yep. Basically, the exchanges have just been big red attacks, good high-value red attacks, back and forth, back and forth. Aaron just wrapped up throwing a red Glacial there, which is what we'd commented about, the preference of plays over stuff like red Spinal. At least getting that through there. I think he also, chat mentioned as well, I think he maybe pitched 1 or 2 in the early game. So those threats are definitely still in deck. Only 1 is truly spent. And the life totals, hey, that's pressure. That is Icelander still at 16. We're really not in a point where a deck like Oldhim, Guardian doesn't really tend to have, okay, this is the God hand, I can just over-present damage like we saw in that Briar game and really close it. You do have to keep pushing, keep putting pressure on, get the life total down to where maybe a Glacial Dominate wins or just the pummel over the top wins, but you very rarely start winning just because, like, oh, I swing a Titan's Fist and like that 4 gets
Oldhim's literally like an Arctic glacier, slow-moving but unstoppable. Just got to be faster than this somehow.
I would hope it's not truly unstoppable for the sake of everyone else.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's stuff you could do to a glacier, but
well, you can melt them. It's
yeah,
what humanity's
melt 'em.
working on right now.
But well, I mean, it's ice versus ice, so there's no melting. It's just gonna freeze it harder, you know.
Oh yeah.
You gotta freeze it to in place. You gotta freeze the glacier so much that it can't even move anymore.
Right now, Enlightened Strike coming through. This is still just red attacks. We haven't seen Kevin do much more from the arcane side of things other than just weaving in, a Waning Moon. I'm going to play a Polar Blast, get that Waning Moon just because it's a free cycle of damage. Now, those kind of arcane plays, though, would have punished what Aaron's doing more. Because Aaron only has that AB1. That AB1 is going to be useful for when it's an Aether Ice Vein. And they get that through with the Fuse effect. Okay, I'll just pitch 1 blue to paying for it, paying for the discard trigger. Fine, that's what an AB1 piece is for. But with only the AB1, going wider on arcane otherwise leaks through a lot of damage. We just haven't seen Kevin really get those hands together. It's been a lot of physical damage coming through, which Oldhim loves blocking. I mean, so much of their deck is about blocking 3. So much of their equipment is about, just good rate blocks.
I mean, there's a reason why he's a Guardian class, after all, right?
Absolutely. Okay, Frostfang coming through. I believe that's a red Frostfang. So this kind of leads to the question I had of how many pummels are necessarily in this list, because when you start adding extra pummel targets that work off Tunic, like Frostfang, right? It's the same cost curve as a CNC, where you get to, use my lines. When you chase those lines and start adding more of the 2 costs to supplement that, sometimes you do add extra pummels as well. So far, I think we've only seen the red that was discarded. Nothing truly played out yet. And not like the Tunic curve is necessarily something that can come up here, but it still could be a pummel in this kind of situation. Pummel. Does Kevin smell it? Because Aaron did make the choice. He blocked with CNC.
These Frostfangs are definitely a very amazing pummel target. On hit, they make your opponent, with the pummel, discard 2 cards, which is absolutely insane. Because in order to try to block out the Frostfang, in order to not lose 1 card, you're already losing 2 cards like you're doing here. So you're committing 2 cards to the block out here. Then they got the pummel over the top, cleans out the hand.
And it is going to be that red pummel, so we still don't know how many are truly in the deck, but that's 2 red pummels now that Kevin can track gone. 1 discarded, 1 played. That's part of that scary closing power that Oldhim can otherwise have, is just the ability to, well, if you have a pummel, I just lose. And now he's making it all the easier for Kevin to really track that type of thing. At the same time, though, I mean, it's not like the pummels are doing nothing. They're getting Aaron close to the finish line as well. Because we see this connecting. I don't see a defense reaction from Kevin on this side. Nope, no defense reaction in hand. So he's making the choice right now on the discard and pay triggers, not actually thinking about if he's going to sink over that pummel.
Yeah, or the other option, too, is just completely dump your hand and deny the double discard effect.
Oh, yeah. I believe Aaron gets to stack the order of those triggers. I'm not sure if it really matters.
Yeah, if Kevin, can go ahead and just dump his hand before the on-hit actually hits.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if that was the case, sure.
Yeah, then you don't have to discard anything because there's nothing in your hand to discard.
But so far, from the way Kevin's playing, it's not really like he's put a lot of arcane damage blues in his arsenal. So far, it's been the cycle cards more than anything, and then attacks, making sure he gets good value.
I'm kind of wondering how much Kevin took arcane out of this matchup, expecting Aaron to bring in a large AB suite.
That's an interesting point. I don't know if they ever really sided out, but it definitely could have been like a mindset change. Kevin expecting more of a fatigue Oldhim, and then running into this more aggressive Oldhim. I'm not sure what that changes for an Icelander sideboard. This is where Punkage would have been freaking fantastic. Oops, I believe that was turn 7. The turn counter might just be off. We'll pretend it's turn 7 here. We're not in a position to truly threaten pummel, unless, is that 2 cards in hand or just the 1 on Aaron's side? I think it's just 1. Yeah. So let's see. I think Kevin actually did give us a glimpse of what was in Arsenal. Chat seems to think it was a spell. It looks like a Frost Hex in Arsenal, says Pokey. Okay, sick. Yeah, so then there actually were opportunities, like you were mentioning, Lee, to play that out, pay for Moon, before the discard triggers are really coming through to get some value there.
Yeah.
And we do see that. Okay, so Kevin is opting to play the Frost Hex, and he plays it on this turn cycle, which now does start to seem a little puzzling. He's sacking a whole blue in hand to play this out. Yes, it's going to dodge the fact that CNC would otherwise destroy this arsenal. But there was a window to just, instead of lose 2 cards, play this out Moon anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if right now is when Kevin even wanted to play the Frost Hex. He had it in the arsenal, I presume, in order to save it for later when he had a better time or a better gap for it to be relevant. I believe that's at the beginning of the game. It probably wasn't relevant. And there was too much pressure going on in both directions for him to take the time off to play the Frost Hex. So I think that potentially he just needed to wait for a better time to play it. And this is a time when he was forced to play it from the Command and Conquer.
Mm-hmm. Just based off the Command and Conquer. True enough. And then passing over to Arsenal. So yeah, actually, because of the Cornet peak, it never could have been a 4-card hand. That's my bad on the track.
Yeah.
But now we've got Aaron just saying, okay, I will pass it over back to Kevin. Let's see what happens. I'm interested as well. Or no, sorry, it is Aaron's turn. Not bad.
We have a Rousey
Rather,
Ancients.
Kevin passed. I flipped the names. Kevin passed back to Aaron is what I meant to say. So back to Aaron. Ball in his court. There's no disruption from Kevin with that hand. He just Arsenal passes. Now we see a Rouse come through with no hypothermia. There's no way to just say, okay, never mind. Turn that off. Bye-bye. No, I don't even think that Icelander plays that in this matchup, to be fair, even before it was banned. No, it's a cold snap. So this is what I'm saying. This is what...
It's hard to see the cards on the small screen a little bit here.
Kevin keeps cycling for, like, he put Polar Blast in Arsenal, and he's put Cold Snap in Arsenal. These are really efficient plays to just cycle a card, deal 3.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not hugely disruptive for a deck that's all blues and likely to, with those 2 blues in hand, it's not like they were going to pay for one of them anyway. The turn was just going to be swing Titan's Fist, and now the Tunic resource just kind of covers that right up, covers up the Frostbite. Still lets them swing for Arsenal. And that's what we see out here.
I have a Frostbite. Cold Snap. No pay.
No pay. Makes sense. I mean, obviously, no Arsenal there. Draw goes through. They're being very clean about it. I do like this. It might still be Swiss. There might still be this round and 2 more to play before top 8. But no reason to play fast. Make sure everything resolves in the order it does, because this is a matchup that if you're hoping to win the whole thing, you have to be ready to play through time and time again.
From what I can pick up and everything, both players have been absolutely professional in their communication with each other. It makes a very healthy, very fun game to be able to play when you have that kind of communication with an opponent.
Mm-hmm. There they go. So with one Frost Hex played out and another one going on the block here, Kevin looks like he won't be able to fully commit. Oh, shoot. He had a 3rd card in hand. I didn't even see that. I thought it was just the 2 blues. Wow. Well, that Frostbite doesn't go to pitch blue to Titan's Fist. That goes to pitch 2 blues now into Thunderquake for 10. So on top of the red Glacials, being able to present these in deck as well, just these 3-card 10s, tons and tons of pressure. I mean, this is literally lethal presented. Kevin has to do something about this now. And he's already committed 2 hands to the block.
Yep, and just 2 cards left, and he's going to be blocked out. No Arsenal, no hand to Arsenal a card with.
Going down, taking 4, also giving up the ability to potentially Arsenal anything. His Tunic's going to tick up to 3, and he'll pass it over. But then that's about it. That's really the only thing he can do is hope that Aaron's hand that he doesn't get to interact with doesn't present much damage. It is possible here that if it's just an all-blue hand, like, it could just be 8. 8 is block 2, or rather 8 is at least, like, block 1, not die.
Oh, and we have an Endless Winter coming down.
This is, well, Pummel represented in a way. I don't know if Kevin's really going to be afraid of it.
I mean,
good on Aaron, even if he had the ice card, not fuse it here. You want to hold that information. Could it be a Pummel or not?
Right. Yeah, no fuse. But I mean, like, you almost don't need the fuse here. Just like faking anything is just important enough here.
Yeah, there's a lot of 2 blocks that Kevin can be caught on as well.
Yeah, the triple card block here.
Looks like in this kind of situation, he's still going to go up a life because he's able to block the clean 8 and then Findles back up. Not bad. If he's going to find his way, oops, that wasn't the right card. It was for Endless Winter. That's what it was.
And Aaron Arsenal's that mystery card that he did not use as a fuse, and he goes ahead and passes turn and draws up.
Yep. So that's 3 turns back-to-back now where Kevin is not really doing anything to impede Aaron's game plan.
No, but this is the turn that Kevin needed in order to be able to get back into a sustainable position again. He now has that arsenal back in place again and a full grip of 4 to try to defend against Aaron's turn now.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the arsenal here, but with that life differential, it's
huge.
not like one arsenal is really going to buy you back that difference, especially since he got the good rate out of his deck through the entirety of the early game. He played, you know, Wounded Bull, like East Strike, like he got his 2-card 8, his 2-card 7s. He got that value, and he's still this far behind. That's really rough, because Oldhim actually likes playing the value game, and that's all that was played up till now.
We got a crown effect?
Yep, crown on Aaron's own turn. Fishing for something.
Yep, trying to make something of a hand, probably.
It doesn't hurt. If you don't have a hand that can really do more than 8, potentially, then you might as well start to cycle on your own turn. Dig for maybe pummels, whatever go-agains are in your deck, like Rouse. Whatever's possible. And it actually lines up really well here because Kevin was hoping to get an opportunity to really have Cold Snap buy back some amount of breathing room as well. Like if he was able to freeze an arsenal there, then if it was a pummel, I mean, say bye-bye to that happening this turn. Instead, the Cold Snap just cycles through.
And coming from arsenal, it's a good option too that helps reload the hand so he's not completely out of it for this turn too.
Yep, because he didn't actually pitch a blue for that, right? So he's just paying 1 off Tunic to basically pretend he has Crown of Seeds.
Yeah, yeah.
Cycle a card from arsenal to hand, basically. No damage prevention, though.
Yeah, real quick. You're good. It's not bad. It's just we got so much time. I think we still have like 25 minutes.
Players taking a moment there. And we do see, okay, look at exactly that. That's what we were talking about. When you go for a bit of a dig on Crown, it's to help enable something more to do with your hand. And that's exactly what happens here. Is the fuse now comes through. Rouse has go again. I didn't quite see if... He probably didn't have that play yet if he crowned to look for something.
Yeah.
But he definitely got what he wanted out of it because now this hand at least becomes Rouse into CNC. Why not?
Yep.
Frostbite Break is good. You have 1 prevention floating from Crown? I do. Okay.
So...
Yeah, he has the prevention floating from Crown in order to help with the arcane firing back at him.
Well, with that life threshold, not super relevant. Kevin, though, has to try to do something to interact with this turn. It likely will have to be Storm Striders just to hopefully not let Aaron pay for Rouse 7 into Pitch Red CNC. I mean, he's already presenting lethal alone with this Rouse. If even 1 damage goes through, then that's presenting lethal again with the CNC. If Kevin can throw this turn and make the CNC unplayable, he probably has to go for it in a sense. I don't know if he can really eat this otherwise. He's definitely got an amount of 2 blocks in hand with that Scar, Winter's Bite. The Aether Hail at least blocks 3. I think he has 3 2 blocks in hand though, so if he tries to just play this full on defense, that's just such low value for him. Because the cards don't get their baseline 3 value that you're at least hoping for. Let's take a look again. I think I can see more. Winter's Bite, Emeritus Scolding. Okay, so he's got 2 3 blocks at least. There's the Scar, the Winter's Bite, and I can't quite tell that 3rd card. It's a Winter's Bite. Yep. Okay, so it is 3 2 blocks. But this is it, though. If you take that one from Rouse, which he did, then once again, this is presenting lethal. So demand some interaction out of Kevin again. No arsenal in play to really worry about. You definitely don't want it to say on-hit death, so you got to do something. Yeah, so didn't use Striders, so he did just let this play through. I think it was something he was considering because if he uses Striders to prevent the 6 going through there, that could be, in his mind, worth the sacrifice of equipment. Spend the Striders to, in theory, prevent 6 this turn, but it's not like that damage goes away. That just means, okay, Aaron just Arsenal CNC, and then at some point, like if CNC is ever there for like the Tunic Pummel Curve, I mean, amazing.
And Kevin's keeping 3 cards in hand here, sacrificing his headpiece in order to be able to have 3 cards in hand on his opening turn. So he's looking to do a little bit more than just an Arsenal pass situation here to try to catch up a little bit. But the problem is taking 4 down to 2. That was a really bad spot for him. Any kind of dominated attack from Aaron's corners just going to end this game immediately.
So what's interesting here, though, with this hand, these are actually red Winter's Bites, which is not something you always see out of Icelander. At least I haven't seen it recently. Maybe they've made their way into lists and I just missed it. But red Winter's Bites actually will take 2 full cards. It's not like that was 2 blue Winter's Bites where, okay, I'll pay 1 with that blue, and if he plays another one, I'll just pay another resource there. So at least those 2 Winter's Bites traded for 2 cards each. It slowed down the stem of damage coming from Aaron here. But with a 2-card hand, that's still a play pattern that Guardians are pretty happy with. I mean, that's just weapon swing arsenal. I'm sure they'll take that any day.
Considering a block through 3 and taking the 1 here. Or is that a 2?
No, that's a 3 block. That's a frosting.
Yeah.
Michael Hamilton played the red bites at Calling Indy. Okay, good to know. And that's where it comes from. Michael Hamilton, always with the tech. Not only did he invent this list, he innovated on this list. And still is discovering new ways to play it. Red Winter's Bite. Very nice, very spicy. I mean, at some point, like, Lexi's were playing that, then I think they switched to Arctic Incarceration. Not a card I've seen a lot of. So here we go. This is Scar for Scar coming through. This one was from Arsenal. We know he drew up another Scar for Scar. And this is where Stalagmite actually gets some kind of value because the Tunic isn't up. So now paying through that Frostbite probably starts to feel pretty bad. Without Tunic, he can't just cleanly go, okay, I'll at least play Scar into whatever his plan was there. Now he's actually just spending 2 cards to get that 4 damage through. I mean, it's a forced play. He set up that Scar in Arsenal. If he wants to really get himself back in the game, he needs to cycle it out for something that's not just an attack, something disruptive.
Use Tunic. Yep. And Crown Seeds. Yep.
There we go. I believe this might be the first defensive crown usage, but you love when it comes up off a Tunic play like that.
This is also, he still has the Storm Striders back down there as well, just waiting for that turn to really use it. He just doesn't have the opportunity to use it. So he's got to still be playing some pretty high-powered arcane damage spells in the deck to justify bringing that piece in right now, right?
Oh, well, obviously, yeah. I mean, the reason you bring in the Striders is because at some point, if you've got your blue Emeritus set, you can swing in 7 alone off of that plus Moon, and then Striders closes that gap even further.
Yeah.
Because whatever you add on top of that, if it's a Red Aether Icewind or something, well, geez, it's an extra 5 you threw on a turn that was already 7, quote unquote, like unfair damage. So yeah, the Storm Striders always is about closing that last lethal gap. But if you are forced to play it for disruption, you want to be able to use it for something that locks your opponent out of some kind of damage situation, which is kind of what would have come up last turn, but we obviously let Kevin not play it that way.
And we have another Thunderquake coming in to try to challenge Kevin again, trying to take that last point. And Kevin's drew up into a no arsenal hand. And that's 10 damage.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot.
So there he goes. I mean, he's got to play full defense, blocking out this red Thunderquake. But he doesn't get any arsenal here, so no disruption is really going to come through out of this turn cycle. It's just Tunic up, pass. And it's really just in Aaron's court now. He's about to come up on that Glacial he pitched. It might actually be, it could be this hand exactly. He pitched a red Glacial on like turn 1, I'm pretty sure. So in theory, once he gets back to that hand, if he set it up right, then it's just no response window from Icelander possible, reveal 10, dominate, game over.
And we have the Endless Winter now.
Endless Winter coming in for 8. These numbers, they demand 3 cards. That's not fun. It's not fun for Kevin.
He does still have a Tunic up to block with if he has to have it, but obviously right now is not a good time to use it potentially. He still wants to save it.
Kevin giving himself a little bit of a look at the deck there, because if you're not closing the gap with your cards aggressively, you definitely can't get there just fatiguing out a Guardian. It's not, like, that's not something that really happens in this matchup at all, because the blues, the freaking blues out of a Guardian will still present 8. So you can't really trade in a situation of, I'll just, I'll run them out of damage so all they have left is their weapon.
Another
That's never
serious
possible.
consideration for Kevin right now is that Pummel threat with a 2 resources floating card in hand. We do know that 2 red Pummels are down, so there's 1 left in the deck, and it's very potential that we're coming back up onto that Pummel.
Well, yep, okay, yeah. So it is just Pummel, because we're getting through almost the entirety of first cycle there, aided a bit by the crown. So that third Pummel was always going to come through, and Aaron takes it just, wow. The aggressive Oldhim, like,
that
it
was
just
strong.
did it. It just did it. I didn't really see anything making it overwhelmingly unique in this aggressive take that hasn't been done before, other than like maybe Frostfangs. That one tends to come in, come out, not be a really consistent slot in the deck. But the ability to just jam in these 10 reds, Thunderquake, Glacials, those feel really good. And, well, for Aaron in this case, not for Kevin, because for Kevin, that is now an X2 record. And at this point in the game, losing round 6 as first tiebreaker, not to mention the other round he lost, I don't know. I don't know how he's looking for cut there. I can't speak to it, but not great, obviously. You want to, ideally, if you're going to go in at an X2 record, lose your last 2 rounds. So that is GG's for round 6. Let's make sure this screen is working. There we go. Aaron G now 5-1. 5-1. Looking really strong. Oh, oops. He's not on Briar. He was on Oldhim. I didn't change that. Oops. There we go. Round 6 wrapped up there by Aaron. There's still 2 more rounds to go. 2 more rounds to go.
2 more very exciting rounds. We got a lot of different styles of heroes up there too in the top tables. I'm very excited to see what the final breakdown is going to be when we get to the top cut to see what's shaping up there.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at that myself. I haven't even been over to the Battle Hardened area. It's so far away. And oh my gosh, energy is tanking again. I need my second coffee for the day. That game ended up being more exciting than I was hoping out of, or than I expected rather. So that was cool. You love it when at least there's an aggressor in that kind of matchup and they're not both just playing for an ultra late game. That's the kind of thing that's more effective in top cut, and I probably expect to see strategy shift when you get to that point because there is no time limit. But to play it really aggressive in Swiss was definitely a very good call. And his deck might be built to just do that and only do that, and then, hey, that looked really effective because it got him the win pretty handily.
Yeah, and they were definitely both going at each other very heavily there at the beginning, both slinging red attack spells back and forth all constantly, just really throwing that physical pressure out. I was very surprised to see that much consistency in attacking from the Icelander deck and not a whole lot of as much as what I expect for the ice, for the arcane ice in that matchup.
Yeah, that was well, I mean, it is a better rate to throw attacks than it is to throw any arcane damage. But what we didn't see come through were the parts of that red Aether or the Aether Ice Vein kit that Icelander definitely does try to play early game when they have room to. I actually just didn't see those come through. So while the rate was good on all those red cards thrown early from the Icelander side, there wasn't a lot of disruption. And then it really didn't lead into much disruption out of Arsenal either. There was just kind of an awkward Frost Hex, and then a lot of cycling with Polar Blasts and Cold Snaps, which in the end just didn't get the Icelander there. But GG's to both players. I think we'll cut to a bit of a break on this one. Once again, though, shout out to HammurabiTCG, Hemel Patel. We're going to run his ad and then cut to break.
The man.
So pay attention because this one is pretty fun. Actually, someone real quick answer this. Is there any Fab tomorrow? So there is, but I'm not going to be streaming it because I want to play in it. It's the PTI event. They tend to be insanely competitive because everyone just like stays. Everyone who played in the Battle Hardened, like, why wouldn't you just stay, hang out, and play in that too? They're pretty tough for only like 1 PTI on the line and really not much else. But it's, I mean, hey, I'm here anyway. I would like to play something.
Yeah.
Say last hurrah to this format's version of Levia.
I'll be slinging some fire out there myself tomorrow morning. Probably gonna get paired round 1. That's how it works.
Well, I mean, I'll lose then. That'd be good for you. My version is like very anti-Guardian, anti-Dash, anti-Dromai type of Levia. It's not aggro at all. Like, bless your heart, Jacob Simmons, for playing that version of the deck, but that Dorinthia game was like why I don't want to play that version of the deck. You lose a lot of agency with those non-blocks. How many years will we have those masks on events? So actually, that question has a really easy answer. Pro Tour Baltimore is the official shift point. That is when we don't have to wear masks anymore. At least with, I believe SCGCon is, are they organizing Pro Tour or helping organize Pro Tour?
Pretty
Actually,
sure.
I don't know if I can speak to that. But I'm pretty sure they are, right?
Yeah.
SCGCon is organizing Pro Tour. So at least at that event, they're not requiring masks anymore. Is that going to carry over to SCGCon itself for all of these Battle Hardens? I would hope so. It is pretty rough to talk all day and have like the puffs of air keep hitting me back in the face and my eyeballs. But we're getting through it. These are really comfy masks, actually. Shout out to Tavern Brawlers. So here we go. We're going to jump into Hemel Patel's ad. pay attention. This guy's great. Get your cards from him, and then cut to break.
Hey yo, Don Hammurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, HammurabiTCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
God. I feel like every time we cut to this camera, my hair's gone like even more Medusa-y. I think at a certain point, I'll just start putting it up like this.
It's all the stress of the day hitting you.
Here we go. Let's just rock it like this.
There you go.
All right. Oh my God, that is beyond horrible. Could this be a look? No. All right. What do you want your tag to be? What's your rank in the Coast Guard?
Sorry, rank in the Coast Guard?
Come on.
I'm a fireman.
Fire?
E3.
E3?
E3.
Like this?
Yeah.
Fireman E3?
I mean, no, but.
Alec Myers. All right, everybody. We got Alec Myers back. Did you know he's a fireman E3 in the Coast Guard? How cool. How cool.
My rank is E3. My rate is.
Your rate
is a non-rate. I'm technically a non-rate, but they're called firemen's at the.
Do you want me to put non-rate?
No,
Look how bad that looks, Alec.
Just leave it.
Non-rate? No one's going to know what that means.
I like the other one better. Washed up calling player.
Washed up calling player?
Washed up
All right,
calling.
we'll go back to that one.
How about just washed up flesh and blood player?
Washed calling top 4 player. There we go. There we go. Have we already seen the Riptide spoiler? Sheesh, I don't know. I haven't seen like any spoilers today, and I'm actually kind of getting panicked about it. I'd love to dig into that, but I really don't have like the bandwidth to jump into what's happening with spoilers and back to the stream.
Oh, I was wondering, you guys haven't been checking them out on your breaks?
No, dude, my breaks? What do you think? I'm like running to the bathroom and chugging coffee. Someone says he's a seaman.
I'm not a seaman.
You're not a seaman?
Nope.
Is that not true?
Nope.
No? Why?
I'm a fireman.
Fireman, but you...
You're either a fireman or a seaman on a boat.
Really? Even both on a boat? Fireman,
seamen are called, yep, seamen are deckies, and I work for main propulsion. It's in the engine room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a fireman.
But so ideally, you don't actually deal with fire, though. That would mean the boat is...
I mean, everybody on the boat deals with a fire. It's like it's called a general emergency if a fire breaks out. Depending on what kind of fire and where the fire is at, different like teams on the boat will go off and take care of it. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd hope so.
I'm in the engine room, so.
I'd hope so. Well, so if it starts, then it's your fault.
No.
Because it'd be from the engine.
It isn't. No. If it starts, because it's just because like bad things happen. My boat's
okay.
old.
Don't accept culpability on stream.
The boat is
Government will
old.
find out. You'll get in trouble.
I'm on an old boat.
But there we go. We're still waiting for what's next round? 7, I think, starting out.
7,
We're about to close up the Swiss rounds here.
Yes, we
And
are. It's a very diverse, diverse amount of heroes out there right now.
Well, you've been picking the matches. How's it been looking up there? Let's switch back to this view. What can you say about this meta breakdown? What's been rising? What hasn't?
I've been seeing a lot of Icelanders. They're doing very, very well, unsurprisingly. As far as FIs go, I was trying to get you guys a FI matchup last round, but it turned out to be like a mirror. So that would have ended like really quickly, and it probably wouldn't have been very fun to watch for you guys. But hopefully, I'm hoping Lee will go grab those FIs this round, or one of them FIs who like won, the one that won. Surprisingly, Joshua Lau with his Dori deck, he's undefeated still.
Still undefeated. So
Yeah,
that man
he's
is
doing very well.
That man's actually locked now, regardless of what happens.
Oh,
next
100%. He's been.
I'm sure he's fighting to still do well, because if you can guarantee going first or second in Dori, wow. I mean, you do have some play going first that you like with Ironsong Pride, but for the most part, if a Dorinthia goes second, it just forces just a lot of interaction from the get-go.
It's a very skill-intensive hero.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you can play the same exact deck as Joshua Lau, but if you're not playing on the same level as the guy, then you're probably not winning those tournaments like he is. So, I've seen some Oldhims. I know Michael is X1 still. We'll probably get him on stream.
Have you seen Brody? I know he traveled in with like Yanji and Brody.
Brody is not doing as well with Viserai as he would have liked to.
He's playing Viserai. Freaking Yanji talked him into that. Oh no, can't let that happen. That man's supposed to top 8 every battle he goes to. I don't know. I don't
He's
know.
very
Viserai.
confident that Viserai's still good. So
okay, but
I can't tell you.
Brody, oh my gosh, it was freaking hilarious. Was it? I think it was at Calling Indy. Literally at Calling Indy, he played a version of Briar that didn't run Channel Mount Heroic. Sometimes he gets these ideas that in testing are just performing amazingly. But if your testing's like super insulated, then maybe maybe it leads to like some ideas that just like they've been explored but not like fully explored.
Did he do well with it?
No.
Okay,
Well,
I was about to say like
I don't know what you consider well. I actually don't know where he ended up, but he didn't make the cut, if that's what you mean. I don't think he even made. Maybe he made like top 64.
I was going to say, yeah, like
top 32.
you're making like top 16. That's probably good, like good enough.
But there we go. Someone in chat is saying Brody actually played Vis in Auckland as well. He loves
I'm
Vis.
pretty sure he played Kano, didn't he? No?
What?
I guess I'm wrong. I know
no.
he's been playing with Kano. I just.
Oh, do you mean in the Blitz Battle Harden?
Oh, was that what it was? Okay.
In the Battle Harden, he might have done that.
That's
but for the calling CC,
that's what it was.
it makes sense if
It
he
was
was
Battle
on
Harden.
Vis. Because
Yeah, he loves Vis. 100%. It's
Okay.
his favorite hero.
Yanji did pretty well on Vis as well. I think he just like bubbled out of top 8 on I mean, it's pretty just aggressive version of Viserai.
Mhm.
Nothing too new, but it is good to see that deck come back.
Oh, what, for Blitz?
No, the calling was CC.
Oh.
Calling Auckland was CC.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Battle Harden Auckland was Blitz.
We need to different. Like, Blitz, he did well, or the calling, he did well. So, Brody did well in the Blitz Battle Harden, correct?
Those were words that, yeah. I mean, he top 8'd. I don't know what happened beyond that.
Ignore what I'm
The
saying.
man is very consistent, though, at top 8ing Battle Hardens, but I guess it just
here we
won't
go.
happen today if what you've been scouting is true. That's unfortunate. Love to see him do well, though.
Visit calling, Oldhim, Battle Harden. Okay.
Brody played
Thank
Oldhim.
you.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, chat. You know way more than I. I'll admit.
Thank you, Hamil.
Oh, hey, that's Hamil Patel right there. HammurabiTCG, last round sponsor, by the way. Everyone who enjoyed that ad, this is the channel you got to go to. This is the man you got to find on Facebook. There's a fire engine in the room in the fireman's brain. Send help. What?
It's all good.
Well, I think we should be starting this next round pretty soon. I want to shoot a message over to Lee just to make sure. I don't see too much movement, so I almost feel like people have been seated. Let me check the document and whether or not we're ready to jump in. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. We are. Ooh, this will be a really fun one for y'all. All right. We're going to cut to that 3-minute countdown and then into the game. All right. This is going to be a good one. Aha, see? I did fix the camera. I was freaked out there for a second. Shoot, I did just totally reveal what the matchup is. But I'm more excited for the players we have on camera. The matchup itself, we'll get to in a second, but how fantastic. Matt W., absolutely love this guy. Really soft-spoken, great player. I see him around all the time. Always super friendly, always super helpful, always asking, what can I do to help? And he's really genuine about it. The guy, I think, comes from like a professional photography background, so his advice has been incredible when it comes to some of the stream stuff, actually. And then we've got Mara Ferris, who you may know from Mara Blackwing Studio. She does absolutely insane altar work. I believe her spoiler reveal is actually first of its kind, where she did kind of like a, I don't know if it was revealed yet fully, but she altered her spoiler card and then uploaded like a reverse time lapse of the process. So like you get the reveal of the text at the end.
Right.
Such a cool idea.
That's
such a cool idea.
interesting.
Really, really glad to have her on
It's
camera
kind of
here.
funny. You're like, when you're talking about her, like you actually know her. Earlier, when I brought a different table over, she like got fake offended. I was like,
she's also on the Goliath Gauntlet right now as well. So I hope a lot of people know her work, and also her gameplay level is incredible. So the matchup right here in front of us is Fi versus Dromai. So maybe a bit of a one-sided matchup, but Mara is the kind of person who likes to innovate with Dromai and try to fix those holes, fix those bad matchups. So I'm really eager to see if that's something she's really done here. And as we get into the game itself, I do enjoy a good Dromai player. So I'm hoping to really get impressed here by what Mara's doing. I mean, on the Goliath Gauntlet, she had some incredible games. I believe she was eventually taken out by Tarek Patel in a just true fatigue fashion. Brought her to 0 cards in deck, Oldhim versus Dromai.
Really?
And the game was... Wait,
is
can
that
you
what
let
you were
them know they're
telling me
good to go?
about?
Can you let... Because I told them to wait. Can you tell them they're good to go? Yeah.
I remember you were telling me about this.
Yep. Also, oops, sorry, the sponsor for the round is actually the RatheTimes. Let me change that. After this round, we're going to get to a massive plug for the RatheTimes. They've actually also contributed a really unique and exciting giveaway for you all. So we'll get to that right after the end of this round here. For now, though, huge shout out to them just to get things rolling here. I know we are a little bit pressed for time on this one. I didn't know that the players were already there and ready. I'm just glad everything finally worked out. So as things kick off here, we've got not turn 12. Let me reset that. We've got turn, come on, 1.
Turn
1. There we go. So both players are X1 going into this. Don't know when their losses were, but they definitely obviously are fighting to keep that X1 record into the last round of the day, because that pretty much locks them for top 8.
For sure, yep.
So this is it's a big deal for this game. Big deal for this game. We've got Matt kicking off things on the left, going first with a Spreading Flames. Coming in for 3. He's got his own dice. Look at that. He's got those casino dice out. Doesn't want to use the stream dice.
I do like those dice, the casino dice. When I bought the jumbo dice from eBay, I like put them all into my little cartridge, and it fit perfectly, and I was like very, very happy.
So as this turn shakes out, there's hoping to be a bit of a damage leak on Matt's side, obviously. There, with the Spreading Flames, there's an ability here to maybe pump 3s to 4s if the chain goes long enough. He played out a Phoenix Flame from hand as well, which is worth noting because, I mean, that's a card you definitely don't want to draw later in the game. So as far as turn 0 goes, leak or not, just getting a Phoenix Flame out has got to feel pretty good about that. Trimming the deck of those cards that really are low value to draw, especially in these versions of Fi without Belittle. You don't even get the added benefit of, okay, if I drew a Phoenix, maybe that's just my Belittle reveal. Nope. You draw that card, it really is just kind of a brick. But Mara then taking the first, I guess, like real turn of the game, right? People tend to call like first player going first turn 0. So this is technically like the first turn 1 because now decisions matter on blocks and the like. Mara rocking the Crown of Dominion, playing Royal Dromai. I wonder if this is kind of her specialty list that runs the Belittles. Wait, is it that she runs Belittle? No, she runs Spreading or Flame Call Awakening. I think that's like her flavor card. Flame Call Awakening.
One that fetches the
one that fetches the Phoenix.
Flames.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what made her take on this pretty unique in the Goliath Gauntlet. So I guess we'll see that. There is a Phoenix Flame pitch. So in theory, yeah, this could be that style of deck. Coming in now with the Miraging Metamorph.
Miraging Metamorph.
That is 3 Ash generated and still presenting 7 on that first turn. Matt, without a popper, just takes it and moves on. It's got to feel pretty decent.
It's always nice to just throw out the card and be like, oh yeah, this card's not getting popped.
Caroline in the chat saying, it's like my parents are fighting, don't know who to root for. That's tough. I didn't know you knew Matt. Yeah, I really do like both these people a lot as well. It's going to be tough to see one of them lose. The narrative going into this, though, is obviously Mara's a bit more in the hot seat. This matchup is traditionally awful for Dromai, but as the innovator, I want to see how she answers the questions that Fi asked, because Fi is, I mean, it's pretty consistent in just doing what it does. 0 for 3s, 0 for 3s, some 0 for 4s, spiking with Lava Burst, spiking with Salt the Wound, getting good value out of Art of War, Spreading Flames. Like, it just does those things consistently. It's just damage at the end of the day. There is the interaction point of Mask Momentum that can come up versus Dragons that tend to just, like, get free cards out of the matchup. That's something that Mara will have to contend with at a later point when she actually has the board state. Right now, nothing. Just 3 Ash and 7 damage dealt.
Yeah, Fi's always had that, like, Fi's probably the best hero in terms of, like, leak damage. Would you agree with that?
Leak damage? Oh, yeah. I mean, goodness gracious, the Phoenix Flames alone do so much work there.
Yeah, for sure. It's always like a surprise to me, too, when I'm playing against the Fi. Like, I always think I know what I'm doing, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, wow. I took 4 in different, like, from different cards, so.
Interesting. Look at how he's
early
calling
Snapdragon.
that. He actually went for snaps on a snatch that didn't hit just to push a Lava Burst for 5 value.
I was told that
Interesting.
Snatch and Lava Burst are both turn-ending cards, so probably worth it.
Well, what is a bit odd about this, though, is maybe this play starts to make more sense if it's like, okay, like that got me to 3 Draconic cards played, so I'll get my second Phoenix Flame, put it in Arsenal, and then that way, you know, do something with that fact that I committed saps, get a little bit more value out of it because I can get that other Flame Call or Phoenix from grave next turn with the 1 on Arsenal, on Trigger Shrieko, yada yada. There's value plays to be made when you make those kind of lines, but Matt already had an Arsenal there, so he was just going for pure, you know what, the cards are in my hand, they're technically playable, let's just force it with snaps.
Yeah, to hold a Lava Burst in your hand is probably, like, not a very good incentive, as opposed to just, like, taking the advantage of using the Snapdragons and getting rid of it as, like, for value. So.
Wow. Look at Mara here, not afraid at all of Mask Momentum. This is something that some Dromais will actually sideboard out, is just take out the rakes. Because of Mask Momentum, they don't want to just give these things on board that potentially punish them because Fi gets card draws out of it. Instead, she's turning this hand into, no, I'll stick this board of dragons and just start whittling.
Okay.
In her own snatch.
She's got her own snatch
Oh, this
going.
is fantastic.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
End turn card.
Now, does the Fi player run sinks? Not in this matchup, if at all. So this is much more of a question that Mara's asking than when Matt actually threw down his own snatch here. Really love to see it.
If it hits, does she pop snaps? Do we think so?
I don't think so. There's a lot of situations where you can brick those kind of hands because the deck's built in a way of having red dust ups, red snatches. Like they're 0 for 4, so they don't have built-in go again.
More value.
So Snapdragons is a way to make those turns actually go a bit wider if those are the hands you draw. Not everything's Ravenous, not everything's Blaze Headlong type of deal. So no, I don't think there's ever a world where she just commits snaps off of a random draw off the top. But hey, this is I've seen stranger things have happened.
Would be a fun time.
Shout out to Sam Oburn, just one of the most amazing people I've met in Flesh and Blood, who helped me out in casting Calling Indy and then did a just fantastic, smashing job at the AGE events this past weekend. Was it this past? I think it was last weekend. There was a segment that is now at this point just part of Flesh and Blood canon forever. This month in Flesh and Blood. What a great segment. It was hilarious. Please go back and find that stream if you haven't heard it. Sam absolutely killed it along with Uber, Colin, Isaac, Blake, the whole bunch of people out there in California who are so hot on the mic. I'm jealous I don't live closer to you all. And he's handsome AF, says somebody. What, is that about Sam? Is it about Matt? I don't know. Probably about Sam. Even my girlfriend said that. You believe that? You freaking believe that, man?
I mean, she must know how secure you are. Mentally.
I don't know. I'm starting to tremble.
Were you just like, why would you say that?
We've got Ride the Tailwind now, followed by a blue Snatch. Actually, let me pull up Ride the Tailwind because I forget. It does give Snatch go again, right? I'm pretty sure that's part of what it's doing here. If it hits the next attack with 2 or less. Yeah, so that did hit. So that Snatch has go again built in. No snaps needed. And now that Rising comes through.
Ash goes 4 then to 1. Okay.
You are too much, brother. Oh, Sam, we love you. What a great time it would be if we can get to a point where I just fly out all my friends and we just all do Battle Hardens together on the road.
Get paired up against each other round 1? Yeah, no thank you.
Well, that's why I stick to casting. No bad feels if all you do is run the show, right?
Just more stress.
More stress. Something I probably shouldn't put more in my life, but yeah, here we are.
It's okay. We'll give it a year and you can hire your own casters based off that income you're getting.
What income?
I have faith. No, I said a year from now. I said a year from now. I have faith.
From now.
We shall see.
So we love to see this kind of play out of Matt. It's kind of just, it's just pretty stock standard value. Fi on his printed cards tends to get about 3 damage, but what it means cumulatively is the triggers of Tiger Stripe come through. That's, you know, point of value every turn. The Phoenix Flame alone, extra point of damage that comes in here.
So the Lava Burst.
Ooh, another Lava Burst. This is interesting because it's not a full value Lava Burst. It's not triggering Shuko itself. The Shuko's already been triggered. So another Lava Burst, second Lava Burst that only comes in for 5. Only comes in for 5.
Solid last card though.
Solid last card for sure, but that thing can definitely get pushed to heights.
Oh, for sure.
Off the back of Art of War turn, Spreading Flames, and to see 2 of them played out in hands that didn't actually push them to even 6, which is something that they can normally do paired up with Shiko, is a little tough. I think we're on turn 3. That's my bad. I missed it. Now we've got Ravenous. Ravenous Rabble Red. One thing to note about that last turn from Matt is he did Dragon Cleanup duty. We forgot to mention that, but most of those attacks actually went to clearing the board instead of going face. And that probably speaks to how confident Matt is in the consistent damage he has. In that, okay, if I take an off turn to kill your dragons, it's not like my next turn can't do the same thing but at face.
There's that Flame Call Awakening you were talking about.
There's the Flame Call. Sure. Flame Call Awakening. This is Mara's Little Spice, and we know that the Phoenix Flame was in deck. She pitched it a couple turns previous. Now, what this really unlocks for a very red line heavy deck, it may be full red line. There might be a couple blue pitch in there with like Passing Mirage. Maybe that all you got sometime makes its way in. But when you search for that Phoenix Flame with Flame Call Awakening, it's basically a belittle engine that generates Ash. So now when you're pitching in, having already played Flame Call, that's at least generating 2 resources now, plus making an Ash.
It's always nice to find a way around, or find a way to do belittle without having belittle.
Pretty much.
I bet everyone misses.
No one misses Will.
Not this guy, though.
Manson, if you don't have a round 8 sponsor yet, can you just use ours from top 8 earlier? Well, I can. I can definitely do that. I think one other person had reached out to me about round 8 sponsorship. So let me make sure I close that loop. But I do need to get on that quickly because, I wasn't expecting round 8, but here we are.
What's up, Tony? Yo, it. Friendship. That's what it's all about.
1. So those, just to speak more towards Mara's altar ability, she's, she doesn't just do altars, she's a professional artist as well. So like those tokens she's using are art that she has,
Personally.
made and printed and I believe either sells or gives out to some capacity, but I've seen plenty of people use her altars and it really does, they're quite the tone shift. They're much darker than your standard Flesh and Blood tokens, but hey, it's a game called Flesh and Blood, like why not take it that route?
I definitely have to check it out.
Now that was a Yandurai popped in the middle of that tangent there. A Yandurai popped by a CNC, so Matt at least boarding in probably 3 poppers into the matchup. Could be 2, could be 3.
You're 12, right? Yes.
Matt is at 12 though, as Mara points out. To that 21, he opted to keep that 3-card hand plus Arsenal. There's only 1 dragon on the board, so he doesn't necessarily just get to farm dragons.
Yeah, it sounds like he's gonna have a big. Sounds like he'll have a big turn. If you thought that was worth.
Coming in now. These Mounting Angers, if they get answered by Sink Belows, feel pretty awful. Because you want these to be that middling decision of, well, I can block. Oh, Sink Below, what I just say. First spot where it's like, well, I don't really want to block this with armor because it's only 1 more damage if it hits. But, you know, at the end of the day, you probably make those choices, but then, like, snatches come through and they feel even worse because that hit effect was worth more. But Mara had the sink, so what do you care? She just has the clean block on it. No 1 for 5 today.
I do like that Matt's using the dice to just make sure everyone knows what's happening. Especially when we have some things that, like, boost or buff everything, like Art of War and stuff. It's nice to get the support from the players.
Oh, look at that.
Eye activation.
Viability. Has he marked it that way before? That's so slick. I like that.
It's pretty cool.
It's very good for stream. I really appreciate it when players like have these like habits built in that are just like actually better for stream.
You know this guy's been on stream. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
He's got experience.
Here we go. So she's committing the Iron Rot here, really just as a way to, I guess, preemptively stop what would otherwise potentially be mask threat on the 3rd hit, because the Searing went through. If Phoenix had gone through, then that last hit is threatening mask again. And she did that very smartly, because that last hit on CNC, well, it didn't do anything to Arsenal, but if it said deal 6 on hit draw, that is a lot harder to answer still, because at that point you have to give up 2 cards on that draw effect right then and there. So smart use on Mara to just say, no matter what that 3rd card is in hand, we're not going to worry about the hit effect. Blaze.
Is it blazing headlong?
Blaze headlong.
Coming in for 4.
It took a hit. Uh-oh. Bear with me, team. We're hitting that, like, weird hiccup where it dips for, like, 3 minutes or so. It will be back. Everything's actually fine. It just has moments like these, so give it a second. It'll come through clean in a bit. I'm sorry, I believe it's turn 5. So Mara, one of the cool things you can do with Blaze Headlong in a deck like this, you still use it as your first attack for the turn, because the reds that you're playing probably were like a invoke of some kind, or in this case a Skittering Sands, which is now still preventing 4 later. So you get to just go ahead, throw the vanilla damage first. Be like, look, before my dragons are really committed, before you can potentially pop them with CNC, let's just get 4 damage on the board right now and make you answer that.
For sure.
All right, and there we go. Internet is back, folks. Sweet.
Oh, look at that.
I didn't even see people complaining about that internet drop. That's a first. Normally
Another Blaze Headlong.
Another Blaze Headlong. Man, if you could just play like
cards.
0 for 4s all the time and then also stick permanents that deal damage, wouldn't that be like the best deck?
Huh, I wonder what that is.
That's almost what Mara's really showing here. I mean, if she beats Matt on stream, not calling it one way or another yet, but I know Matt does have a bit of a like stream curse. He told me that the last 2 times he's played on stream, he lost, and he really wanted to get on stream today and pull off a win.
He seemed like a champ about it though. When I was like, "Hey, you want to come on the stream?" He was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." He wants to redeem himself.
Definitely. Well, he wanted to be on stream earlier in the day. We just had some people queued up, so I definitely wanted to get him on.
I was gonna get him on last round, but like I said, the 5 versus 5 matchup. He even told me, he was like, "It's not gonna be fun to watch for this." And I was like, "Okay, you're right."
But he did win it, so
he did win it.
Props to him winning the mirror there.
Maybe that's what he was afraid of, being on stream against the mirror. The potential for loss. Is Matt like a dedicated 5 player?
He tends to he's one of the players that will play the best deck.
Like the best deck, understood.
He will follow the meta. I'm interested though that he did pick 5 for this kind of event, because that's definitely part of his mindset is like, I want to play the best deck in the room, or at least the best deck to target the matchups he wants to beat.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm pretty sure he made the right call overall. There were 18 Dromais today. So
there were a lot of
if
Dromais.
he's been farming Dromais up to a point, well, I guess this was the reckoning, because this one's looking pretty tough. But overall, he did make the right choice if most matchups against Dromai go his way. You know, this was the right call for the day. The room is absolutely inundated by Dromais.
I've been seeing a lot of spice throughout the day. Whether it's like an Islander with E-Strike, CNCs, more poppers for Dromai, or just like spice against people who didn't think otherwise was gonna happen, other than like Wounded Bull or Findle Spirit.
This is really smart play here, because the brand went through and it hit there. Then he goes ahead and uses the 2 dragons on board to just go ahead and get that mass draw guaranteed now. If the first attack hits with 2 dragons on board, then boom, easy peasy, draw off mask, and then start crafting the rest of your turn. So far, this has all been accomplished by a commitment of 2 real cards. Granted, the Weapon Swing and Phoenix Flame are used, but Shiko Trigger now potentially coming up. So he spent 2 real cards to deal 3, clear 2 dragons, and then draw up. Oh, no.
The classic snatch at the end of the chain.
No, but this isn't necessarily what he wants, right? Is he being 2-card inefficient? How many cards does he have in hand?
He's got none left?
No,
or one? He's got one on the board?
So he's going to be 2-card inefficient.
Well, he doesn't have Snapdragons anymore, right? Does he have Go again with those?
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like, this is going to hit, and then he's got 2 cards when only one can really go in Arsenal. So he can't be super happy about that. He was hoping to just draw at least, like, a 0 for 3. Why not?
Maybe it's a lunging press.
Lunging press. Sure.
The spice. The lunging press spice.
We saw it in Bravo. Didn't really do much that game, but we saw it in hand in a Bravo player's hand.
Yes, we did. The spiciest of those spices.
So actually, let's take a look. Oops, I always forget to disable that as we jump into a round. Let's take a look though. Mara's hand is E-Strike, Themi, Flamecall Awakening, Scar for Scar.
Scar for Scar, yep.
So that's actually, yeah, she needs to play a red first to let the Flamecall Awakening search for a Phoenix. But in a way, she's got the right curve with that hand, right? Is just play Scar for, oh, but Scar doesn't have Go again actually in this scenario. Scar won't have Go again. That's a big deal. If she was able to just go Scar, Flame Call, pitch red, get Phoenix, Phoenix to Furnace, play Themi, great turn. Great turn. It's actually not going to be the case though because Scar won't have Go again. Interesting. So snaps.
Snaps,
yeah, exactly.
Chat
Just
was
like
saying that.
There you go. True. We talked about the use of snaps early. She just didn't do it, and now it comes up. This is massive. It enables this entire hand to actually function.
For sure, absolutely.
Someone asking, Themi, why? I think Mara's built the deck actually around getting good use off of 2 red pitch off of the Flamecall Awakening engine. So Themi is just a sticky 3 damage. That's a bit of a fat butt as well.
Hard to kill.
Yeah, a bit hard to kill for a deck that's trying to just trigger mask off of the dragons in play. Like, it's a lot easier to do that against 3 and 2. But 4 does ask a bit more. Like, if Fi is going to send 4 damage into something, those are very specific cards that do that. It's not just spending, like, a weapon swing or a Phoenix, right?
You're right. It's lots of pressure, too. So, him throwing a 4 at a dragon for a turn. Probably giving Mara, like, a turn to throw a lot more damage back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it fits the cost curve of the deck. It's hard for this matchup to kill. I personally think it makes sense. But Mara, someone in chat actually says she did a deck tech that goes in depth about it. So if you want to know more specifically, then there you go. Scar and a Flame Call into E-Strike, putting Flame on bottom potentially. Oh, actually, you know what? That does make more sense. That is exactly the line she's going for. Well called, yeah, because in this position right now, it's about damage. It's not actually about sticking the Themi. She doesn't need just a sticky weapon on board. She needs to overpresent damage and get all the cards out of Fi's hand. Because Mara's deck is built to basically do what a Fi deck does in this matchup, is just draw and deal damage with that hand. Draw, deal damage with that hand, and not really fumble.
For sure.
Well called, Session Blood.
Definitely a lot of thought going into this. Definitely something I haven't seen haven't seen yet. So it's nice to see like new things for me going into this casting today.
This has been very enjoyable. I really like seeing Mara do well. I had dinner with her at Worlds, and in all honesty, I hadn't really seen her play much or heard much about her play. I knew her as an artist and was really impressed on that side of what she does, right? But we got into this deep conversation about Dromai, and 2 sentences in, I was like, okay, yeah, she knows about Dromai as I know about Levia. There is deep knowledge here, deep knowledge.
Which is awesome. It's really awesome when a player commits so much work to their one hero as opposed to just playing a bunch of different heroes. Which I understand, you play the good hero, you do well in the event, but I also believe in the hard work you put into the hero that you love.
Oh no way, look who's in the chat. This is all-star cast. Brian Gottlieb is in the chat, Session Blood is in the chat, Kale McCreath is in the chat, Shamir is in the chat, DM Armada's in the chat, Hell Puppy, you all should fear that name the most out of all of them.
Hell Puppy.
No, he's a local friend of mine, Peyton.
Nice.
This is awesome. Got a lot of people in here.
Welcome,
and
everybody.
Just like the chat called it, this is the play line that shakes out a beautifully altered E-Strike as well. Look at that. Look at that E-Strike on the board. You know, we have the weekends off and are not required to just fab all day. Well, if you had the weekends off, Brian, why aren't you in the booth with me?
Ooh,
can you catch a flight in time for top 8?
Question.
Come on, buddy. I drove down from New York. Why can't you? You're only like, I mean, you're in Albany. It's like probably a bit closer than I was even. Jeez,
Oh, yeah,
look at that.
The altered E strike at the end.
Look at that.
Going to 1.
Going to 1. This is at some point just going to be, well, at some point it's game. Like, obviously, in this kind of situation. There's so many 4s, 0 for 4s that come out of the Dromai deck that provide a breakpoint there when Matt doesn't even have armor left, not to mention all the 1s in Ashwings that can come out. Not to mention the Phoenix Flames as well that Mara could search out. There's a lot of ways to just always make it really awkward to you know, survive a full turn of Mara's at from 1 life. It's just really not going to shake out. Ethan, let's get a sheesh.
Is that a 4 coming in?
I don't have sheesh recorded on the soundboard. I've got a couple other goodies. Let's see. Session Blood, you probably can recognize this one.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
That's our boy Jason Chung.
Levia.
That's our boy Jason Chung. We've got this one as well. I need to use these more. But you're in charge of the soundboard, not me.
You have to tell me what I don't know.
Ship it.
Oh, shoot. That's actually not actually James White. That's an imposter. This one's Michael Hamilton, though.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
I do love that
There
one.
we go. These blocks right now.
Yeah. While we have fun,
You gotta figure it
Matt is hating his life. Oh, no. Let's see one more pretty snazzy turn out of Mara, though. I'd love that.
My guy got a I can't do that anymore. That part of my voice is gone from boot
Your
camp.
Coast Guard
It's gone,
training
yeah.
destroyed your
My vocal
cords, so yeah.
My singing voice is gone.
Did you sing before?
Huh? No, it was just
No? Oh, just
my shower singing.
Yeah, I get you.
Let's not get into too depth about that. Let's see. What are we doing?
We don't talk
Speaking of singing, shout out to Ethics
There we go.
for that lovely fab commissioned piece there. Love Don't Talk About Star Wars. Star hasn't actually come up today, so didn't get to play it naturally.
Oh, we should have done this one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You got to turn it. Okay, let me know what you're about to press, because some of those are louder than the others.
Should have done that for the group.
That one is supposed to be loud, but it's louder than the others. All right. Mara now trying to close up the game. She sticks once again a dragon with 4 health on the board, which is pretty hard for Matt to clean up, because if he's keeping a 1-card hand and he's able to even like return swing with Searing Ember Blade, that would clear up most of the dragons. Not going to clear up something with 4. Oh, but a Blaze Headlong would do it. Okay, so that 1-card hand in particular does clean the board state back up. Oh, shoot, I actually think we're on turn 8. I think I missed it a little bit.
It's tough.
But Mara still, like with the way her deck works.
See,
We can take a look here. This kind of turn can still go pretty wide, but without snaps, it does fall a little bit short. Because this is the kind of double draw of Dust Up and Snatch.
Thank you, chat. My random
really
button pushing is justified now.
Damn, I'm trying to stay on point, Alex. We talked to chat for like 5 minutes straight. All right, get back to the game. So now we've got Rake the Embers getting full value. And this is the Kodachi lock, just to a different degree here. Because these bad boys stick.
The beautiful Kodachi.
And Matt just has to throw it down, and then 4, and then GG. Oh, good game. Wow.
That was
Mara
great.
pulling it out.
Do you see how comfortable she is playing against Fi? Like, not what's it called? Pessimistic at all about that.
No, I mean, it definitely is a scary matchup for any Dromai, but
Right.
Mara's the kind of person who accepts that it's a bad matchup, but is trying everything she can to give herself the ability to win within her own deck building.
Absolutely.
And Matt definitely showed there. He was upset, didn't find the Art of Wars. Totally get it. The Art of Wars.
Oh yeah.
Draw in
Okay. You're
sequence
right.
To the
We
next
didn't
Art of War,
see-
to the next Art of War, next Art of War. Those are the super spike turns that close that gap. Because in reality, it was 0 to 2, or 1 to 2. That's a very small margin that even some of the clunkiness of like the Lava Burst only dealing 5 each time.
Right.
Those are the kind of things that if supplemented, if any of those long turns have been supplemented by an Art of War, that's an extra like 6 damage to the turn cycle.
Definitely.
Absolutely crazy.
Definitely she needed him to be unlucky situation, correct?
Yeah, but her deck can still take those situations
Right.
where the Fi is just even a little bit too slow and still win that game.
Right.
So really, props to Mara. She plays the deck very
Solid
well.
game.
And now I believe she's locked for top 8, which is absolutely incredible. Jeez, hats off. I love to see it. Also, really, you
So
know,
sorry,
hats off to
Matt.
as
Your
well.
your
Really
luck
like him.
is your luck on stream has continued to not
Wait, I don't
show up.
I don't have the right.
Oh, you
camera
have
here.
the yep. That's not.
This is, you know what? I think someone on the right seat hasn't won all day, which is why that's actually off.
That's
So
not true. I put Josh on the right seat when he won. Pretty sure.
yeah, but that's when the cameras all died. Okay, so here we go. Here we go.
Oh.
Fixing live. Mara, congrats, winner of round 7. I'd love to get her. Do you want to run the interview? Or no,
Who's
I should
Mara?
probably run the interview.
Yeah,
I know her.
I don't
yeah.
know her as well as you do.
All right, if you want to go tap him.
Yeah.
To jump in.
I will be back.
So that is Mara now at 6-1. 6-1. Walking right into that top 8. Or well, not walking in yet. There's one more round. But locked, I think, for top 8, unless her loss was like literally round 1, she should be pretty safe because her first tiebreaker, even if she loses next round, is the strongest tiebreaker. It really comes down to how strong that second is, but I'm pretty sure there won't be enough people who are X1 and then lost in the last round to really bump her out. So, well done. Well done. And now we're going to get Mara into the booth here so she can plug all the things. Mara, Ferris, Blackwing Studio. Great match, Lee. Thanks for pulling that. Oops. Wing Studio. Whee, let's go.
The winner.
Yeah, jump on in. I've got you. What's your Twitter? Is it at? It's at Blackwing Studio. There we go. At Blackwing Studio.
Oh, really?
You had so many fans in chat. Oh, go ahead. Put on the headset.
Mask on?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's fine. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. It gets hard after a long day, especially talking into it. But yeah, masks definitely required. First of all, congratulations.
Thanks.
That was, I mean, you should have seen the chat going into it. Oh no, 5 versus Dromai. Oh, poor Mara. The game definitely evolved in a way where you could feel for Matt, though. I mean, as he showed, all the Art Wars stuck at the bottom.
Yeah.
He also didn't get Great Value off the Lava Burst. They both came in for 5.
Yeah.
So not a great sequence of what his deck can really do.
Right.
But still, you showed everything your Dromai can do to really take an inch and make it a mile. When, oh, the 5 stumbled even a little bit. Okay, I'm ahead on the turn cycles then. I'm going to force the full blocks. Yep. I'm going to actually close. Is this the same deck that you played in the Goliath Gauntlet, or have you innovated on it?
It's mostly the same list. There's been a couple little changes, a few little adjustments here and there, especially just for the Oldhim meta. Like I'm back on the Ghostly Touch. I know the casters in the Goliath Gauntlet had a field day reminding me that I didn't have Ghostly Touch.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't like Ghostly Touch in the deck. It's not good. But with so many Oldhims running on, you just kind of have to have it.
Definitely. How's your spread been all day so far? How have your matchups been?
Really good.
Yeah.
I'm 5-1.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
6-1 now.
6-1. Locked for top 8. By the way.
Is it locked for top 8? Are you sure?
Should be. If your first tiebreaker is the last round you lose,
right?
There's going to be maybe one undefeated. That's still a toss-up.
Okay.
I had it pulled up before, but let me see. I had it pulled up before. So there's maybe one person undefeated.
Okay.
There's 4 X1s. There's going to be
a lot of 6 and
14 X2s. If you have, when was your first round actually? I guess that's more important.
My first loss was round 2. That's
oh shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't say anything too definitive then. Round 2.
Yeah.
That's your second tiebreaker. Your first tiebreaker will be the highest possible if you lose next round, which hey, you might not even. But actually, yeah, round 2. That does make me a little worried as well. Well, I'm hoping you make it though, because you're putting on a freaking masterclass, and the chat loves you, as they should.
I'm glad I have fans in the chat. Hi, chat.
Yeah, Carolina, look, this chat's open now. You can personally say your hi. Oh, she did. Mara, I love you. I'm your biggest fan.
Aw, Carolina, I'm your biggest fan too. So it's fine.
That's actually tough to claim. There's a lot of Carolina fans out there.
I'm aware.
You think you're the biggest fan? Bigger than
I will fight any of the other Carolina fans. Let's go.
Is it Zell? What's her name? The store owner out of Australia.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I forget her name. I'm sorry. I feel like you guys have like great banter on Twitter though. If I had to put my money on biggest Carolina fan, if her name's Zell, then that's who I've got it on. Sorry, Mara.
No, it's fine. I'll forgive you this time.
So what was your one loss then? How'd that go?
All right. You want a story? My one loss was to Miss Elaine Hammondtree of the Pitch Perfect podcast on Briar. It was the biggest high roll I've literally ever seen a Briar have.
No.
No, not to discredit Elaine. She played it well. But, so we went into the game, and I'm like, I think I'm like 15 or 16 up. Like, I feel pretty favored in that matchup. I played 3 Briars on the day, beat 2 of them. Elaine was my only loss. And I feel pretty in control of the game, feeling really good about it. And I'm like, the only way she wins this game is a high roll. Never say that.
No.
Never say that. So Miss Elaine Hammondtree goes Force of Nature fused, Force of Nature fused, pop Amulet of Earth.
Oh no.
Kill an Ashwing, kill an Ashwing, kill an Ashwing, kill an Ashwing, draw 8 cards.
No way. What on earth?
Channel Mount Heroic. I survived that turn. I survived.
Oh Lord.
I survived.
Your mental didn't. Your mental didn't.
Yeah, no, my mental. Yeah, no, it gets
worse. It gets worse. Okay.
I survived that turn. She goes in the second Channel Mount, the next Channel Mount Heroic turn.
Yep.
Pitches the double Earth. Keeps the Channel Mount Heroic. Goes into the third Channel Mount Heroic. Plays a second Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh Lord.
And I was like, all right, you got me. The fact that I survived all of that up to the second Channel Mount Heroic.
Holy mother.
But yeah, it was that was a Briar game.
Well, I wish we got that on stream. We did get an insane
I'm really glad
Briar.
you didn't.
well, chat likes it when it looks that good. I mean, drawing 8's pretty cool in this game.
It was. I think Elaine posted it on Twitter. If she didn't, I have a picture. I'll post it on Twitter.
Amazing.
It was the double force into draw 8 cards. Like I was like, rake the embers into building. I was like, yeah, I've got 4 Ashwings. This is gonna be super hard for her to deal with. And she's just like, draw 8 cards. I'm like, oh.
Incredible. Oh, I love to hear that. Is Elaine doing well, actually? I haven't checked in on her. I saw her like round 2.
I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, well, not only do we want to root for Elaine, we also want to root for Briar to win. I think that's still the collective. People want Briar gone. Like, come on.
You will fight me.
We need Rosetta out before the new set comes out. Come on.
I agree.
Like, imagine the world where Briar survives, like, missing 2 LL points, and then Dusk Till Dawn comes out, and then New Chain just gets Rosetta, and, like, it's busted again. I don't think anyone wants that. Not saying it'll happen.
All right.
But I don't want that scenario to ever even be possible, so let's just get Briar out. Sorry.
All right, Briar can LL after this event.
After this event.
This is fine.
Oh, yeah, right, because let's get you the win.
Right, yeah.
Let's get you the win. That's right, that is higher priority.
Yeah, we need
you
the
the win.
The Dromai respect.
Briar to LL.
Then Briar can LL in, like, whatever other event is. I don't know. I don't want to say the Pro Tour.
Is there an RTN season before Dusk Till Dawn? Maybe there is.
I don't know.
Is it skirmish season?
I don't know. Whatever. Briar can LL eventually.
We got people in the chat who work for LSS. They can fill us in on those. We got like Brian in here. Session Blood was in here. So we'll leave you all the details. In the meantime, chat is asking for a sheesh from Mara. You gotta do the sheesh. Like, you just gotta do it. That was all Mara. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. You saw the mass movement. That was Mara. There you go.
Is that a thing? Is this like the new thing? Is this everyone doing this?
I don't know if it's new. It feels a little dated, but the fab world is definitely like 30s.
Just on the sheesh.
They caught up finally to what kids were doing, like, you know, months and months ago. But it's cute.
All right. So we got a sheesh.
Sam still does it really well. I need to work on it.
I don't have the best sheesh. I'm sorry.
Let's check in though. Let me show you this. I'm not sure you've seen it yet. This was the meta breakdown for the whole event.
I heard Dromai was the most represented deck, and that makes my heart happy.
Did you expect that though? I mean, like,
no,
that's crazy.
Absolutely not.
Like, especially coming off of Indy.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Like the results from Dromai. I can't speak to calling Auckland. I don't have it top of mind. But I think Dromai didn't do well there either, right?
No, I don't think there were a lot of them there, but yeah, she didn't do particularly well there either.
No. And yet she's the most represented at this event, and we've got at least you doing really well on it.
I think there are a couple of other Dromais floating around the top tables too.
That's awesome to hear. Are they kind of your build? Are there a lot of variety?
I know at least 1 or 2 are on my build. I've seen a couple of interesting ones. I think, did you all saw the Stony Wootenhog?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason, is he doing well? No way.
I think he just lost a Dromai mirror last round at X&... He was either X&1... Like, I was sitting next to him, and I was X&1. So he was either X&1 or X&2, and then he just lost 1.
His deck was amazing, but it looked a little too spicy for a long day. A little too spicy for a long day.
I don't know. I will admit, I kind of like the Stony Wootenhog. I'm not all in on it, but I don't hate it.
Oh, shoot. Oh,
do we?
Sorry, no, continue. I've got the wrong alert coming through. This is not calling Indy anymore.
Oh.
Ignore stream elements.
Yeah, so like I could see in a world, so like the big 2-for-8s are pretty solid especially in the really aggressive Dromais. So in a world where you're really worried about a lot of Dromai mirrors and a lot of Oldhims, it's a 2-for-7. But it's still a popper and it doesn't have Phantasm. So like I don't hate it. It's actually a pretty interesting little development.
Had you seen that before, or
No,
he's really the first
absolutely
one to?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems cool.
Straight out. I had kind of looked at the card in the past and just kept kind of going, oh well. So like I think when I looked at it was back when we were like seeing the 5 meta, and I was like, I'd rather just have a 2-for-8 with Phantasm. But I never really reconsidered it in a meta with a lot more Oldhim.
All right. Sorry about that. Oops. This is the back end that distracts me hella hard. I wish.
It's fine.
I wish this was easier. Why? I'm trying to set up a giveaway.
We're doing
Unfortunately,
giveaways?
yeah. Unfortunately, this is like trying to pull from a stream that's not live yet.
Oh no.
So I don't know how to switch back for this to pull from the other stream. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll skip that portion for now. So what are you hoping to play in this last round, though? What would feel like a really good win for you?
Icelander.
Icelander, sure.
I have just this running. So like one of my biggest testing partners, Kevin, who I think was on stream last round. The Icelander. Was it last round or round before?
Icelander was on.
It was Icelander versus Oldhim.
Yep, that was last round.
So Kevin is a really good testing partner of mine. Super good Icelander player. Taught me everything I need to know about the Icelander matchup. And between all of ProQuest season and all of Indy, and until 2 rounds ago today, I had not played a single Icelander in a ranked match.
No way.
It was crazy. So yeah, I'm just itching to play more Icelander. Like I know the matchup super well, and I just dodge it constantly.
Oh yeah, well with Hypothermia gun, I'm sure it feels.
See, like I felt really good in that matchup before Hypothermia, but with Hypothermia gone, it's
probably
real rough.
Free. Okay, awesome.
Especially with my build of Dromai, which is really aggressive.
Very. Those 0-for-4s, I mean, you hit them constantly. Even Skittering Sand 0-for-4, beautiful stuff. But all right, I'm going to try to do some back-end stuff to fix a couple things. So, Mara, thank you for joining me again. Great match. Everyone in chat obviously loved it, loves you. Where can they find you? What do you got to plug?
You can find me on Twitter at Blackwing Studio. I'll actually be posting my spoiler card tomorrow. At about 8 a.m.
Ooh.
I posted my altered spoiler card yesterday, with no text. So
yes. Okay, I didn't know if the full
spoiler my
spoiler
spoiler
was
card on
somewhere.
Twitter right now. It just doesn't have text.
I did see that.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was a very cool idea.
So I'll be posting the actual unpainting reveal of it tomorrow morning. I also have at Blackwing Studio on Patreon and on Etsy. If anyone's interested in my custom tokens, or blackwingalters@gmail.com for anyone who's interested in altar commissions.
Amazing. Well, thanks for jumping in. We're gonna cut to that little 3-minute short break screens so I can try to figure out some of the giveaway stuff because we have a bunch more to do in this last round, and definitely need to plug the sponsor as well. But part of that is the giveaway. So I'll see you in 3 minutes while I fix that. And yeah,
awesome.
Bye for now.
Love you all. Bye.
Okay, I did fix it. That actually wasn't so hard to fix. So cool. We're gonna do another giveaway real quick. And this one is tied to that wonderful sponsor from last round who's actually on screen right now, the RatheTimes. So let me type it here, RatheTimes, and then I'll describe what the giveaway is for us in just 1 second. Let me get all my ducks in order. So the RatheTimes, if you haven't seen it before, oh, okay, yeah, you can jump in. Just be careful bending it that much. So we've got a Fabled membership to give away. Membership. Okay, so RatheTimes jumped in to sponsor round 7 here, and in the chat right now, you can go ahead and try to enter this giveaway by typing RatheTimes. The giveaway itself is for a Fabled membership to both FabDB and the RatheTimes. These are lifetime pro memberships, which mean you'll get access to some of the additional features on FabDB. Like I think there's an extended card view that you get as part of it. A membership to RatheTimes means you get to read these articles that get pushed out. I'll just tell you a little bit more about them as you type in RatheTimes. Go ahead, type RatheTimes like this. RatheTimes. For over 2 years, the RatheTimes has served the Flesh and Blood community with high-quality articles from a vast and growing pool of authors, including Kevin Briar, Tyler Horsepool, Isaac Jensen, Hayden Dale, oh, I didn't know he was part of it, James Adams, and world champion Michael Hamilton. Become a subscriber today for access to their Pro Series articles and audio narration. I've heard good things about their audio narration, very unique take on what like paywall articles can really do. It's not just the article, you can get some narration behind it, as well as access to these fantastic players' pieces. So I was really happy to partner up. They actually, RatheTimes specifically, asked if I was interested in writing. I'm still kind of scoping out if that's something I want to work myself into. But just knowing that so many other great people are behind RatheTimes and the articles they put out is really cool. So if you want to win a lifetime membership, like literally it means access forever to all of the articles in there, maybe one coming by yours truly soon enough, and access to the extended features of FabDB, type RatheTimes right now in the chat. Okay?
That's really pretty exciting. That's a really cool giveaway.
It is an interesting giveaway. Oops, that's the wrong window. 1 second. Yeah, so obviously this giveaway put up by them. One I didn't even suggest. I was throwing out like these tangible things like, oh, like a thing of sleeves is cool, tokens are cool, whatever. But this is a lifetime membership. Like it's actually kind of amazing that you could win this kind of thing because hey, that's just you never are you're gonna miss out for like the rest of your Flesh and Blood career on all these cool articles from the players. Get into their mind. What's going on? What are they putting out there? Now you'll know forever and ever. So RatheTimes, we're gonna go ahead and roll that giveaway pretty soon here. I think you can see the chat, see the winner, RatheTimes. Let me check on the timer of the round real quick so I can get a better sense of where are we. Looks like we've got about 6 minutes left in the round entirely. So let's do the giveaway in about 1 full minute because I also want to do a bit more of the spoiler since the big reveal will be right before top 8. So let's tease it at least 1 or 2 more times before we get to it right before top 8. So 1 more minute here. 1 more minute on this giveaway. Lee, you're kind of covered by it. There you go. So there you go. Keep typing RatheTimes, everybody in the chat. I believe we have over 500 people watching. That's 500 potential entrants for your chance to win this lifetime membership. So best of luck to all of you. Let's go ahead and do the giveaway. I still see people spamming through the chat, so I want to like make sure it kind of catches up. Maybe there's a bit of a lag. I think there's maybe like 30 seconds delay. So we'll count another 10, another 9, 8, 7.
Come on, everybody,
6,
let's go.
5, 4, 3,
2,
1. Roll it. Will Pierce.
Nice. So I think I recognize that name.
There we go. Will Pierce. Congratulations. You've won a lifetime membership to the RatheTimes. Okay. So now, all you got to do, type winner in the chat. I can do it for you. Winner in the chat. This will tell you the instructions, what you do. You can message me on Twitter. You can message me on Discord. And then we can go ahead and get you all the details you need to go ahead and redeem this membership from the RatheTimes. So congratulations, because your life has changed forever. Whether you use it or not, your life is changed forever. Lifetime membership now yours. So thanks again to round sponsor. Congrats, Will. Get in touch with me. If you don't get in touch by like a full round, I'd start to worry and probably have to do something else with the giveaway because I don't want to let it go to waste. So please message me as soon as you see it. He typed winner in the chat. Okay, so good. So it's exclamation point winner. So let me do it again right next to you. That'll show you hopefully everything you need. Yeah, our messages are right next to each other, so you should see that, Will. That's what you need to do. Either message me on Twitter, message me on Discord, and get that. But congrats, dude. Congrats. All right, let's switch back to the spoiler.
The spoiler. All right. That really was a pretty amazing giveaway. That's very, very cool.
Very good giveaway. Yeah, I didn't even know lifetime memberships were a thing, but pretty cool. So here we go. We've got about 5 minutes now before the next round. This is going to be an unexpected... There's a mistake. You didn't call my name. This is going to be an unexpected round 8. FABREC has jumped in. Wait, did you hear anything from Bagel about round 8? No. Okay, so
you said you were going to message him, so I left that to you.
Oh, really? I thought... Oh, okay. Well, FABREC jumped in to put together sponsor stuff for round 8 as well. I've already got some assets made for the top cut. So that'll be cool. We'll get them worked right in, hopefully pretty seamlessly. After this next round 8, we're going to cut the stream and, take a little bit of a break. There's going to be the deck checks going on anyway, and then we'll jump to an actual top 8 live stream, which will be a bit different. I do have to reset it that way because YouTube times out these streams at 12 hours. So right at the start of that top 8 stream is where I'll do the full spoiler reveal itself, okay? So let's tease one more time. Let's tease one more time with a poll here. What do we want to show? Let's show something. Reveal. Let's do the name or the art. Is it unfair to like separate those two?
The name or the art?
The name or the art? That's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll go ahead. People already freaking saw that it was. People already saw that it was red. So we'll go ahead and show that. Do you want the name or the art? I accidentally spoiled that before, so why not? We'll show it. Let's get the art. Let's get the art. Art is winning a little bit. Art is winning a little bit. Let's get your votes in. We'll pull it at 150. Oh, actually, wow, we're already at 75. So maybe let's call it 200 votes. 200 votes. At 200 votes, what does the community want? Name or art? Wow, people really saying art on this.
I'm voting for the art myself.
Let's get the art. I will donate $1 whole right now if you just show the card. We're showing it in top 8. Gotta be patient a little bit, all right? We'll show the art now. We'll show the name at the end of round 8, and we'll show the full card with text and everything at the start of top 8.
So yeah, what do we know already? This is a 0-cost, 7-power attack with no defensive value, and we know it's a red pitch.
Mm-hmm. Oops, if I adjust this...
Are there other attack action cards with 0 defense? Do we know of any others? Or could this be the first?
No, there's tons. I mean, that's like all in the Brute suite, yeah.
The Brute stuff? Okay. Yeah. All right. That's why I don't know them.
Okay, so let me figure this out. So if I go down here, that should be fine. If I go up here, that should be fine. Yeah, because Art's winning. We've got 200 votes pretty much in right now. So let me very carefully reveal this sucker so I don't mess it up like last time and just let everything go all at once. Whew, this is some surgical precision. Not surgical extraction. Shoot. We've got this last one to move. Uh-oh. There we go. There we go. Here we go. That's the art reveal. Art reveal of this beautiful, beautiful new 0-cost red pitch, 7 attack, non-block, obviously attack action.
What is that thing?
Well,
is that
we don't have the name of it, do we?
Is that like a long tongue, right?
We don't have the name of it, do we? We do not. We do not. So we'll find that out at the end of the next round. It is an interesting one, though, isn't it? Some weird, patterned up monster. I think it's like tattoos. Maybe it's blood. Maybe it's tattoos.
That's so weird. Is that ears off of its back, or is it like lizard frills?
People are saying Riptide Spec. Unfortunately, no. At this point, you can see the border. The border is very much generic. Very much generic.
Okay, so we can call this a generic now?
Oh, I mean, yeah. You can call it generic even from the first corner. Because the frame, right, is all the same. That is some demonastery sheesh, says Shamir. I would agree. I mean, there's a reason they gave me this card, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a reason. You know what? I'll share one more because y'all have been so patient. I'll show the rarity as well. I think I accidentally leaked it anyway. The rarity. Actually, I can show all this, can't I? Yeah, because we already know it's a generic attack action, obviously. So there we go. That double reveal. Double reveal. It is a Majestic, all right? It is a Majestic. But that's fine. For what this card does at a Majestic, totally fine. Totally fine.
We all know not every Majestic has earned its spot as a Majestic card, so what about this one?
Well, I just mean in terms of, like, would you ever run this in other colors anyway?
Yeah.
Actually, no. I don't think you would with this card.
Right.
We'll find that out, though, soon enough. We'll find it out. What do we know about this next round? Let me check the timing. Let me check what Alec told me. Looks like we might be jumping into the next round pretty soon. So in the meantime, let me cut to a bit of a break while I set up things for the Unexpected Round 8. Unexpected Round 8 brought to you by FABREC. They've graciously jumped in to cover this round as well. They've got some pretty cool assets. So let me do that, and we'll see you back in just a little bit. Alrighty, everyone. Anthony in the chat is saying already spoiled. I really hope that's not about my spoiler card, because I know a story about that absolutely pisses me off. And I hope you don't. I hope that's not what you're referring to, because there is kind of a disgusting situation going on behind the scenes about that. But that I may just be triggered for no reason. Nothing against you, Anthony. There's just a story there about this card leaking that is very unpleasant. Anyway, we've got on the left Joe S. on Icelander. Icelander. We just saw one 2 rounds ago. Yep. But it's a new matchup because on the right, we've got Alex on Bravo. So, Icelander versus Bravo, a very different Guardian matchup in theory than what we saw last time. However, Bravo tends to be more aggressive than even an aggressively built Oldhim deck. And yet we saw aggro Oldhim take down an Icelander. So I'm thinking this match probably goes pretty similarly in terms of the aggression that Alex is able to put on here. Is it disruptive? Is it enough? Does it really take down the Icelander?
Yeah, and we also got to consider like how different is Joe's Icelander going to be as well in comparison to the last Icelander we saw too. How aggressive is it going to be in this matchup in return?
Right is Andrew Lorenz? Really? Oh, so then that's... Is it Andrew? Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure he told our guy his name was Alex. Lee, can you double check that real quick?
Yeah, very bad.
Go ask player on the right what his name is. Bringing home Andrew. Well, you seem to know him, so I hope we just got the name wrong and we'll fix it right here. But either way, yeah, very different round in theory than the Oldhim versus Icelander, but it might just play out the same way where the Guardian's trying to play aggro, and that is what it is. It's not on the official reveal Discord bot. Screw data mining or any DNA leaks. No, that's unfortunately. Maybe we'll spill the full beans later. But we'll move past it for now. I mean, I'll reveal the card in like probably an hour-ish anyway, right? An hour-ish anyway. It is 100% Andrew. Okay, let me just make sure Lee reports that back to me, because our other guy told me it was Alexander. So just to bar any confusion. Maybe he prefers to go by Alex. Maybe it was a pseudonym. Maybe. So let's find it out and then jump into the game here. Lee seems to still be chatting him up a lot. He did say just put his name as Alex, no last name. So now I'm suspicious overall. Oh, people are saying this is actually Andrew, not Alex. It is Andrew. Look at the... Oh, he wanted his name to be Alexander. I'm actually hearing from our other producer, he wants it to be incognito. So you better stop saying his name in chat, all right? This is just Alex. This is just Alex, okay? Incognito mode. Don't say the name. Don't say the name. Kill McCreath, this is for you, by the way. This match was specifically pulled to please you, Kale. Alec Myers, or the other co-caster here, he wanted this match on cam for you. So there you go, Kale. Let's jump into the table view.
Did you get caught up on what the situation was?
It even says, hi, Kale. Who put that? Who put that? Was that our boy, quote-unquote, Alex? That's so nice. I didn't even see that. So players, I hope they know they're good to start the game because the timer is actually like about accurate. So they hopefully are jumping into this pretty quick. Can you make sure they know they don't need to wait, they can just start? They do know?
Starting at 30.
They're starting at 5:30 exactly. Okay, so the timer is going to be a little bit off. Someone else is keeping time then. There we go. Wow, this incognito mode didn't quite work, did it? Because the chat just like caused us so much confusion.
Yeah, the chat blew that up. Well, he wasn't so much doing it for incognito, I think, as the memes.
The memes. Okay, he just wants to be Alex.
Yeah.
It just is what it is.
Did you know what the story is behind that?
No. Oh my God. Wait, I think live, one of the cameras just died live. Are you serious? It was working a second ago. Come on. Second.
Alright, man. Good luck. Have fun. Good luck. Have fun. Okay, I'm going.
Let's try to switch up the feed. Get it back. Get it back. Get it back.
Thank you.
All right. Let me go touch some things. Try to fix it. It worked last time when I went in for this fix. So let me try to do that. Take over, Lee.
Yep. So there is a story behind what's going on with Andrew choosing to be displayed as Alex. The story is basically that He participated in a top event with Alex Sneed as well. And there was some mix-up with the names as they were displayed in the top 8. And Andrew had won the first place in that event, but Alex had been displayed as the winner for that event, and at least the first place for that event. And so there was a lot of people just calling him Alex for a long time, and that's kind of become his like personal meme with that now. All right, so we have, let's see, Insidious Showdown, Tunics on 2, Breaking Goliath Gauntlet for a Wounded Bull. Wounded Bull coming in for a big whopping 10 here. So we are looking at another aggressive Icelander to put pressure on the Bravo as well. Oh, look at that fabled Command and Conquer. That is a gorgeous piece of collectible artwork right there. Collectible, playable artwork.
Where to scolding? Float.
Pay free?
Okay, take one.
Yep. So 32.
Interesting. All right, sorry. Now things are really bugging out here. Activate this one again. All right, so that one at least works now.
Block 3, take 3.
The other one's still not coming through.
I got it.
Try one more thing. Gotta hold down the forward lead.
Yeah. All right, so where we got here? We have life totals exchanging very quickly here. Already down to the low 30s each. Got a Scar for a Scar, taking advantage of a lower life total there. Or wait, were they lower? What happened there? Alex was just taking 1 off of that. They are playing at a very rapid pace. Both of these players know very well what they're doing here.
Yeah, that's it. I'll take 4.
Okay, 27 Scar 2 cards.
All right. Unfortunately, the quick fix doesn't seem to work, so we're going to have to just skip over that one camera. I need to give those cameras a break before top 8 anyway. Just let them cool down a bit. They probably are just dealing with a bit of overheating more than anything. But that's fine. That's fine. We can go without one cam and still enjoy the game here. So they're at least on turn 3. Probably further than that because of how fast they've been going.
Well, they are on Tunic 3 here, both each. So I think probably turn 4 for sure.
All right. Fando's Finding Spirit coming in from Joe. They both know this matchup for sure.
Yeah,
with how fast they were playing when I was over there trying to tinker with things. Yeah, very impressive.
They're playing at quite the clip of play here.
Interesting.
I mean, for them, it's probably also just a way that they maybe get a break in before the top 8 round, or rather the top 8 cut, because whoever wins here is definitely locked. Right, the X1s will make it.
Yeah.
So they need to kind of just get a bit of a mental reset. Probably go get food, because that factors into why they want to just play it this
for sure.
way. Definitely different, though, already from the equipment that I'm finally seeing here than how the Oldhim was playing it. Even though I kind of expected Alex to be playing aggressively as the Bravo, it's still Null Rune 3. Still Null Rune 3, and I think even a gold foil Null Rune gloves to boot. Very fancy. Good job.
Bling. Not even in like a hard case either. I respect that.
All right, play itself. We've got turn passing over back to Alex, Zealous belting red. This is one of the key cards to mention that we kind of glossed over, but it's about the pressure turns that can come out of the Bravo deck here. If it's not some tall hit effect threatened with Pummel, then hopefully it's a wide turn with Zealous, wide turn with Rouse. The deck's not completely chock full of them.
He did have a Rouse turn a couple turns ago with a follow-up hammer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he can follow it up with potentially even more than just a hammer,
coming in there.
It gets very detrimental.
Cards.
This bumping all the way up to 9 here, now adding a discard on hit to that Zealous. It gives Alex a bit more information as well as to what to do with this follow-up attack. I believe it's pretty much always a Nothos from here. There's a world where it could be a 2-card hand 7 or something. Instead, okay, just going up to a sigil. And then passing priority. Okay, so that must have been another red pummel in hand, because I think it was a pummel. If it was a blue, then he would have swung a Nothos, right? So not a wide turn, still a disruptive turn, still a high-pressure turn, because we've got Joe all the way down to 15. He's doing what he can, though, to really get some disruption going. An Aether, Ice Vein, I believe yellow, starts to come through here off the back of an Insidious. So that starts to demand some interaction. 2 cards out of Alex's hand. Go ahead, pay to both those triggers. Pay to some of the Arcane.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand.
Thinking. Go ahead, tap him with the Moon. Not the best when played on your own turn, right? It's only 2 versus the 3. But damage is damage. Joe has to deal it somewhere if he's trying to really take Alex's ability away to just keep holding larger hands and being able to ignore the potential Arcane to just be the first one.
That's Fable Commander number 2 right there. This guy's coming in full bling.
Very nice. I like it. These Command and Conquers, I think this is for whatever reason, Guardian players seem to be the ones who gravitate towards adding them to their deck list. They love
the Fable ones.
They love the Fable ones in particular.
It looks so much more like Guardian cards.
It feels probably that much better to pummel a CNC, and you get that interaction out of Guardian list, right? You don't. If you're running like CNC and Phi, you don't get to pummel that sucker. It's just a CNC. When you when you get to take it all the way, yeah, why not? Why not bling out that Command and Conquer? Wow, turns really are passing so quickly.
So quickly, it's hard to keep
back to Joe, returning now. All right, you know, he did his thing. He blocked 2. He comes in with Scar. It's likely Scar into Coronet, a 2-card hand like this, unless that Arsenal was an attack. But nope, that's all it's going to be. Without Tuning Up, Coronet still provides ample disruption in just demanding a card. And a card is something that actually means a lot to a Bravo player. It's the difference between having Dominate or not, if that's what they're going for. The difference between potentially paying for a pummel or not. So it lined up well there, since Alex doesn't have Tunic. A Nothos. That's all the turn's going to be. A Nothos saying, I have 2 in hand. I have 1 in arsenal. Do you respect the pummel or not? It's not like the pummel's going to present lethal, but when you can pump that up to 10, it's actually decent card use as well, because you'll still have the 1 card to reset arsenal with. Just going ahead, paying 1 more blue in hand.
If Joe tries to do Icelandery things here, then he has the resources in the back end to be able to try to prevent a lot of the Arcane. But it was a pummel.
Mm-hmm. Pummel. And I believe that's a pummel from hand versus the one that I think he's.
Well, we don't know what he arsenaled. That one was a mystery card, I believe.
No, because we do have his hand cam, and it was the turn that he played Sigil after
you're looking at the hand
Zealous.
cam. Fair enough.
So I do think he had a pummel in that hand as well. Yep, he looks at it. So now a way less blingy CNC on the return from Joe. Definitely less impressive when you compare the 2. Uh-oh, got a problem. 2 cards did just flip. I believe
nobody's telling him to use the judge thing. Hold on, I'll go get the.
Wait, let me hear what they resolve. He's saying it's cool. Joe is saying it's cool to stream. Nice. He doesn't know that his cam's working and Alex's isn't, so I appreciate the sign language, because it did come through. Nice. Avoid a situation. Just a Nothos. Once again, Alex showing I have 1 in hand. I have 1 in arsenal. Is it another pummel? If it's pummels in these situations, if he actually goes and plays it, it's just damage, but those life thresholds are rapidly declining. Boom, all the way to 10. Take 7 down to 5. Getting tough here.
And then, wait, hang on, don't clean up. You have 1 floating, right?
Yeah, 1 floating.
Yep, okay, good. I appreciate they're able to rewind. They're communicating very well with each other, which I appreciate, because when you do play this fast, sometimes it leads to bad interactions. But no, they're all cool here. The Emeritus is coming through. Tunic's coming through to push with waning as well. Alex is only able to really soak 1 of that with that floating AB. So Joe cheats through quite a bit of damage off the back of that. I mean, he's got to. He's got to try to match this trade and then finish the game ahead of the lethal damage on the stack due to Storm Striders. Tends to be the way you close it in an aggro matchup like this. There we go. Cornet pass. They just keep it going. And that was the Tunic counter to counter the Coronet. Really great use there. That's a choke slam. without the pummel in hand there, I mean, he did already play out the 3 reds. The floating resources just go into paying for AB, which he's got to feel pretty fine about. I mean, he does have to protect his own life as well as throw the damage he is. Joe making the tough call. He's got a 2-card 8 value play with that Finals Fighting Spirit, but he still has to respect blocking because otherwise he's dead.
Taking 2, down to 3.
So there we go. He gives up the 2-card 8 value play and just has to use that card on defense because he was forced to answer that lethal attack. Here we go. Joe's turn. Arsenal pass. God. I hope the turn counter's right. I almost feel like it's not.
I think it's a little bit behind.
I feel like it's a little bit behind, and they're already on, like, at least what we're counting, turn 9 potentially. And it's, in reality, maybe like turn 11. Love to see that. I mean, some games would go to time before you see that.
Yeah, this game is going for two decks that can definitely lean into a controller, a more grindy type of game. This is going so fast.
Yeah, so Polar Blast, not a real decision point for Alex. I mean, there's nothing to do for that pay decision. It's really just, does that Frostbite impede the turn? And it didn't in this case. He can pay completely through to just dominate a Crippling Crush right here. This has been unrelenting damage coming out of Alex. Even when it wasn't a real hit effect, it was great numbers off the back of a Nothos Pummel. That, I mean, whether Joe called those turns or not, there's still just great rates coming out of Bravo to bluff it no matter what. Just come in for 4. You shouldn't really overblock because then the Bravo player will just hold the pummel, right? So Joe just says, okay, block 3, and then ends up eating 7 off the back of both of those pummel turns to get him to a point now where a dominated Crippling is, I mean, yeah, it's presenting lethal, right? Because, well, he pitched the Sink Blow, otherwise that would block 4, 5, 6, 7. He'd still take 4. So yeah, even with a Sink Blow in hand, he does just die to that Dominate. So yeah, there we go. They're just going through the motions. And just for the heck of it, that was a lightning fast game. Lightning fast game. Honestly, I don't mind it because I kind of do want to take this break and let the cameras cool off so that there's no issues for top 8. But you know, there's one more thing I want to do for sure, which is go ahead, get the spoiler name revealed. Also, of course, give Alex his moment to shine. Since his camera's dead, we actually can't show him off. So maybe I should probably try to get him in the booth real quick, just because we miss seeing his beautiful face this stream. So hold down the 4. I'll go get him, Lee.
Okay.
Oops. Here, and fix your things.
Where does it type in?
Right caster, so you got to type here.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Yeah, fix your things.
Do you want me to put his names in?
Oh, actually, yeah. Put his name. So it's
Oops. Sorry.
You have to click here on these.
All right, everybody, got that set up there for now. Just waiting for them to come back. I believe Andrew's going to come in here, sit at the booth with Vincent, and talk to you guys. How's everything going out there? You guys enjoying the stream? You guys enjoying the event? Hello, Aaron. How you doing? How is Josh Lau's record? That's a great question. I don't have the answer for it right now. We will be probably taking a screenshot and sharing a picture of the top cuts and all the standings that we can get a hold of as soon as we get a hold of them.
Oh, come on. It won't just be a screenshot. I've got graphics made.
He's got the He's already got.
I've got a fake graphic. Obviously, oops, the bracket. Obviously,
Yeah.
Charles Dunn isn't every single top 8 slot, but I'm ready. I'm ready,
Yeah.
okay?
He's-
As soon as we've got the
Charles Dunn
bracket.
is also ready for this.
Please, no one screenshot this. It's obviously not correct, but it is kind of funny. Shout out to Charles. Love you, Charles. Oops, and let me add in myself. But yeah, as soon as I have that information, I'll be building that graphic. We are truly going to cut though before top 8 because I do need to give some of the equipment a rest. It has been a long day, 1 round longer than anticipated. So thanks for sticking around. We've got Alex, aka Andrew, jumping in. He wants to do some card signing live on stream, so that'll be fun. And then we'll do the title reveal of the spoiler, and then we'll cut to probably like an hour break or so. There will be another live stream scheduled, probably like right after this one ends. So don't go anywhere. You know, tune on back in for the top cut. But we're just gonna do some wrap up stuff and then be back probably in like an hour and a half. So Andrew is making his way over, I do believe.
The next round, the top cut's gonna be in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe something like that. Oh my God, it truly is. Every time I sit down, my hair's worse. Yeah, I mean, there's like another 30 minutes there. Then there's a deck check, and I'm sure the players want a break. But then again, SCG might just rapid fire it because they want this done before the venue closes.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, let's get Andrew in.
Make sure you hit those follow buttons. This way you can hit the notifications for when we go live again for the top 8 cuts. So you know you won't miss a thing.
Good. All right, let's get Andrew in. Or Alex. I'm confused. I'm woefully confused. Yeah, it's also, it definitely isn't 8 Arachne in the cut. There wasn't even a single Arachne, unfortunately. All right, you got the headset on? All good?
Oh, I got to do my hair. Hold on.
Oh, you think I've been doing my hair all day? No.
No, not really.
First of all, thanks for joining me here. That was a really lightning fast game. People were really excited about the pace of play. Kale was in there, of course, championing your name. You even, was that you who wrote, "Hi, Kale"?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, hold it up again.
I was told that he was looking for me. I was told he wanted an OG Bravo, so I brought him an OG Bravo.
And you're an OG Bravo that is now, I mean, you're going to be in top 8.
Yeah, I have no idea how this happened. I literally spent the last month playing Icelander, and then couldn't figure out how to beat Dromai and just pivoted back to Bravo because he's my hero that I've played since like Alpha.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's why.
What's your best result with Bravo so far?
Technically, I got 34th at Nationals.
Oh, yeah.
Which was the record for top 32, but the tiebreaker is to keep me out of it.
Oh, I know that feel. I got 70th at Worlds with the record of top 32. It was literally tiebreakers like all the way down.
Yeah.
It was well, sorry, not the record of top 32, top 64, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one hurt my soul because it's like, are you serious? I missed out on like $500 because I lost like 1 round difference.
Yeah,
like just in the wrong order. With Levia and CC and Blitz, like, am I not at least deserving a little of that $500? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, didn't happen. But congrats once again. You got a bunch of fans in the chat. People were saying he's my homie, he's Andrew, but you told us you were Alex. What's the story on that?
So,
if there is one.
Yeah. So I went to a skirmish. Like when Tales of Aria came out, I was playing Fatigue Oldhim before people figured out it was good and brought Duskblade. So I ended up being like, was getting a draw in Swiss, and so I wasn't top seed going into top 8 of the skirmish. And then first place was a dude named Alex. And so what ends up happening is when LSS goes to report the results on their website, first place is Alex because of him doing the seeding, even though I end up winning the actual event. And so people just called me Alex for like 2 months straight because of it as a meme. And then we had a new player show up who just thought my name was Alex for some reason. We don't know why.
And you're still strolling him to this day. No?
Yeah, like people locally just started calling me Alexander just to mess with that one guy because he didn't know for like 2 months straight.
Do you know, did LSS actually fix the Living Legend points? Because the skirmish does give out, I mean, that's something on the board.
I don't know.
Oh,
but,
no. LSS.
But I hate Oldhim, so I'll happily not be on that list.
There you go. What was this that you brought over?
I wanted to use to sign a Soul Harvest, but I couldn't find it, so I had my backup Levia.
A backup Levia? Well, I've got something to give to you then.
Oh, bro.
Check these out. These are...
what are those?
Unfortunately, those are Pokemon cards, which I'm trying to get rid of, but no one will pay good money for them. This, though, is my business card. Also, a Blasmafet Full Art token.
Ooh.
There you go, sir. There you go. Hopefully, you get to rep that in your future Levia games when Dusk Till Dawn comes out, because she's going to be busted AF. You heard it here first.
No, I'm just going to play Shane.
Oh, all right, you can go. Go
Okay.
Exit.
Right, sign first.
Yeah, sign first. All right. This is a Rainbow Foil Levia I got. I love the look of these. Let's make sure I do it pretty.
Ooh.
There you go, folks. That is a Mansant signature on that beautiful, beautiful, look at that sheen right there. Let it dry for like a hot second, and then pair up that with your full art Blasmo, and you will win probably the first round of any event, and then I can't promise anything beyond that.
Yeah.
But hey, thanks for jumping in real quick. Take a break before top 8.
Yeah.
We're wishing you the best. Obviously, chat's excited. Bravo made it. So really, best of luck. Any shout outs before you go?
No, not really.
No? Okay. I'm going to do that one spoiler reveal that I mentioned, guys, and then we are going to take our break and let all of the equipment take a break, all right? I need one too. Let's jump in. Honestly, you can hang around for the spoiler thing if you want.
Oh, I love to.
Yeah. Here, let's do it.
Oh.
All right, so the last thing to reveal before the top 8, when I actually can go ahead and reveal the text of this card, is to go ahead and show the name to everybody. Show the name to everybody, all right? Actually, answer the question. Justin Evans is asking you, Andrew, teach everyone what the best Dromai dragons are.
Well, it depends which format you're dealing with. In draft, it's Embermoss Centipie, Doombreaker Centipie, Silken Form, I think.
Those are good dragons.
Red.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in CC, I think the best dragon is Rake the Embers, but Soraya is like a pretty mid dragon too.
Oh, okay. Great answer. Here we go. We are going to go ahead and reveal the name of this 7 attack, 0 cost, non-block, red pitch, majestic generic attack action. It is.
Ooh.
Look at that name. Gore Belching. What a freaky name. My first idea when I saw the name was, can I orchestrate some kind of like mukbang video where at some point I belch gore? And then I thought, that is ridiculous. And why would anyone watch that? And also, I would probably just never show my face again in public if I got to that point in front of everyone on YouTube. So we stopped. The video idea stopped hard in its tracks, and we're just revealing it this way. Gore belching. There you go. Pretty interesting. What does that have to do with the card text? I guess you'll have to tune in for the top 8 to find out, because I'll reveal it right before we jump into top 8. We've got one more giveaway to do, and then we're going to end this stream and be back for the top 8 after my equipment has a rest. All right, let me get that giveaway queued up. The giveaway itself is going to be, actually, I can't say it yet because I don't have it typed in. The giveaway itself is going to be Gore Belching, all one word. Gore Belching. Gore Belching. Like this. Gore Belching. All right, type that for your entrance to win the Dragon Shield, not necessarily these sleeves, but to win $20 sleeve credit. Oh, you're going to do it too? Yeah, you better. Yeah, why not? To win $20 sleeve credit on either the EU or the US web shop, all right? Type in Gore Belching. Gore Belching. Oops, that's the wrong thing again. Here we go. So there you go. Type Gore Belching just like you see it there. Dude, just like Alex is. Take after Alex.
I don't even know how to chat on YouTube.
Well, okay, first of all, caught, you're not subscribed to me, so, geez.
I don't even know if I'm signed in.
Okay, so if you open it, if you're in the app, you might automatically be signed in. If you're on the website, you might have to manually sign in.
Yeah, this is annoying.
But go ahead, type Gore Belching for your chance to win a $20 store credit at Dragon Shield.
Yeah.
All right. Last thing to do, because I totally forgot about it, I keep saying last thing to do, is make sure we give FABREC their time in the sun, because they jumped in to sponsor that round 8. Hopefully you all saw the updated overlays. For the top rounds, the top cut sponsors, I went ahead and built custom overlays that just add a little bit extra, a little bit extra marketing for them. Why not? You build something special, thematic. I mean, their rounds did cost more. Super appreciate it. So I'm going to make sure to run their ad as well and give them a huge shout out, because FABREC.GG has been an absolutely, they're right there on the screen. Been an absolutely amazing sponsor to more of the community than just me. They sponsor the card guys. They're around in pretty much everyone's live stream, always being super supportive. So, we're going to jump right into that after we pull this. Actually, you know what? To give extra time for entrance, we're going to do the giveaway after the ad. That makes more sense, doesn't it? We're going to do the giveaway right after running the ad. So let me make sure the ad is queued up. Here we go. And I did make this ad, so I know you just like heard, 8 hours of me, but forgive me, you're gonna hear like another 2 minutes, okay? And then we'll draw for that giveaway. So don't go anywhere, all right? Sit through this, and then we'll do the giveaway.
Oh, sweet Levia, let's just clean you up for camera a little. And there we go. Hey, I'm ManSant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FABREC, found at FABREC.GG. If you play or have played Magic the Gathering, you're probably familiar with EDHREC, a powerful website that has become a community staple with useful content and data analysis. FABREC is made by that same great team. What FABREC does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. On the homepage here, we can see all the heroes from Flesh and Blood. It's defaulted to show both the young and old, but you can set your tab to Blitz or CC only if you'd like. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. As expected, Dromai has a high number of red cards, and a high number of 0 and 1 cost cards. Additionally, this card distribution chart shows the significant usage of defense reactions. Now, as we scroll down, you will see the most commonly played cards in Dromai separated by their type. Notice the high usage of Phantasmal Footsteps, and lesser so with more niche cards like Crowned Reflection that you normally see coming up in a Dromai's sideboard. Now, scrolling down further, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Now further down we see the dragons people tend to pass up on in their Dromai decks, namely Viserai and Themai. So back at the homepage, there are similar data for all the heroes in the world of Wraith. It's a great way for new players to explore each hero and see what cards and types of cards that hero likes to use. Additionally, you can check out the most popular cards in Blitz and Classic Constructed in their Staples tab. Here we see the most popular generic cards that are showing up in each deck, which is really useful for deciding which to invest in as you are getting into the game, since these cards are being used for sure across multiple heroes. Similarly, you can see class staples on this page here, and don't you know it, I'm going to go ahead and click on Brute. Now, as expected, here are the most popular cards by type that are used across each Brute hero, including our favorite, Levia. Now, we'd like to thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on ManSant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FABREC as well. Future features, for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on FABREC.GG.
All right, everybody. Thank you for watching that. I really enjoyed making that. It's so nostalgic. That was back in my old apartment. Good freaking riddance, by the way. Good freaking riddance. I hated that place. Hey, I made a good ad inside of it. So, there we go. Once again, oops. Oh, that's Twitter DMs. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Wait. What was I clicking on? Jesus. I think I like totally spoiled some special giveaways that are coming up in the top cut. Dang it, Ethan. I suck. But there we go. Whatever. It's out there. For now, let's draw the winner of this giveaway. The winner. You can type Gore Belching to make sure you're entered. Let's go ahead, pull it. We got Naib. Naib has won the $20 Dragon Shield voucher giveaway.
Congratulations, Naib.
So, congrats, first of all. Go ahead, type. Yeah,
We'll
DM's
say boom
exposed.
for you.
Actually, I wonder if anything detrimental to my future was exposed. What was in my Twitter DMs? Let me see. I don't think I really get up to anything.
He said detrimental to his future.
Nah, there's nothing. It's not like I really get up to anything, but no, there's nothing in there.
$100,000 sponsorship.
All you saw was the potential of, or what the giveaways are going to be for top 8 and top 4, which I was hoping to be more of a surprise. Dang it. All right, Naib. If you're in the chat, let me make sure. Let me try on my end. Naib is in EU. Okay, this is perfect. So you know what we can do then? You know what we can do? I actually have one extra EU code. So we can roll one more time. We can roll one more time for one more winner. One more time, one more winner. Okay? So message me on Discord. You can find it, !winner, all right? And because you're from EU, that actually frees me up to give away one more. Okay? Cool. I was worried that it'd be all NA winners, but I do have one more NA, one more EU, so we'll go ahead and roll it this one last time. All right, let's roll it again. One more person. Jamie McCabe. Jamie McCabe.
I like the spacing there.
McCabe. Unlike Van Sant, you've put, I mean, you've kind of taken after me, I guess. You put that space. I appreciate it. No, it's, this last one is for NA or EU. I had 2 NA codes, 4 EU codes. I was trying to marry those into hopefully 4 giveaways total, but I wasn't sure how it'd math out because only 2 NA, 4 EU is like kind of risky.
Such a shame, Carolina.
So, Jamie McCabe, are you in chat? Jamie, how do I search people? Jamie McCabe, that's you. Okay, perfect. You're in chat.
Yay.
Go ahead, send me a message. There's the details that should be popping up from the bot in there on how to get in touch with me. All right, well done. The 2 of you, just shoot me a message. I definitely have a code for you. And that will be it for the Swiss rounds. We're going to take a break.
Thank God.
We'll be back for top 8
break.
With some new guest casters and new sponsors and way bigger deal giveaways and the spoiler reveal itself. All right, spoiler reveal itself. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back in, I mean, I don't know the hard number, maybe like an hour-ish, okay?